And what a pleasure to be hosting with my colleagues the live stream of the Alberta election. I am sitting in a brand new studio. We haven't ever actually used it before. They just finished building it. And I think we have a little bit more work to do to figure it out. And so you might see a few bumps in the road tonight. We were fiddling with the lighting just before we got started and the microphone, but we thought, let's use our new studio. It feels great to be here. And I just want to say thanks to our supporters who helped crowdfund this studio at buildthedream.ca. It is my dream. The Rebel News will supplant the media party, the mainstream media, with our citizen journalism, telling it like it is, telling the other side of the story. Tonight is as great a night as any to debut the Death Star, from which we'll broadcast. I kid around. It's great to be here. And a special thanks to Olivia and to Efron, who actually were working all weekend getting it ship-shape for today. If you see any blemishes, send us a note, because over the course of the week ahead, we will put the finishing touches on things. We are streaming live on Rumble, on YouTube, and other platforms. And tonight we are based here in our world headquarters, but of course the heart of this story is in Alberta. I'd like to start by bringing in our chief reporter, my dear friend Sheila Gunn Reid in northern Alberta. Sheila, great to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too, boss. You look great in that new studio. Very professional, but still very grassroots. You know, we have not forgotten where we come from. It looks awesome.
Well, I'm excited about it, and thanks to everybody who chipped in. You know what? We're going to do some great things in this new studio. We have different locations. We'll talk about that another day. Today is a day to talk about the campaign. Now, you are in a city that I predict will go 100% NDP. I'm just afraid that's how Edmonton is. Am I wrong? What's your prediction for the city of Edmonton?
No, I think all is lost in Edmonton. As Ralph Klein famously said so many years ago, maybe 3 decades ago, it remains evergreen. Edmonton is a beautiful city with too many socialists and mosquitoes. And frankly, it's getting worse. Even in some of the surrounding areas, for example, Sherwood Park is normally completely blue. I think they're going to lose a seat there and split the town. So even the suburbs are starting to go orange. But I think Calgary is not the battleground that the NDP and the media proclaimed it to be. And of course, as we know, us rural Albertans were the most sensible people in this province. Rural Alberta will go completely blue.
All right, there you have it, Sheila Gunn Reid. And in Calgary is Adam Soos. Adam, great to see you again. You have been anchoring our coverage in that city throughout the campaign. Tell us where you are right now and what is the mood of where you're at?
We are at the UCP HQ, the viewing party for the election results. You know, the doors don't open here until 7. Just as I was coming on, the music did come on. People are starting to come in, but at 7 o'clock, the doors will open in earnest. They're expecting quite a vibrant crowd. They will get back to me on the numbers they're expecting, but surely a few thousand people will fit in here. And based on what we saw the other night at the big UCP rally in Calgary, I don't think they're going to have too much trouble filling up.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Calgary used to be rock solid conservative blue. Federally, it was always an anomaly when a liberal or two slipped through. Provincially, the city did vote in some places for Rachel Notley's destroyers in 2015. Most of the city came back to the United Conservative Party in 2019. The NDP are talking a good game about breaking through in that city, taking enough seats to tip the balance. As Sheila says, Edmonton's going completely NDP. The rural parts are surely going to go for the Conservatives. So it really does come down to Calgary. I grew up in Calgary, and I remember part of that city's identity was always the freest country, the most freest city, the most entrepreneurial city. The stampede was the kind of spirit, rugged individualism. And I don't know if that has changed in the decades since I was a young lad skipping around town. What's your sense of things there? Do you think, as Sheila says, the media, which is so obviously in the tank for the NDP, do you think they were trying to sort of gaslight the whole city and say, look, guys, your neighbors are going to vote NDP, just give in? What do you think? Is Calgary going to stay a conservative bedrock, or is it going to flip sides to the socialist hordes?
It's fitting that we are actually at these Stampede grounds here at the Big Four building here in Calgary. If you look at the election, if you look at the 8 or so areas that may be up for grabs, the majority of them are still trending for the UCP. So while I think perhaps some people coming to this province in pursuit of new opportunities, jobs, whatever that may be, but perhaps not understanding where those jobs and opportunities come from, many of those industries, I think there has been a bit of a change. It isn't the bedrock staple of conservatism that it used to be, but it would take a lot. It would take a lot of things that are set. We're looking at 70, 60, 55% chances that all these constituencies will go UCP. For them to flip NDP and for us to see an NDP victory tonight, well, a lot of things would have to go that way. I personally, I think I agree with Sheila, and I agree with you, Ezra, too. The media has been pushing this narrative that the NDP is mainstream, that their ideas click in Alberta. But even those polling organizations, mainstream research among them, that were trending towards the NDP. Well, in the last couple of days, they've also said that they're likely calling a UCP government. So I think it might have been a lot of fanfare, a lot of media-driven hysteria. Listen, the media has been on a unilateral attack against Danielle Smith. There's no apologizing for or denying that. That is self-evident. The fact that we're seeing these polls trend towards Danielle Smith, despite all of that, I think is a categorical repudiation of so much of what the NDP stands for.
Isn't that interesting? I follow American politics, as we all do. It's just such an interesting and important country. And I was terrified with how close Beto O'Rourke got to winning in Texas. This painful Democrat came within a couple of percent. And I find that terrifying, the prospect that rock-ribbed Texas could go Democrat. And if it does, game over. And I feel that it could happen with all the exodus from people fleeing California and Oregon and Washington State, fleeing the decline of those cities and streaming into once conservative places like Montana and Texas. There's a saying, don't California my Texas. And I say all that, Adam, because you talk about people coming to Alberta for opportunity, and it's true. It's got lower taxes. It's got less traffic. It's got a more entrepreneurial spirit. But you bring in enough folks from socialist places who are fleeing those policies but still like to virtue signal as being socially progressive. Don't Toronto my Calgary. Don't Quebecify my Alberta. You know what? You both of you were setting me at ease a bit, but I tell you, one day, and I hope that day's not tonight. Sheila, looks like you want to say something.
Well, yeah, it's funny because you're not noticing Adam's shirt that says "Don't Ottawa, my Alberta."
Oh, come on! I didn't see. I couldn't quite make that out.
Yes,
hey, tell me about your shirt.
Yes.
So I didn't see that.
Yeah. It's one of my favorites. I think Angelica has one too. It's from the Rebel News Store, actually. Don't Ottawa, my Alberta. I love it. It's a great shirt.
Come on! Maybe it was subliminally. I saw that because isn't that great? So is that on the Rebel Store?
Oh yeah.
Oh, isn't that great? Do we have an ad for the Rebel Store, Efron? You know what? I swear I didn't see that, or if I saw it, it was subliminal. I couldn't quite make out the shirt. I just thought, boy, that looks sunny. Well, of course, we're going to take 1 minute to show you an ad for the Rebel News Store. And by the way, there is some cool stuff there. Obviously, I have my cell phone case that says Rebel on it. I have my Justin Castro shirt, and I got my hoodie. But that Don't Ottawa, my Alberta, I'm embarrassed I didn't see that. I'm sorry I didn't recognize that. Let's play a quick ad for our store. I love our merch. I think the last 6 months, actually the last year, we've just been firing on all cylinders here. Take a quick look at this and we'll come back.
My mug? I know. It's pretty cool. So is this hoodie I got on, and you could have it on too if you check out our special website at rebelnewsstore.com. That's where you can see Freedom Focus hoodies that we have for you, beanies, cell phone cases, you name it, all while supporting our journalism, where we fight to bring you the other side of the story, as opposed to, being forced by the Trudeau government to fund leftist media out of your taxes. The truth is, without you and your generosity, there is no Rebel News. So again, if you like the reports that we bring you and that we also fight for freedoms in Canada, please consider doing some shopping, picking up some swag at rebelnewsstore.com. We appreciate your support.
That's our friend Drea Humphrey. She's the best. You know what? I'm just noticing we've got 2,700 people watching concurrently on rumble.com. We've got over 2,000 watching on youtube.com. And I think we're streaming on other platforms as well. It's great to have everybody. Welcome. Again, I'm Ezra Levant with Rebel News, based out here in the East. But as I wrote as I said in my monologue on Friday, this election, every Canadian has a stake in this, because if Alberta falls to the NDP socialists again, obviously Alberta will live on, but it will not be the same. And I want to remind you that Detroit, which is a synonym for urban decay and poverty and just crime and hopelessness, Detroit 100 years ago was the most industrial city in America. It had the highest industrial wage. It was such a progressive city in the best meaning of that word. I mean, it was racial harmony. I mean, that's why Motown grew up there. And it was the auto industry and capitalism, but then 40 years of democratic politics destroyed that engine of a city. And we're seeing this in California. For 2 generations was the dream. Whether it was the aerospace industry or the tech industry, so many things. And now that state is in decline. And I pray tonight, not for any partisan reason, but just because I do not want the specialness of Alberta to be destroyed. And I think that's at stake. Hey, thanks for letting me rant a little bit. I want to go through the rundown of what we've got going on. But before I do, Adam, can I ask you, what time do the polls close in Alberta?
Yeah, 8 o'clock is the set close time. After that, they're kind of guessing. Potentially, they could have results, potentially enough results to even call something as soon as 10. But again, I think that might be optimistic. There'll be a number of people taking the stage. We do have a number of MLAs as well as some high campaign officials set to join us as well, leading up to that. But I do know Danielle Smith won't be taking to the stage or being available until there's effectively an election to call.
Okay, got it. So one more hour before voting closes. Obviously, Alberta is just one time zone. I believe every province in Canada is just one time zone, although I have to check on the north. So the counting should be fairly speedy in the parts where it's a slam dunk. I mean, I really think that we can call Edmonton and the rural parts quite quickly. And I think those results will come in. Hey, let me ask another question. I'm not sure if either of you know this. Is the voting done the old-fashioned way, pen and pencil? Is it tabulated the old-fashioned way? Or, and I ask this because of the controversy, are there Dominion voting machines? Is it an electronic count? Do you guys know?
Well, I went and voted, and it was pen and paper and stuff it in the ballot box in front of the volunteer. So I don't know what happens to it after that, but it was very, very old-fashioned, very, very analog, as they say.
And how about you, Adam? Did you vote? I'm not going to put you on the spot. I'm not going to ask you if you're a not voter.
Yeah, so it was actually a digital system. So you basically had a marker, you circled a box, and then what happened was you put that into a machine, it scanned it, and then it sort of processed it. The machine said it was red at that point. So a little bit different, not the conventional pencil and paper.
Well, I tell you, the phrase analog is exactly right. I trust a pencil and paper. Can't hack a pencil and paper. Can't have a hidden code in a pencil and paper. And I'm not saying there's cause to worry, but I think best practices in this case are the tried and true practices. I'm not speculating. I'm not even suggesting. I just was curious, and I liked Sheila's answer better than Adam's answer there. I want to tell you some of the things we've got lined up. Of course, we've got a great team of rebels out in Alberta, and in fact, proportionately, our world headquarters is in the Big Smoke here, but we got a great crew in Alberta, and we'll be chatting with Sydney Fazard in a little bit later in this hour. And then one of my favorite people with whom I worked at the old Sun News Network, Chris Sims, who's now with the Taxpayers Federation. She'll be joining us at about half an hour's time. And then a regular guest on Sheila Gunn Reid's show, Tracy Wilson, the Canadian Coalition for Firearms Rights will be joining us. I find here such a personable force and just so upbeat and smart. I really enjoy. I met her recently at the old Manning Center conference, and it was such a delight. We've got other guests too. I won't give it all away right now, but Peter McCaffrey of the Alberta Institute, good battler. There's a guy who fights hard for freedom.
Smart.
Of course, my old friend Lauren Gunter, columnist for the Edmonton Sun, will join us a little later into the night. And we have other rebels we will say hello to, Alex Dhaliwal and Angelica Toy. And, we're planning on being here for a while. I have a special seat cushion for my tush because I'm going to be perched here in the studio for as long as it takes. In fact, we've got a guest scheduled for midnight Eastern time. I'm talking about Keith Wilson, the famous trucker convoy lawyer. So we got, that is a packed schedule. But of course, once the results start coming in, we will take you straight to that. And I've got my laptop out here, and I'm sure my colleagues do there. So when we see the news, we will go there. But we do have 58 minutes until the poll closes. Hey, by the way, I see a super chat on Rumble. I'll go ahead and read it. It's from Annalisa 1964, 10 Smackers. Great to see you all. There's no way the NDP can get back in. Bought my brick a few days ago. Hey, well, thank you very much, Annalisa. It's nice to hear from you, and you're such a loyal supporter. And there's another comment, super chat from Medic Deb. Love Rebel News. Well, the feeling's mutual, and thank you. I'm very proud of the fact that we're crowdfunded. Every once in a while, Sheila, people say, will you stop crowdfunding already? And I say never. Absolutely never. Because to stop crowdfunding means, okay, where's the dough coming from? Is it from some corporate entity that has a lot of pressure points on it? You don't want to offend Pfizer, the advertiser. Or is it from the government bailout? Or is it, or is it an oligarch who you work for? So in my view, you can get your money for a media company from a big corporation, from an oligarch who treats you as like a collector's toy, or from the government. And each of those has their benefits, but each of those has their ethical drawbacks. Because if you work for the government, better not go after Justin Trudeau. If you work for a big company, better not say anything that could cause pressure on that company. If you work for an oligarch, you better know what his red lines are, because he'll flick you away like an ant. So only the crowdfunding model, and thank you for letting me talk about it, but we have two friends who said they just, helped us out. I believe that is the most ethical way to operate, and we will, in fact, have those symbolic bricks on the wall. So thanks for letting me tell you a little bit about that. Sheila, over to you.
Well, I think our crowdfunding model is the thing that keeps us most connected to where we come from and the people who support us every day. If we get something wrong, we hear about it nearly instantly from our supporters. And I often wonder, those people who say, oh, you should stop crowdfunding, have they ever actually donated to a crowdfund? If somebody reached out to me and said, I'm not happy with what you did with my crowdfunded money, and I know that they were a donor, absolutely, I would listen to them. Because, they're invested in what we're doing here. But so often it's people who consume our free content, and there's so much of it, complaining that we should stop crowdfunding when they've never contributed a cent, and they reap the rewards of the crowdfunding given by other people.
Well, only about 1 in 1,000 of our viewers actually crowdfund. Mm-hmm. And I'm fine with that, because I want the hearts and minds of the other 999. So if someone said, Ezra, do you only want people who pay to watch? I'd say, oh, no. I want to catch people's attention. And in fact, I enjoy when critics watch. I enjoy when liberals watch. I enjoy reading critical emails. And I have a show every night at 8 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Mountain Time. And most of the time I read letters from, I call them fans. But when I get a good letter from a critic, oh, you bet I read it. I love that debate. It used to be a lot more debate. I don't know if you remember, Sheila. It's probably before your time, but way back in the day, Canada had a kind of debate show like CNN's old show called Crossfire. It was called Face Off, which, by the way, is a great name for a Canadian show. It's got that hockey theme. Yeah. You had a left-wing permanent guest, Judy Rebick, from the Feminist National Action Committee on the Status of Women. And then you had a right-wing permanent guest named Claire Hoy, who was just sort of a grumpy conservative. Actually, he was a good egg. And then you had guests brought on in pairs, a lefty and a righty. And every single night they would have a debate show. And, you could quibble and quarrel with this or that, but every single night they had a debate. That show would never happen in 2023 because they do not allow debates on the CBC. They do not allow, for example, climate skeptics. They do not allow someone who's skeptical about gender, queer issues. The idea of cancel culture and deplatforming has eradicated that show, which was wonderful. And that was 25 years ago. Maybe that's an eternity, but I remember that spirit. They actually tried to bring in dissident voices. Now they try to prosecute dissident voices.
Even the TVO panel that had Jordan Peterson on it facing off with the pronoun crew from about 5 or 6 years ago. I don't think that TVO panel could happen these days.
Yeah.
Or, for example, the thing that I realized, I'm like, oh, I really like Ezra Levant. You debated Andrew Nikiforuk. And I watched that in the very early days of YouTube. And I went back and watched it the other day. And I thought, there's no possible way that you could have that conversation in any real way these days. No one would even hold the event to have that conversation.
Yeah, you're so right. I debated a few folks on the ethical oil, and that was about a decade ago. They'll never happen again. Salty Zero has a comment. I don't live in Canada, but I'm guessing a lot of Canadians would be scratching their heads if Alberta goes liberal. Alberta seems to be the Texas to the north. I agree with your assessment, but like I say, check the math. Unless I'm misremembering, Beto, I'm just Googling it right now. How did he do in his election? I think it was shockingly close. Let's just take a look there. He ran for Senate in 2018. And, oh my God, it was 50.9 to 48.3. Beto O'Rourke, and every conservative mocks him, am I right? Because he's sort of goofy. That goofy guy got 48.3% of the vote. Just Ted Cruz squeaked by him. Ted Cruz, one of the most reliable conservatives in the Senate, only beat Beto by 1.5 points. Did you know that, Sheila?
Yes, I remember the anxiety
And
of
that
the
should
election.
terrify every Texan, and that is what I'm afraid of in Alberta. But you and Adam Soos seem to be putting me at ease. By the way, let me introduce to you a young rebel reporter who's joining us now from Calgary. You may recall him from when he went down to the Coots border crossing. I remember sending Sydney and Kian Simone down there thinking, they'll just stay a day or so. Well, those lads, I think they went down there without a change of clothes for 11 days, and it was bloody cold. But they were the voice of the people, and they showed what was going on in the Coots blockade. And in fact, we've done documentaries based on their work. Joining us now from Calgary is Sydney Fazard. Sydney, great to see you again. How you doing?
Likewise, it's an absolute pleasure. And today of all days, it's certainly going to be an interesting night. So thank you guys for having me on.
Well, come on. You've done great work. And you know what? I believe that your work in Coots, you and Kian Simone were down there. Was it 11 days? And then you went back for more. Am I right on that? Did I get my number right?
Yeah, my final count was 16 days down there. So
16
it was
days.
quite
Embedded with the truckers. And here's my point. The media party, the mainstream media, the regime media, either ignored that or disparaged it. They did not tell the truth about it. You and Kian were embedded with the truckers. You told the story every day. You were literally in the saloon. You were in the meetings as the men spoke and strategized. And you beamed out the news every day. And you brought the Ottawa trucker convoy that was so dominant in Parliament Hill, you brought that to Alberta. Because you know the old saying, Sid, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear, it doesn't make a sound. It's a very zen question, but it's actually a very real question. You've got truckers and farmers and allies blocking the border crossing between Montana and Alberta, but no one reports on it. Did it happen? And the answer is no, and that's why you and Kian Simone being there made it the #1 news story in Alberta, and it was the proximate cause of Jason Kenney blinking and removing the vaccine mandates, and his general mishandling of things eventually led to his ouster as premier. That in turn caused a leadership race in the UCP, and that is what we will learn the result of tonight. In a way, Sid, butterfly effect. You and your colleague tipped a domino, and that domino fell and hit another domino, and here we are, and now we got our whole election on hands. You're that journalist that helped. I think you deserve some paternity for that, Sid. That's me just tooting your horn a bit.
Well, it's much appreciated. And I can say as well, I still remember the moment we had Kian Simone, who's behind the camera right now, actually confirm with authorities after Jason Kenney had made an announcement that peaceful demonstrators or supporters of peaceful demonstrators had physically assaulted RCMP officers. And if we weren't there, we don't know if the public would know that that was actually an untrue statement. But thank you to Kian Simone behind us. He brought that to light. And later on in the blockade, there were excavators that were sabotaged by RCMP on private property with the permission of the property owner. So there were a multitude of actions that took place during the Coutts blockade, and it really is questionable as to whether or not these events would be revealed to the public, at least in the way that we presented them, which we try and do everything we can to bring you the truth and the other side of the story. If we weren't there, it is questionable as to how much of that story would have gotten out there.
That was such an important moment because Jason Kenney said authoritatively and without any doubt that the truckers had, I think that he said they drove their vehicle into the police, and all of a sudden it changed the color of things, the character of things, from a peaceful protest into a violent uprising. And you were there, and in fact you talked to the RCMP. I think we have a clip of it, and I'd like to ask our team in the control room. I just want to show that. I know it's going down a little bit of a rabbit hole, but I think in many ways, Sid, this election is an echo and a redo and a do-over of the pandemic and the lockdowns. Here's what I mean by that. The vengeance and the rage directed at Danielle Smith has been primarily for what? Part of it has been about the Sovereignty Act, that's true. But the majority of it has been because she dared take the civil liberties side of the lockdown debate. And it's as if not only the Kennyites, but the media want their vengeance on the truckers, on the dissidents, and it's remarkable. So yeah, I think we've got that clip now, and I just want to play it because you mentioned it, and this is an example of our citizen journalism fact-checking a government lie in real time and stopping what I think would have been a gross defamation of all the truckers. That's why we were there. Here, take a look at this clip.
Also received reports in the last hour of people allied with the protesters assaulting RCMP officers.
That's a lie.
Unfortunately, it was a relatively minor collision, but a confrontation which led to an assault took place as a direct result of that collision.
And that was an assault on an RCMP officer?
No, that was an assault between the two civilians, between a protester and a civilian.
So Jason Kenney's statement was not true at the press release?
I can tell you what I just told you, sir.
Okay.
But what Jason Kenney said yesterday is not okay. And it's time to answer. It's time to answer. And we just as people want our freedoms back. And we're here to stay until that happens.
All right, thanks for that clip. So did you see what happened there? Jason Kenney said they assaulted a cop. And the cop said, no, just a protester and a civilian had a little bit of a scuffle. No one assaulted the RCMP. That was a lie. But the rest of the media were repeaters of the lie. And I say, Sid, what have been the most vicious, vitriolic attacks on Danielle Smith by the NDP and by the CBC war room for Justin Trudeau? It has all been on dredging up every journalistic comment made by Danielle Smith when she was a radio commentator, expressing her deep concern about civil liberties, about vax mandates. They are trying to get revenge on the people, the truckers, the movement, the civil libertarians who dethroned Kenney and broke the fever in Canada, got rid of the vax mandates. I've said this before, the truckers broke the false consciousness. They broke the fever. They broke the false unanimity. Nationally, of course, but in Alberta too. And that's what set things in motion for this election. Sheila, looks like you want to weigh in.
I do. I have some news, but I don't want to take up too much of Sid's time while we have him. But it is directly related to some commentary that a candidate made about the RCMP at Coots that ultimately disqualified him under Jason Kenney's leadership. But I don't want to take up Sid's time while we have it. It's just because we just got word that I think Rimbey Rocky Mountain House Sundry, their results will be delayed until nearly 10 o'clock tonight because apparently they had a tough time opening up the building where they're the polling station. And that is already a very serious riding to watch, but I can get into that in a minute while we have Sid. I don't know if it's necessary to talk about it right this second.
Okay, now, I mean, I haven't been to Rocky Mountain House or Sundry in a while, but my recollection is that that's about as right-wing as it gets. Am I wrong?
Well, you know what? No, you're not wrong. I'll fill everybody in on the backstory here. So, Rimbey Rocky Mountain House Sundry, that's cowboy country. The Cowboy Trail runs right through that riding, and it is represented by Jason Nixon. Now, Jason Nixon was seen atop Sky Palace with Jason Kenney. He was the Parks and Environment Minister. We used to call it Parks, Environment, and Climate Change. One good thing, Jason Kenney struck that from the title. So he's the Parks and Environment Minister, but he was atop Jason Kenney's Sky Palace booze party while everybody else was locked down. So there was an insurgent MLA, potential nominee candidate. What happened was they staged a coup on the board, replaced all of Jason Nixon's people with their own people. The potential nominee candidate was Tim Hoven. He's the Reeve in the area. So he's already a local politician, very well liked, and he's a rancher. They stage a coup. They take control of the board because they're going to get rid of Nixon. This is last spring. Jason Kenney then disqualifies Tim Hoven from running as a nomination candidate because he made disparaging remarks about the RCMP at Coots. Even though it was the will of the people that Tim Hoven be representing Rimbey Rocky Mountain House Sundry and not Jason Nixon, the people no longer wanted Jason Nixon. So now, as it turns out, Tim Hoven is running as an independent, and he just might win this riding. Wow. Now, he has said, if I win as an independent, I will vote with the UCP. I am a conservative, but he had to go around the party infrastructure that Jason Kenney put in place to prevent him from running against Jason Kenney's friend. It's very, very strange what's happening in Rimbey Rocky Mountain House, but this is the problem with Alberta conservatives, is when you're not conservative enough, we stage these coups all over the place, and sometimes it fractures the party, and sometimes it ends up being drama at the constituency level.
You know, isn't that the truth? And historically, Alberta parties are replaced by challengers from the right. And new challengers, often new parties. Isn't that interesting? That's one of the challenges that Danielle Smith had. Remember, she was an outsider. She was not a sitting MLA. So she was one of those who were agitating in her own way for Jason Kenney to be defenestrated. And then she beat, what was it, 6 other candidates? I can't remember the number. Gave him a bit of a whooping. And she was this outsider, this usurper, as some would say. And so she takes over a party, and obviously the party grassroots support her, but she's also taking over a caucus and a cabinet. And by the way, Jason Kenney refused to even meet with her in a transition meeting. Typically, when a president or a prime minister hands the baton to the successor, they put aside their enmity and they say, all right, here's the ropes and here's how to do it. Jason Kenney refused to even meet with Danielle Smith out of courtesy. He had a pout. He took his marbles and ran off to a law firm called Bennett Jones. And so Danielle Smith has a cabinet full of Kenney loyalists, a caucus of Kenney loyalists, and not all of them had accepted her leadership. Some of them were quite, clearly not enthused with them. If she wins tonight, and I think she might well, her troubles are not necessarily over, because they might say, okay, good, now that we've been reelected, let's get rid of Danielle Smith and put in a proper heir to the Kenney throne. That might be Tyler Shandro. That might be Travis Taves. I don't know. I'm engaging in speculation, but let me say this a different way. Danielle Smith has to put her own imprint on the new government. She has to make it hers. It can't just be her jumping on a horse that Jason Kenney trained. And her troubles are not, even if she wins tonight, her troubles are not yet done. Now, Adam, what do you think? Am I overstating the disagreements within that party?
No, certainly not. But I mean, I think and I do want to ask Sid one more question before we go, but I'll answer your question first. I think that perhaps off the bat, with some of the people deciding that they weren't going to seek re-election, and some of the candidates, the leadership hopefuls not rejoining the party, well, a number of those people have been brought back in the fold, whether it's Rajan Sani, Brian Jean has been intimately connected with this campaign all the way throughout, as well as Rebecca Schultz. So many of the front runners who perhaps seemed at odds and perhaps seemed more aligned with Jason Kenney, they've now been sort of reintegrated and they're intimately involved within this party right across the board. So I think Danielle Smith, while the media has perhaps characterized her as this extreme figure, and we've seen some perhaps inaccurate representations of some of the things she said, I think within the party there's been a bit of a healing and a bit of a coming together. So that was there originally, and I have heard many state that there were sort of some landmines left within the party by some Kenney loyalists on their way out the door. But I think in the face of all this adversity, whether it be hostile press, whether it be infighting within the Conservative Party, Danielle Smith seems to have prevailed, brought people together. She seems to be able to connect people in a way that creates that sense of unity. I kind of joked the other day, Conservatives have been talking forever about a big tent party. Well, the rally we saw in Calgary the other night was one of the first literal big tent events I've seen. There's people of all backgrounds. Alex Dollywell, one of our other great reporters who'll be joining us later, commented on this. And well, it was so many people, whether they be freedom-oriented, whether they be red Tories, social conservative, it didn't really matter. They seemed to be coming together and rallying behind this person. And I think the incessant attacks that she's endured, well, I think they may have contributed to that. They set her up as such a villain, they set her up as such an opponent, and then when people actually took a little bit of time to get to know Danielle Smith, they're like, well, this isn't quite what I'm being told. That seems to have rallied people together.
You know, I think she exceeded expectations in the leadership debate, and the NDP. I think that the sort of in the closing moments they came across as a little bit sour and negative, which is contrary to Rachel Notley's great strength. Her great strength is that she is a smiling, friendly, normal, neighborly woman, attractive but not too attractive. Someone both men and women can say, I like her. She seems nice. I'd like her as a neighbor. She seems kind. She's good with animals. She's good with babies. And my point is, it's the feeling that this is a normal woman, and no, she's not a crazy socialist. I wish that she was my neighbor. So Rachel Notley's great success is that she had a disastrous, shocking, radical, frankly, communist edge to her substance. In fact, she used to wear a Che Guevara wristwatch. But she had such a nice smile. Like, she's got a great smile when she smiles with her eyes. And I know you might be thinking, Ezra, why are you talking so much about physical appearances?
Yes,
why? Because how do you think Justin Trudeau won? Because of how he looks and feels, not because of what he thinks. And that's how it is. How does someone look and feel? And the media party managed to paint Danielle Smith, who I think looks quite pleasant also. They painted her as an agitator, as a chaotic risk and danger, as an extremist. And it's the feelings. There wasn't enough talk about substance, carbon taxes, submitting to Ottawa. If this had been a campaign about substance, it would have been an absolute United Conservative Party Danielle Smith blowout. But it has been a campaign about feelings and fears and emotions, which is how the left usually wins. But I think maybe Rachel Notley overplayed her hand. Adam, what do you think?
Sid has to get back to me. If I could ask Sid one question quick, because I think he can bring a unique perspective to this that perhaps us as born Albertans don't have. Obviously, Ezra, you're out east. You're still a Calgary boy at heart, I think, but you're out east. Sheila, you're an Alberta girl. I'm an Alberta boy. Sid, now an Alberta boy, but he is a fresh incomer. From your perspective, as someone coming in from the outside, when you came here, obviously you were with Rebel already, but what was it that you were seeking? And do you think that some people who are maybe supporting the NDP don't understand why Alberta has that Alberta advantage?
Well, I can speak. When I came here, in a sense, there was that vision of, the Texas of Canada, the Texas of Canada. But when I got here, it was actually a week or 2 weeks from the starting point of the restrictions exemption program. And of course, you asked Jason Kenney about this directly. Are we going to have a vaccine passport here in Alberta? And what was his response? No, we're not going to do that. And a couple of weeks later, he basically did the same thing with a different name, called it the restrictions exemption program. So from the onset, and being new to Alberta politics, of course, I saw this, and I saw it evolve eventually into my time at the Coutts Blockade, where there were these two factions within the United Conservative Party. And they dueled it out, and Danielle Smith rose out of the ashes of that conflict, in a sense. But now, moving into this election with Rachel Notley and Danielle Smith, there's the two camps in the UCP versus the NDP party, and neither camp on the UCP wants an NDP party. Both of them see that as the worst case scenario. So certainly now I think there's going to be more unity in the United Conservative Party. And then, as Ezra mentions, after the election is done, there might be some shenanigans that go on internally, but they want this win. Everybody in Alberta pretty much wants this win, except for those who would support the League.
All right, Sid, it's great to see you. Adam, thanks for that. I want to just tell you it's 9:28 p.m. Eastern, 7:28 p.m. Mountain. The polls will close in 32 minutes. But on deck, and I just want to check to see if she is nearby, our old friend Chris Sims from the Taxpayers Federation. She's not there yet, so I just see that on my schedule, but she is not in position. No problem. There is so much to talk about. Sheila, go ahead.
Do you know? Yeah, I was going to say, let me help you rag the puck here. I wanted to make a comment about what you had mentioned about the debate performances, because Rachel Notley did not come across as her matronly, sort of calm self. She came across as harsh, squawking. Her appearance was harsh. Her makeup was weird. Her hair was weird and abnormal, overly done. She wasn't what we were expecting. Danielle Smith, on the flip side, she sort of looked soft and natural and nice. She spoke directly to Albertans. She had a very specific tone. I think whoever coached either women on the debate, Danielle Smith whoever was coaching her did a great job. Whoever was coaching Rachel Notley did a very poor job. And it played out almost immediately in the poll results. Janet Brown saw this in the poll results, that Rachel Notley immediately lost women because of that debate performance. It was women who didn't like that sort of aggressive, weird yelling at Danielle Smith, who's talking directly to Albertans about what she's going to do and her vision. It really turned off female voters, at least according to Janet Brown.
And she's been known as one of the most accurate pollsters in Alberta. There was another moment, and I don't want to overstate the importance of journalists' feelings. I'm a journalist and I have feelings, but typically when I start talking about them is when people say, boring, switch the channel. Because that's how I feel when I hear journalists whine about things. No one cares. But I want to show a clip of, we don't have it yet? Rachel Notley started to ban any journalist who even criticized her. Our alumnus, Cian Bexty, they actually called police to eject him from a press conference, and he was being very well behaved. I know Cian Bexty pretty well. He can be rambunctious, but
abnormally behaved.
He was on his best behavior. He was being very deferential. He even told the NDP in advance exactly what his question was, to put them at ease that it wasn't going to be an attack. He was using his indoors voice. He was on his best behavior. They literally called the cops to kick him out. They delayed the whole press conference an hour to accommodate that. I mean, I'll ask Adam and Alex Dollywall and the rest of our team on the ground if they had been kept out of her events, but I think Rachel Notley basically kept Rebel News out of all the events. There was an event where Nigel Hannaford of Western Standard, and Nigel, I've known him for a while. He's about, he's in his golden years almost. I'm going to guess he's 65. And I say that as a compliment because he's so seasoned and such a gentleman. And he's such decorum. He's got a British accent. He comes across as a classy guy. And the Western Standard sent Nigel Hannaford to a Rachel Notley event. No one in the world has ever said Nigel Hannaford is mean. He's a the best of the British tradition of manners. And they called him names and wouldn't let him talk. And then finally, and let me know if we have the quote, we have the video. Jonathan Bradley, you can find it on my Twitter feed if that helps. Jonathan Bradley, so obsequiously nice, goes to an NDP event, and they look him in the eye and said, "You are not allowed in because you're a hate criminal. You're spreading hatred against our candidates by criticizing them." So you have, as someone said with a smile, but you're calling cops on journalists. You're calling journalists who ask critical questions, you're calling them hate criminals. You're telling a grandfatherly gentleman that he's unacceptable. And you might be doing it with that Rachel Notley smile, but I think people are saying, whoa, are you actually what your critics say you are? Are you actually an authoritarian who would engage in censorship? And I think that's my point, is Rachel Notley won in 2015 because she came across as harmless and friendly and smiley. And I think she went so hard and so negative against Danielle Smith, and so hard and so negative against Rebel News, True North Center, Counter Signal, Western Standard, anyone who was right of center. I think we've got the clip there. Is that the clip that you guys have? Here, I want to show it to you. I mean, and this is just a little clip. I mean, it's just what I described. If you know Jonathan Bradley, and I know him, he is mild-mannered. Let me just leave it at that. And look at them call him a hate criminal. Take a look.
Jonathan Bradley, Western Standard. I got a question about the
Hey, don't yell your questions out, okay? You know that we have a policy with your particular outlet where you have operated in hate speech against our candidates.
Have we
won't be
violated
taking
criminal code
questions
Canada?
from you. I've gone over this, Jonathan, several times. Happy to continue talking about it. Happy to have that discussion with your editors. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Touching the camera, blocking the hand, you've engaged in hate speech and blocking the shot. Like he I don't know, maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe this is a case of a whiny journalist and I'm sympathizing with a whiny journalist. But I think there was a flicker. The Albertans, I think, are pretty comfy with free speech. And Western Standard and Jonathan Bradley are not mean. I mean, they have strong opinions, but to call him a hate speecher, Adam Soos, what do you think of that? Oh, I'm not sure if we've got your audio there. Do we got Adam's mic? While we fix that up, Sheila, we got you, Adam. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've experienced this firsthand. What's absolutely disgusting about it, right after we had that incident where there was the UCP protest interruption, and those folks rushed in, had their signs, we played the clip, the guy with the hat, all that stuff. I honestly believe that the NDP wanted to create a similar circumstance, because it was after that I attended an NDP event, and when I got there, they escorted me in, they said it was going to be no problem. I asked if I could ask two follow-up questions, or if follow-up questions would be allowed, and they were like, yeah, no problem whatsoever. But they had a security guard, the same security guard actually, who wound up going after Kean Bexty. They had it parked directly behind me, and they also had another staff or someone helping out on this event intentionally blocking my camera, to the extent that a couple of the camera people from Global and CTV actually interjected and told this guy to stop. Then when I went up to ask my question, and they had the security guard following me the whole time, well, they actually basically pretended to hand me the mic and then pulled it away. It's so petty. They were trying to get a reaction out of me, hoping that I would create a scene, and it didn't happen, because I could tell right away the game they were playing at. The next day, a couple days later, it happened with Kean Bexty, and they used the exact same language as was used about the UCP event. They referred to Kean Bexty as a protester. They were trying to play victim. They were trying to run a counter narrative. That's what they were doing the whole time. I called it immediately. In fact, I wrote it in our internal communications. This is what they're trying to do. It's going to happen again in the next couple days. Lo and behold, that's what happened.
Isn't that so clever? That's exactly what they wanted, to provoke an incident with Jonathan Bradley. It's not going to happen. With Nigel Hannaford, not going to happen. With Kean Bexty, could happen, didn't happen. With you, wasn't going to happen. They were looking for a viral moment of some right-wing journalists going crazy when in fact they were the crazy ones. And maybe this was not a wider factor, but I think there are a number of Albertans who care about civil liberties. I acknowledge it's not as important as other issues like the carbon tax and jobs and pipelines and, the bizarre and discredited idea of safe supply of hard drugs, which is such a woke idea. There's a lot of other things that are more important than the feelings of journalists, but I think it's a glimpse into the heart and soul of NDPers, the fact that they're trying to entrap. And when you call police on a journalist, time to check your bearings. Hey, I've got some news. Our friend Chris Sims from the Taxpayers Federation is on deck. What a pleasure to introduce her. Hey, Chris, nice to see you. Where are you today?
I'm in downtown Calgary. I'm actually talking to you from the Western Standard office. I've snuck into a corner office and barricaded the door.
Well, that's great. You'll have to say hi to them. We were just talking about the Western Standard, Nigel Hannaford, Jonathan Bradley, and Western Standard's done a great job throughout this campaign. And you know what? In 2015, when we covered the insurgent NDP and Sheila Gunn Reid published her book, The Destroyers, Rebel News was alone amongst independent citizen journalists. And along the way, look what happened. The movement has grown. Western Standard.news, Cian Bexty, an alumnus of ours with the Counter Signal, True North. So I like the fact that there is now a community of independent journalists. And I bet that suits you too, Chris, because of course, I don't know, you're a critic of all things government-y. And these days, most of the regime media, even if they say they're private and independent, their number one source of revenue for any newspaper in this country, the number one source of revenue for every radio and TV station in this country, is Justin Trudeau. And don't tell me that doesn't make a difference.
It makes a huge difference. And as a longtime journalist in both mainstream and, I don't know, were we kind of mainstream at Sun News Network, Ezra? I can't remember. We had the mainstream of the Sun newspapers, but Sun News Network was definitely fighty. And so it's hard to see journalists being paid by the government. They shouldn't be. Yeah. That goes for left wing or right wing or space alien. We don't care. Journalists should not be being paid by the government. And it's interesting, you were talking about journalists getting thrown out of political events and press conferences. I thought you and I had it bad enough when we were getting tossed out of protests, when things would get hairy at Sun News Network. I never thought that we'd actually see official politicians getting mild-mannered reporters in trouble and saying that we're not going to speak to you. So this cancel culture siloed thing has really taken on a new life. And so hopefully, if we get the government funding of media canceled, they can hit a reset button and they can build back up and they can get subscriptions and they can get voluntary support and donations. And maybe that'll clear things up.
Hey, Chris, what do you think the number one issue in this campaign has been? I think it's been the civil liberties questions about the lockdowns and the vaccines. And I know at least the left has tried to make that, and by that I mean the media and the NDP. You're with the Taxpayers Federation. Do you think issues like the carbon tax and the war on fossil fuels, do you think that got enough ink and airtime? Or did the media party sort of ignore that because they know it would benefit the United Conservative Party? What's your take on how taxes were treated?
I didn't see a lot of coverage, to be fair, about things like the carbon tax. However, I did see quite a bit of coverage when Rachel Notley made her announcement that they were going to suddenly jack up the corporate tax rate from 8% to 11%. And maybe that's because it came out of her own mouth and it was during an official press conference. And so it just rolled with it that way. But I saw a lot of press coverage that way. Now, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, we've been around since 1990. As you said in your podcast a couple of days ago, even former Premier Jason Kenney used to have my job as the Alberta director. And so our supporters are in the thousands, and there are a lot of them are in Alberta. The main thing they tell me is affordability. And that includes things like their fuel prices, their food prices, and how much it costs them to open up shop and do business. And so that's why we've really focused on this, on balancing the budget, making sure you're fighting against Trudeau's carbon tax, and making sure things are more affordable. For the first time, Ezra, I got to say, I've had a spike in people phoning me who are working class, they're working jobs. These folks are hardworking, but they're using food banks. That's really disturbing to hear. And so the carbon tax does make food cost more because, of course, everything that's shipped to you on a train or a truck uses diesel, And diesel, of course, has Justin Trudeau's carbon tax on it, and he's going to triple it. So yeah, as far as our supporters go here in Alberta, the affordability stuff was right up here. I think it got a reasonable amount of play, but there was a little bit too much of the back and forth fluffy stuff I found.
I want to hand you over to my friend Sheila Gunn Reid, because of course she's really plugged in these issues. Sheila, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to talk to Chris a little bit about my beloved friend Chris, by the way, whom I don't get to talk to enough. There are other ways that the government subsidizes media instead of just doing it directly. For example, in Alberta in 2015, 2016, 2017, as media was contracting in the legislature press gallery, those journalists were going directly to work for the government. They were becoming issues managers, they were becoming press secretaries, and they are not saying a word when people like Cian Bexy or Alex Dollywall of Rebel News or Adam Soos of Rebel News are getting tossed out of NDP events. Cheryl Oates works in communications on the Notley's campaign. She was with Global. John Archer, although he's no longer with the NDP and he's got some problems lately, he was with CBC. He was instrumental in blocking us. There are so many journalists working for the NDP and they aren't speaking up. And you would expect that they would. And I ask you this as a journalist, but also someone who cares about the bloated size and scope of a journalist. What do we do here?
I think actually this has to require conversations that are one-on-one and private. Mm-hmm. And you need to just tell them, hey, you got to do the right thing here. Now, I can speak to this taking off my CTF hat and speaking as a journalist, a longtime journalist, and somebody who's worked and jumped over the fence to work in communications, to be perfectly fair. We all used to kind of stick up for each other, right? So to give you an example, when I was at Sun News Network, I was working on Parliament Hill. I was a member of the Parliamentary Press Gallery. I was going to be going into a private event that still had a lot of speakers and stuff at it. I think it was a Manning event with Preston Manning, and the current Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, was there. And I was standing there next to Katie, who is this little reporter for the Hill Times. We probably vote differently, but she's always been polite. She's always been friendly to me, and we just respected each other as colleagues. We're about to go through the door, and the kid at the door said, okay, you can come in, Chris, but Katie, you're not allowed. And I said, the hell you're not. This is a Parliamentary Press Gallery sponsored event. It says it's open to media, right? Yes, but she's not allowed. I said, why? Oh, 'cause. So it's supposed to be that you stick up for each other. Now, there are exceptions. If you are disrupting press conferences and hurling swear words and invectives, of course, don't act like a jerk. But if you're there to ask tough questions and hold people to account, hello, that's your job. That's literally your job as a journalist. And so that used to be standard. And I don't know why that's changed. It shouldn't have changed. And so I really would encourage anyone who's still in mainstream media right now, reach across the aisle to the government side or the communication side and talk to those old friends of yours and say, hey, why are you not arguing for press freedom here in Canada? And again, I don't care if it's Rebel, my friends here at Rebel, or folks over at Canada Land, you deserve a right to hold the powerful to account. And that's the form of journalism.
I think the soft corruption of government money has a lot to do with why the media doesn't speak up.
Which is why you need to defund it. This is why, okay? This is why you need to defund the CBC. It's over $1 billion. This is why you need to defund the media, right? It's around $500 billion or $500 million or so forth. Because again, the state shouldn't pay for journalism. It doesn't matter in which direction. They shouldn't be paying for journalism. I'll put it this way. I've given this analogy before. Picture yourself as a reporter, even like a smaller newspaper reporter, and $13,000 of your salary comes from Justin Trudeau's government, okay? You're up on Parliament Hill. You're a member of the press gallery. Are you going to chase those cabinet ministers down hallways and ask tough questions, potentially embarrassing questions, when you know, your brain knows that a huge chunk of your salary is coming from that cabinet? You can't. You can't. No human being would be expected to be able to do so. And even Andrew Coyne, who's very mainstream, has said this is an obvious conflict of interest. And so it has to be stopped.
Hey, Chris, thanks so much for joining us. It's great to catch up with you. And it's fun to have you joining us from the offices of the Western Standard. Give our regards to Derek and the team out there, and keep fighting for freedom. You know, I always boast about the Taxpayers Federation. And earlier in our conversation tonight, we talked about the importance of crowdfunding, because it means you're beholden to no one. There's no hidden hand. And the Taxpayers Federation, like Rebel News, has a policy: never take government money. I don't know if you use the word crowdfunding as much as we do. That's just a phrase we use. And that's the reason I trust you and your colleagues, because I know you, like us, work for the people. And that's why everyone respects the Taxpayers Federation. They know you're in no one's pocket. All the best to you and the team, my friend. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Great studio. Congratulations on it.
Right on. Thank you for that. Well, that's a friendly compliment. You know, and thanks again to Olivia and Efron for setting things up. I'm sure we'll tweak things over the days ahead, maybe adjust the lighting or something here, get a seat with a cushion on it. But you know what? It's great to be in the new studio, and I haven't broken anything yet. I want to call upon our next guest, and he's been a conservative political watcher, activist, government relations feller for a lot of years. His name is Brad Tennant. And you know what? I was just looking at a column he wrote a couple of years ago called "The UCP is More United Than a Lot of Pundits Believe." And it was a story that he wrote in our friends at True North. And I read that headline, "The UCP is more united than a lot of pundits believe." But look at the date on it. November 28th, 2021. And alas, it would be the next year that the party, well, at least, I don't know about if they were disunited, but half of them voted to give the boot to Jason Kenney. Well, we are in a similar position with a new leader trying to keep together the different strands of the party. And I'd like to ask Brad Tennant, who is now a big shot in government relations in Alberta, does he believe that the UCP is united? I don't know if we have Brad ready to roll. Am I getting a little ahead of myself, or is he ready?
There he is.
There he is. Brad, welcome to our Rebel News broadcast. I'm delighted to report that we have nearly 3,400 people watching on YouTube, and on Rumble we have nearly 5,000. So we're coming up on 10,000 concurrent viewers, and the polls haven't even closed. Brad, it's great to have you here. I was just referring to an article you wrote for True North a couple years ago about the party being united, and that's what's on my mind, because Danielle Smith was an outsider. She wasn't from the caucus. She had flavorful views. She was a critic of Jason Kenney, and there were some grumbles. How do you think let's say the party wins tonight. I want to be optimistic. Does Danielle Smith, does it work for her actually only really begin tonight? What's your thought on that whole thing?
Well, first, thanks for having me, Ezra. It's not as nice here as it is in your new fancy studio, but we're trying to have a good time here nonetheless. You know, and I think you asked an important question here, and I think this is something that's been seen here over the last month. The NDP, which started this campaign, focused on negative advertising, focused on Danielle Smith, has really tried to set this message that the UCP is not united. I can say that through campaign offices, through our local MLAs, through different campaigns here are united. Danielle's been traveling the province. She's been working with different campaigns, different elements of the party, rural and urban, and everything of the sort. So I think that this campaign has shown that it's united. And if you want an example of that, just look at how far down the media and NDP and parts of the NDP had to go to find a conservative who would speak out against Danielle Smith. For example, like they could only bring up MLAs that had long been against the UCP since the starting of the merger, or had long been against the United Conservative Party. So, look, I think the UCP is united. I think that I could say through door knocking, this is a voting base that does not want the NDP back, and I think that this is a party that's united.
Now, Brad, I want to ask you one more question before I turn you over to my colleagues. I know that you have a history as an advocate for what I like to call ethical oil. And the war in Ukraine, by the way, is an absolute reminder that if you're not buying oil from Canada's oil sands, you're buying it from one of the world's authoritarian regimes, whether it's Russia or OPEC. And I can only daydream what would have happened had we built the Keystone XL pipeline, the Trans Mountain pipeline, the Northern Gateway pipeline. the Energy East pipeline right now, not only would Canada be wealthier, but that's on the oil side, and getting LNG going, Canada could have really not only helped ourselves, but actually helped the world. Because the biggest weapon that Vladimir Putin has is the energy weapon. That's where he gets all his money from, and that's how he has Europe over a barrel. So let me ask you, I mean, it's been 10 years since I wrote a book called Ethical Oil, and really things are actually worse now in terms of getting oil to market. What's your long-term prognosis for Alberta's oil and gas sector? I mean, there's people out there who say we have to transition off it down to zero. What do you think the future is for Alberta oil and gas?
Well, and I think in the last 10 years, you've seen, Ezra, really since you wrote that book and beginning from there, people have become vocal defenders of the oil and gas industry. I think that that's an industry that a lot of people have benefited from. A lot of individuals have been able to make a good living, provide for their family, and then power every single part of our lives, as well as the international benefit that comes from Alberta being a player in the energy market. So I think the last 10 years have been massive for an industry of people that don't usually defend themselves to start defending themselves. Now, I think there was a bit of a head start done by activists who are against the oil and gas industry, and they've really been pushing, as you know. So, they had a bit of a head start on this, but I do think, whether you look at the movement of Cody Battershill and individuals like that in Calgary who have been fighting for oil and gas sector, that there is a movement going further and further. I was at the Calgary Marathon yesterday, and if I saw one, I probably saw 30 people wearing I Heart Oil Sands shirts. This is something that Albertans are defending, and I think it expands even beyond oil and gas for resource sectors we have to defend. We saw an NDP activist or an NDP candidate during this campaign compare oil and gas to slavery. We saw many NDP activists, our NDP campaigners who were formerly anti-energy activists. So this is something we've got to remain vocal in, and I think people are starting to understand this. This is something that 10 years ago it might have been rare to be vocal in defense of, but something going forward, I don't think a lot of Canadians who see the benefits of our resource sector ever will be again.
Yeah, you'd think that those revelations about NDP candidates saying end oil, leave it in the ground, would be disqualifying. It even more shocking than what they said is the fact that Rachel Notley said, yep, that's our guy. We're talking with Brad Tennant. He is the Vice President for Alberta of Wellington Advocacy. Let me hand you over to my good friend, Sheila Gunn Reid.
I just want to build on something Ezra was talking about there. Yeah, the mainstream media is not talking about these anti-oil kookaloos. They're completely getting a pass by the mainstream media. Instead, the mainstream media is dusting off disgruntled former, I guess, somebodies who've been nobodies for the last 8 to 10 years, like Thomas Lukaszuk, to question the UCP. You pointed out that this is just a sign of desperation. Is this a reflection of just how bad the internal polling is for the NDP? I'll ask you to speculate.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would have to speculate, but I can remember last campaign, they did the exact same rerun of this. They did a campaign then where, they paid an actor to create an ad and say that actor supported Jim Prentice and would never support Jason Kenney or the UCP this time around. And then I remember it took hours until people learned this was an actor who was very, very against the PCs the entire time and basically an NDP activist. They saved the money on actual hiring actors this time, and they just went with, gentlemen like Thomas Lukaszuk. I guess they'll work for free to do these sort of things. But it was the exact same thing they did in 2019. Pretty much the exact same characters. So unique, but a sign of desperation maybe, but definitely not a sign of anything new.
Brad, it's great to have you with us. I know you're very busy and you have much to do, but I want to invite my colleague Adam Soos to put a question to you, and then we'll let you go and do your magic out there. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, so beyond the sort of drama actors and all that staging, I also wanted to sort of ask your perspective on the media coverage of this election. It seems like there'd be a great deal made of all the sort of personal attacks, the pulling up of old radio clips that were done on a talk show. Just to what extent do you think that the, I would argue, biased media coverage of this election perhaps skewed results? And do you view, if there is a UCP win tonight, that is even more of a win because it was a success despite all that effort pushing against them?
Yeah, and I think a good question and in two important parts. So I think, there is some bias in the media. I think conservatives have encountered that for some time, and I think it's something that, conservatives are learning how to act with. with. Like, they've got to be able to speak directly to their voters. They can't count on the media filter. So I think Conservatives, and look, they're not going to be perfect when they're trying this first. It's a unique challenge to me. But I think Conservatives are getting better and better at that. And, I think that, at the same time, the mainstream media isn't something to ignore. It's something to work through. But I also think folks at home are starting to see sometimes that the media can see things a different way than they can, and it's up to them a little bit to do their own investigation. And secondly, I think this would be a huge win if the UCP can do it. There's been a lot of challenges. Going back to the article Ezra brought up, like, there's been a lot of challenges in the last year. There's been a lot of challenges that have come. And all that being said, if the UCP can complete this, I think that's a very, very good thing. It's a very, very good thing for us to point towards in the future. And it's a good thing to rally around. But nothing you could take for granted, right? Like, you're not going to win as a Conservative without a concerted effort. And if we do it here, it's something worth celebrating.
There you have it, Brad Tennant, Vice President for Alberta of Wellington Advocacy. Thanks for taking the time with us. Good luck to you and your advocacy. And we'll say goodbye to you now. And Sheila, one of your most fan-favorite guests, is on deck to talk to us next. And I'm not sure if this was a big issue in the campaign, because most of the efforts to grab the firearms of lawful gun owners, hunters, farmers, ranchers, seems to come from Ottawa. But let me invite you to welcome Tracy Wilson onto the show, and I'd like to hear her perspective on things. Over to you, Sheila.
Thank you very much.
Great. Joining us now is my friend Tracy Wilson of the Canadian Coalition for Firearms Rights. And I'm so happy to have you weigh in on our election coverage, because I think Alberta has really been leading the way in making Canada more free for firearms owners. Danielle Smith with her Sovereignty Act and with her focus on public safety as opposed to gun grabs is giving other provinces and jurisdictions the power to say, you know what, us too.
100%. You're totally right. In fact, I think in the gun owning community across the country, all eyes are on Alberta tonight. And I speaking of what Ezra just said, that guns didn't seem to come up as much of an election issue. He's right. And I think, maybe Rachel Notley missed an opportunity there in the inner cities. But here in Ottawa, I know we've been watching this all along. Of course, Alberta has absolutely led the fight for gun owners across the country and inspired help from other provinces. They've introduced the Alberta Firearms Act, Law 9. There's a bunch of measures within there that are very protectionist for gun owners. Of course, they've also appointed Dr. Terry Bryant as CFO, and she's, without question, the best CFO across the country, a bona fide technical expert, a historian, a collector. And then, of course, they've also intervened in our federal court challenge, which has now gone through the system. We had our 8-day trial here in the federal court in Ottawa, and we are now just waiting a decision. And of course, that's against the May 2020 OIC. So Alberta is all in with gun owners.
Now, I wanted to ask you also, one of the things that I know that you talk a lot about is the focus on public safety, as opposed to looking at gun owners as though they are the public safety problem. I think Danielle Smith has sort of intimidated the feds into bail reform. She made an announcement that, if the feds weren't going to monitor dangerous offenders being released into Alberta, well, we would just slap our own ankle bracelets on them. And sure as heck, about 5 days later, the feds make an announcement saying that they are going to pursue bail reform for some dangerous offenders. I think that's an important thing, that it's making the feds reassess who they really think the bad guys are. Because up until very recently, it's been you and me, Tracy.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I think down deep, it still is for them, because we are the political football for them, right? But yes, it is impossible for this federal government to go on its record. Its records on public safety speaks for itself. You've got, 8 years of continued attacks against gun owners, multi-billion-dollar gun bans, all kinds of crazy stuff coming down the pipe at the very people not committing the crime. At the same time, you have them not only weakening bail, but weakening sentencing to begin with for very serious violent crimes. So it's impossible to tout all these gun bans and this gun control as a positive public safety measure at the same time you're letting criminals back out. And they've been hearing it from police chiefs across the country. And I think they've been under a lot of pressure. And I appreciate, besides being a gun owner and an advocate for legal firearms owners, I'm a mother and a grandmother, and I want a safer country. And I do appreciate Danielle Smith kind of forcing them into finally doing something. So I think what they've tabled is pretty weak sauce. And, there's definitely room for improvement. So hopefully there'll be amendments. But yeah, I think they've had no choice but to sort of capitulate on some of these things, right?
Ezra?
You know what, Tracy? It's great to hear that point of view, and I'm glad you're fighting like heck. Alberta has done important things on firearms. It's a provincial matter. The idea that Trudeau can put his nose into matters that are outside of his jurisdiction, in Quebec, it's taken as for granted that that's outrageous. But I think the other provinces have been trained and tamed into accepting these intrusions. And Danielle Smith got a lot of blowback for talking about the Sovereignty Act, but really, how's that anything other than the English version of what Quebec has been doing for 50 years? So I think you're right on that. It's great to catch up with you, my friend, but I should tell you that it is now 8:02 Mountain Time, 10:02 out here in the Big Smoke. And if I'm not mistaken, that means the voting is closed, except for I understand there may have been the odd location where voting was extended. I think I heard there was a place that was extended by an hour. But that means the die is cast, and we'll start to get results very quickly. Tracy, we'll say goodbye to you now. Thank you very much for joining us, and thanks for advocating for the firearms community and fighting an uphill battle in the media party. And we're always glad to have you on our channel.
It's a pleasure to be here, and God bless Alberta.
Right on. Isn't she great?
Thank you.
Tracy Wilson, a fan favorite on Sheila's show. By the way, if you're just joining us now, let me welcome you. We have 5,386 people watching on rumble.com. We have 3,492 on YouTube. We're also streaming on Odyssey and Getter. So pretty much everywhere you look, you're going to see Rebels. Now, there are some think tanks in Alberta that promote the Alberta way who want to stop Alberta being auto-washed. One of those think tanks is called the Alberta Institute, which I think is a good name for a think tank from that province. Their boss is Peter McCaffrey, and I think he's one of the boldest fighters around. Peter joins us now. I'm going to hand the mic over to my colleague, Adam Soos, to give a proper welcome to Peter and put him some questions on what the province has been through in recent weeks. Over to you, Adam.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. I guess just first off, what do you get? What's the impression you're getting? What's sort of the energy at this event, and where do you see this thing going in a couple hours' time?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to take a couple of hours. I do think we're going to know reasonably soon. Even if it's tight, I think the advance votes are going to tell us quite a bit, and we expect them to come in pretty quickly. The mood here, I've had a bit of a wander around, seems reasonably optimistic. I think most people just don't really know what's going to happen, right? Like it's a bit unusual for an Alberta election, but that's where we're at. So yeah.
And now, do you suspect, you can look at the numbers, you can see a lot of things would have to go the NDP's way for them to come out with a win. Are you suspecting if some of those, there's probably about a dozen that are up for grabs, if we see 2 or 3 of those get pretty quick results coming in with what looks like a UCP win, that this thing's going to be called pretty quickly?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. So if the polls are right, it'll be a moderate UCP win, but because there's basically no third party vote, all of the Liberal and the Alberta Party vote is basically rolled up into the NDP, even just a small swing, even just a small deviation from what the polls are suggesting could flip it the other way. So a couple of points in the NDP's favour compared to the polls, and we could have a very tight NDP government. A couple of points the other way, and potentially you could actually see the UCP get a higher vote share as a percentage than the Jason Kenney UCP did last time. It would still be a much narrower result because the fact that the Alberta Party vote has basically disappeared, but that's kind of how we're in this weird situation. I could give you a list of all of the tight seats. The one I'm probably going to look at is Calgary-Bow.
Yeah.
I think, there's a bunch of other seats in Calgary that are going to be important, a couple elsewhere. But Calgary-Bow for me is really interesting because if the NDP can't win Calgary-Bow, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for them to win the election. For the UCP, if the UCP lose Calgary-Bow and the NDP do win Calgary-Bow, there's still a few other paths and a few other avenues for the NDP to win, for the UCP to win. Like you said, it's a much narrower path for the NDP. But yeah, if Calgary-Bow is going UCP, that's probably the election to the UCP, and then it's just a question of how tight it's going to be.
And that will very much, I think, be sort of a litmus test. We use that term a few times, because the NDP stuck Drew Farrell there. They're really pushing with the star candidate against Dimitri Nicolaitis. Do you think that looking at that instance, that outcome, if it is a significant win for the UCP, that will likely seal the deal as a sort of microcosm of what we're going to see broadly?
Yeah, you've hit on exactly the other reason why I'm looking at Bow as well, and that's the candidates. Like I said, Dimitri Nicolaitis, cabinet minister all through the Kenney years, stayed as a cabinet minister during Danielle Smith's tenure, has been relatively uncontroversial, relatively popular, is definitely on the more progressive side, so it's going to appeal more to Calgary-style voters. And then Drew Farrell, star candidate, well-known name. If Drew Farrell can't hold cabinet minister in this election, then I don't see any winning. So.
And then let's jump to our studio. I don't know if Sheila or Ezra have any questions for you.
I got a question, and that is, what has the role of the activist media been in this election? And by that I mean the CBC and in particular. I mean, I just want to refer to one thing. We talked about this about an hour ago, the civil liberties questions. The CBC published a story about a month ago that claims Danielle Smith improperly sent emails to prosecutors telling them not to prosecute any more lockdown or pandemic cases. They were very clear. This caused a scandal. The public service searched more than 1 million emails, couldn't find any. Every one of the 44 prosecutors that touches lockdown or pandemic cases said, no, I have never received an email. I don't know what that is. Some of them were quite incensed that it had been suggested that they were tampered with. All 32 members of the Premier's staff testified that they had, and there was no evidence of it. In fact, a former judge, Marguerite Trussler, who's now the ethics commissioner, issued a ruling saying there is no evidence whatsoever that that's true. The CBC later clarified and said, well, they actually hadn't seen these emails, but they really, really, really believe they happened. Thanks for letting me tell you that background story. Here's my point. That's an insane thing to say. When all 44 prosecutors say we have not received an email, when all 32 people in the Premier's office say we didn't send one, and when the Independent Public Service searched 1 million records, couldn't find one, and the CBC is still to this day publishing it as if it's true. Talk about misinformation and disinformation. And I would just like you to tell me if that and other antics, especially by the Trudeau CBC state broadcaster, have had an effect, or do you think maybe they've caused a backlash against that heavy-handedness, or do you think people believe it? What has the role of the media been?
But the way I might, both on that issue and on a bunch of other issues, the way I might portray it is that really there's a presumption of guilt if it's a Conservative party or a Conservative politician who's done something, and they're obligated to prove that something didn't happen. Whereas if it's the other way around, there's a presumption of innocence, and they're expected to not have to prove anything, and there's the report what is said. So I think that's part of the challenge. I think you and I have talked about this before, Ezra. Like, it's absolutely vital for our democracy that we get taxpayer funding out of media. Like, we just cannot have the situation where one side is forced to pay for the political opinions of the other side. Like, it's just not fair, and it's not sustainable. I'll give you another example. Rosie Barton had her show, her weekly Sunday show, hosted here in Calgary yesterday. And at one point, she had her political pal on and introduced it saying, well, we never have partisans on the show, but we've made an exception for you, Naheed Nenshi, who the day before had just endorsed the NDP, and then proceeded to spend his entire time on the show talking about how amazing the NDP were and denigrating the UCP. And it was kind of a joke that they were making an exception for him because he's so amazing, right? So it's like... Nobody has any objection to media and journalists having their own political opinions. Just don't make us pay for it, right?
So whose show was that?
That was Rosemary Barton's show yesterday.
She's so gross. Can we get the image of her with the selfie and Justin Trudeau? I mean, for Rosemary Barton, who literally went on a platonic date with Justin Trudeau. Do you remember that walk and talk date? If you guys can find that, I just got to show Peter. I don't know if he saw it. Like, they went on a walking date through Ottawa. Why do I call it a date? Because they were walking and she was smiling and touching her hair and giggling a little bit. And her questions were, so what books are you reading? So what's on your iPod playlist? Like, it was a date. It was a date. And I remember this tweet she did when she was with Justin Trudeau, just the two of them. And she took a selfie with him and posted to Twitter. She since realized how her fangirl Hope Chest locker room poster pinup where she doodles RB plus JT and puts a heart around it. I mean, she is so super gross. Yeah, that's the one. There it is. Also, I did this. I met my guy and I took a selfie and then I printed it out and I hid it under my bed. Don't mind me with the Valley Girl accent there, Peter. I'm just telling you how gross it is. So I'm glad I asked you to clarify who it was. And and not just that, but she's the one who sued the Conservative Party of Canada in the final weeks of the 2019 election campaign. I'm slightly surprised that she didn't sue Danielle Smith here. But sorry, don't mind me ranting. You just when you said Rosemary Barton, you opened up a lot of feelings for me there, Peter. Tell me another example. The CBC is the worst. How have the other media been? And I sort of like the Calgary Herald. I have friends there. I have friends in the Edmonton paper. So I used to write for both of those organs, or at least once in a while, mainly for the Sun chain before they merged. They're the number one recipient of Trudeau's bailout money. Postmedia is the number one recipient. How were they behaved during this campaign? I know Rick Bell's great, and Lauren Gunter's great, and Alicia Corbella. There's a handful of fair reporters there. How were the daily, quote, just the facts reporters? How do they treat this election?
I think whether it's Postmedia or some of the other TV networks and things like that, the other thing we've seen is this rise of these fact checks, right? And you almost need a fact check for the fact checks now, because sometimes the fact checks have the occasional thing where, yes, there was actually something wrong or a mistake was made or something like that. But more often it's just, something was phrased slightly wrongly, or, there's a misinterpretation of something like that. And you end up in this situation where, like, they've got, 4 pages of fact checks of what Danielle Smith said, and, like, they sprinkle in a couple of things that Rachel Notley said. It's like I could write the exact same thing the other way around, like, just over and over and over again, the nonsense about, the UCP is going to sell hospitals. It's like nobody's ever said that. That's never been a thing, and yet the NDP are just running constant ads on that, and the media are just repeating that as fact because the NDP said it, right? So I think that's part of it. It reminds me of years ago when I was at university and I did political science, and the political science professors were actually pretty fair, because they, even if they weren't necessarily very conservative, they at least understood the arguments from the other perspective. But if you ever went to any classes in any other part of the university, it was just incredibly biased. And the reason was because they didn't even realize there was an alternative point of view, right? They thought they were being neutral. They thought that their perspective was the authority. And I think we see the same thing in the media. It's like, this is the neutral position, and actually it's not.
Peter, there's 7-8 billion people in the world. I always tell people there's someone for everyone. There's someone for everyone. You may think you're, as Shakespeare said about one young woman, sell now, you are not for all markets. That's just such a great phrase. But It is my fondest wish, and Peter, I don't know if you're married or if you're single or if you're, I don't know the answer, but it is my wish for you and for all my friends that they find someone who looks at them the way Rosemary Barton looks at Justin Trudeau. And I want to leave with that. Peter, thank you very much. But let me play for you that platonic date. I think you thought I was kidding when I said platonic date. You know what? I have a wonderful family and I get a lot of love from them. But I look up to this. Let me show you a little bit from this dating reality show here on the CBC featuring Rosemary Barton and Justin Trudeau. I want that just absolute helplessness, the absolute vulnerability, two hearts beating as one, just no shame, just pure love. And this is a little taste of heaven. Take a look, take a look, take a look.
This is a great idea, this walking outside in Montreal.
Yeah.
Do you have moments where you wake up and you think, I just want to hang out with the kids today?
Yeah, pretty much every morning. But we do a pretty good job of making time for the kids on many weekends, hoping for the ice to freeze so we can get out on the lake. Just times where I remember what life's all about and why I'm doing the rest of it is to try and build a better world for them. And spending time with them is part and parcel of that.
Does that remind you of how any sentiments you had? Like, do you remember
little bit.
feeling that a little bit?
A lot of.
I mean, you had mostly just your dad, right?
He's so easy to talk to.
A lot of what I'm trying to do is articulate to them in a way that my father never did.
Sure.
He understands me. I feel like I can really talk to him.
He hadn't gone through it, but I have gone through it, and I can sort of relate to them on that and try and give my kids.
He's so cute. Should I touch his hair?
To appreciate
should
the
I fix
positive
his hair?
sides of this life and handle the negative sides.
If you could do any other job, and you have to answer,
What's your favorite
I'd be
color?
a school teacher.
I knew you were going to say that.
Well, no, that's
like aspirational.
but it's what I am.
Aspirational. Something you haven't done.
If you were any animal, what animal would you be?
It'd be maybe running a school.
Something at the UN.
Should I tell him I love him? Does that scare him away?
Once I'm done politics, I'm done politics.
Last book you've read or the book you're reading?
It'd be.
Please say Michelle Obama's biography. Please say Michelle Obama's biography.
Patch, which was Chris Turner's history of the oil patch. But I'm also about to
thanks
start.
Peter, did you think I was kidding when I said they went on a platonic date? Did you think I was kidding? I was as serious as a freaking heart attack, my friend. Like I just kept thinking, get a room, get a room, get a room.
Seen it. The Rick Mercer Danielle Smith date at the West Edmonton Mall is pretty great too. So you might want to look at that one up too.
All right. Well, listen. Thanks, my friend, and thanks for letting me show you. When I call it Trudeau's CBC state broadcaster, my friends, do not think I exaggerate. I understate the case. Peter McCaffrey, go out there and keep fighting for freedom, okay?
Right. Numbers coming in. I'm going to go nerd out and look at them.
Okay, there you go. We'll send them free. Numbers are coming in. Well, that's very exciting. And I'm going to click on over. And thanks to everybody for indulging me. You think I jest when I say Rosemary Barton went on a date with Justin Trudeau. What is that but not a date? Was that a date, Sheila? That was a date.
You know, Ezra, you're making sure we don't get any more guests is what you're doing there.
Peter's a good egg. I know he was having fun. I was just joking around.
It's early in the night for your silliness.
Okay, you're right. I'll cork the silliness for now.
I'm kidding. It's fun. It's going to be a long night, so be as silly as you want to.
All right. So do we have any results, Ren? I think a few early polls are coming in. Can we go to the Alberta elections website? There's different places you can watch it. You can watch it on elections. The Alberta elections page. Sorry, I'm just opening that here on my screen. I think I closed it because I was searching for that dating video. Elections.ab.ca. And, the first results are coming in. I'm just looking at the Elections Alberta page. 24 votes for the NDP, 59 for the UCP. Obviously, completely meaningless with, less than 100 votes out. We don't even know really.
And they're not.
Yeah.
I mean, they're coming in some pretty strongly conservative ridings like Peace River, which, according to the CBC Vote Compass, is the most conservative place in all of Alberta, if not Canada.
Yeah.
I see that. So, I mean, these numbers are not. Drayton Valley, Devon, again, very conservative. So I don't think these are reflective of the province as a whole.
No, I mean, it's literally the first 100 votes. There will likely be more than 2 million votes cast. I see headlines about voter turnout in Alberta being very high.
The early voting actually broke the 2019 record of early voting, which was already the highest number of early voters. So I think it's nearly 1/3 of all votes were cast early here in Alberta.
Yeah, I mean, and some of that's a kind of vote harvesting thing. An increase of 8% over the 2019 election, and that had quite high turnout. I mean, going from memory, the 2019 election had like 68% voter turnout. For comparison, the Ontario provincial election had 43% voter turnout. Let me just take a minute before the results really stream in. And by the way, tell me if there's a guest on deck, stop me from my ramblings if there's a guest who wants to come in. But let me just go through some of the names of the political parties, because I get a kick out of them, and some of them are very interesting. The Advantage Party of Alberta. I don't know anything about them, but perhaps they're talking about the old Alberta Advantage. There's the Alberta Liberal Party, which I think will get less than 1%. The Alberta NDP, obviously, it's a contender. The Alberta Party. There's the Communist Party of Alberta. Go ahead.
Now, the Alberta Party, their vote has really collapsed. I think the highest they ever got was up around 10% maybe, but their vote has really collapsed and coalesced around the NDP. But still, some of their candidates are pulling enough to be spoilers in places like Sherwood Park, where they're pulling 5%. That normally it's a former progressive conservative candidate in that riding who's running for the Alberta Party. That vote probably should go to Jordan Walker, the candidate there, but they're still significant enough to sort of be spoilers in some close ridings.
That's interesting. The Green Party I don't think they'll do well. Most Greens will vote NDP. There's the Pro-Life Alberta Political Association. The Reform Party of Alberta. I don't know if they're actually running candidates. That was actually registered by Preston Manning about 30 years ago to run a Senate campaign. I remember I was involved with that. Now, there's Arthur Pawlowski's newfangled Solidarity Movement of Alberta, just registered in recent days, and it's getting some votes. Arthur Pawlowski is a bit of a lightning rod. There's the Buffalo Party of Alberta. I love that name. That used to be the name for the proposed mega province of Alberta and Saskatchewan together. There's the Independence Party of Alberta and the Wildrose Independence Party of Alberta. That reminds me of the Monty Python sketch of the People's Front for Judea and the Judean People's Front, and they absolutely hate each other. I don't know if you remember that skit. There's the Independent Party, and then there's the Wildrose Loyalty Coalition. So there are a lot of parties. I think that the NDP and the UCP will obviously be the contenders. I don't know if any other party will even, I don't think any of them are going to get over 5%. Most of them won't even get one.
Well, it might in Rocky Mountain House, Rimbey, Sundre. That might be the only place where the independent vote will be significant.
Yeah, well, the story you told there is bracing, and I look forward to seeing that. All right, well, my watch says it is 10:24 Eastern Time, 8:24 Mountain Time, and of course the polls closed about 24 minutes ago. It is still too early to know. We have our friend Alex Dhaliwal on deck. He is a writer and reporter for Rebel News, and it's a pleasure to welcome him. Alex, great to see you.
Thank you, Ezra, for having me on the program.
Well, come on, it's our pleasure. And you've been covering this election from around the province, and I understand that you, too, were kept out from the Rachel Notley events. Is that right?
Yeah, Ezra, that's correct. Ever since the NDP press conference in downtown Calgary on April 17th, unfortunately, the Alberta NDP have been quite hostile to independent news media when it comes to us not only taking questions, but just having our presence felt. Most recently, there was a NDP event with leader Rachel Notley where unfortunately, myself and Angelica were not able to gain entry into the venue in Acadia. It's unfortunate that despite our best attempts to be respectful and with the NDP, that respect has not been reciprocated, because end of the day, we're here on behalf of the Albertans who have been silenced for far too long and whose voices have been ignored by the Alberta NDP, who what we've seen in the polls has indicated that it's definitely going to be a close race, and it's unfortunate that they don't have the time and day to even have a conversation with us.
Well, it shows that they're brittle, and if you can't handle Angelica Toy and Alex Dhaliwal, how are you going to handle negotiating with Justin Trudeau or dealing with Greenpeace activists coming to shut down the oil sands? How are you going to handle the tough things in your job if you can't handle fair but firm questions from the independent press? I think it's a sign of weakness. I remember that Donald Trump would spar every single day with Jim Acosta. He would go to Jim Acosta. He enjoyed the activity of it. I think he enjoyed it, and certainly Jim Acosta did. And it's a shame that more politicians are not that way. Alex, what do you think was on people's minds? We've talked a lot tonight about what the media wanted to talk about, but is there an undercurrent? Is there an under news? Things that ordinary people were talking about at the coffee machine, at the water cooler, that maybe wasn't getting the kind of coverage in the media but ordinary people were focused on. Did you detect any under news, any issues that were sort of hidden?
Ezra, very much similar to what we saw in the 2019 election, where the UCP campaigned on jobs, economy, and pipelines. We're very much seeing from on the ground and speaking with everyday Albertans that's very much going to be the top issues for this election as well, with the exception of perhaps replacing pipelines with affordability due to the inflation crisis that continues to decimate the bottom line of Albertan households. So that appears to be the question at the ballot, and something that will guide undecided voters to making that decision at the ballot box. But it'll definitely be a close one, and I do not believe that despite the mainstream media's best attempts to dictate the narrative, that is what most Albertans believe to be truly important this time around.
Alex, it's great to catch up with you. We're going to have to say goodbye now because we have like an airport. We have other planes coming in for landing and other folks waiting, but it's nice to catch up with you in person. It's a pleasure to have you on the channel, and I just want to give a shout out to you, to our viewers. Alex, of course, is a very prolific writer at Rebel News, and many of our written items are penned by him. Great to see you, and look forward to catching up with you again soon. Sheila, I just want to read a few super chats because they have come in. TAC178 chipped in $5 and said, "Good evening, Ezra and Sheila. Cheers for a clear victory for Danielle Smith tonight. I hope these $5 American find you well." That's very nice of you. Thanks very much. Now, we've all been very optimistic tonight, but of course the results have not yet come in. We could be in for a surprise. I just don't want to be too complacent. Janet88 chips in 10 smackers, says, "Thanks for covering this election." I think we've caught up on the super chat. Oh, here's another one for $5.
Yeah.
Type 1000 says, "UCP, this is the way." Well, we'll find out soon enough. And my old friend Herman Nilsson. Herman, thanks very much. And I think I owe you a text message. Herman chips in a toonie and says, "Does anyone in the independent media have reporters at the NDP headquarters?" Well, I know that we do not. And as you've heard from a number of our reporters, they would most likely not be welcome. But yeah, it would be interesting. And I think our people would be on their good behavior. They already are.
They already are.
Now, I just want to see, do we have our next guest on deck? Because I know we have a couple of cabinet ministers who have expressed interest in coming on the show, which is the opposite of cancel culture. Adam, are you in a position to give us a report if our guests are nearby? I know we're sort of, it sounds, so is Mike Ellis in position? Is that right?
Mike Mike will be joining us in just a couple of minutes here. One of the other outlets, we won't name them. They aren't one of the little ones. They're one of the big government-funded ones. They're running late, surprisingly. I can't imagine why that would happen, but he will be joining us momentarily. I'm just finishing up that interview. Then he's going to head over and join me here. But definitely, as you can hear, a little more vibrant here now. Some results starting to come in, some favorable results, looking at about 60+% of the votes, which again, a very early count coming in, but it is reciprocating and echoing some of what we're seeing in the polls, particularly in some of these constituencies that were suggesting maybe that the UCP need to win, that we're at that 55 to 63% chance to win. Those are the results that we are seeing coming up for the UCP. So some cheering, some jubilation beginning here. Obviously very early in the night, but you asked a little bit earlier about the energy at the time. Hard to say now. Definitely a little bit more liveliness coming through.
And Sheila, how about you? I'm seeing 2,000 votes counted on the Elections Alberta website. The CBC website has about 500 or 800 votes counted. But really, the numbers are so low, they're not meaningful. For example, in the riding of Livingston-McLeod, which I think has got to be one of the most conservative places in the country, Mormon country, that's farmers and ranchers. There's about 25 votes cast, and it just so happens 19 of them are for the New Democrat. Well, that might suggest that it's going to sweep. The NDP are suddenly sweeping literally, Cardston, the most, places that are the most conservative places. I'm not sure if Cardston is that riding, but, it's 25 votes, and the NDP got a little bump in them. I don't think that will sustain. Is there anything we can say at this early stage that's useful?
I don't think so. I think we're just seeing, again, as you rightly point out, these are ballots being counted in some of the most conservative ridings in the country. Cardston, Livingston, Peace River. I mean, we are going to see these roll in blue. I think we're going to really see how things shake out once those numbers start coming in for Calgary. Efron whispers in my ear that we have some super chats. We've got one from Salty Zero. Efron, did we read that one? I can't recall, but I'll read it again while we wait. If we didn't, it's $2. Says, I don't live in Canada, but I'm guessing a lot of Canadians would be scratching their heads if Alberta goes Liberal. Alberta seems to be Texas to the north. Yes, we touched on that one. We've got another one from Medic Deb, $50. God bless Danielle Smith, and may the Alberta votes be with her tonight. We've got another one from Dave Stiff, gives us $10. Sheila related question. Says, is Sheila concerned that Bill C-21 will force her to change her name to just Sheila Reid? My husband would probably appreciate that. But it's not even so much the name change that bothers me. It's the not being able to will my grandfather and my great-grandfather's guns to my children, and those guns were essential in making sure that this farm was a safe place to raise generations of my people. And upon my death, they will be turned over to the state, and the state will destroy them, even though they've done nothing except maybe feed generations of my people and keep their livestock safe, because Justin Trudeau would rather focus on me than gangsters in Toronto and his porous border. So anyways, to answer your question, no, not changing my name. Kind of like it. We've got another super chat from Canuck Sue, $20. Thank you for broadcasting. Well, thank you for supporting our broadcasting with your generous donation. And we've got one from Paul Otto Newman. Paul is a regular viewer of the live stream and a regular supporter of the work that we do here at Rebel News. He gives us $1 and says, what are your predictions? This is a good one. Of how many seats will be won by the UCP and the NDP tonight? If you want my numbers, I guessed 53 UCP, which puts it at 34 NDP. Ezra, do you have a ballpark?
That sounds about right. I just don't know the granular district by district numbers, and I didn't know that little quirk you mentioned about the independent candidate running. I've just been really scared, and I would rather be pessimistic and pleasantly surprised than confident and
yes.
Yeah, I mean, there have been some elections. I mean, I remember in 2016, the U.S. election. I stayed up till 4 a.m. because I was not going to go to bed thinking Trump won, only to wake up to have, I just couldn't bear that. My system couldn't stand it. So I stayed up as late as it took. I don't think we need to stay up that late tonight. I don't think there's going to be the kind of shenanigans that there sometimes are in the United States. Hey, I hear that our first MLA guest is in position. Is that right? We have on deck not only the member of the Legislative Assembly from Calgary West. Oh, not ready yet. 30 seconds away. So I'll tell you who we're about to talk to. His name is Mike Ellis. He's the MLA for Calgary West, which, if I'm not mistaken, contains, or it might just be adjacent to the University of Calgary. It's a pretty conservative place. It's a good place, but it is a place that could, theoretically, in an orange wave, go NDP. I don't think it will today. Mike Ellis is also the Minister of Public Safety. He's the counterpart for Marco Mendicino in the province of Alberta. It'll be interesting to hear what he has to say, and it's a delight to have him on. I think he's in position now. Mike Ellis, welcome to the Rebel News live stream. It's a pleasure to have you here, and we've got a lot of folks tuning in to our new studio on Rumble. We have 6,500 folks on YouTube, 3,500. We have over 10,000 folks concurrently. It's a pleasure to have you on the show. What do you think is going to happen tonight? How's your feeling? What's the feeling in the room?
I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean, this is my fourth campaign, as you're aware, Ezra. People are getting excited as the numbers start to trickle in, even small numbers like 1 and 2 and 10, as I'm seeing here, 16 and 6. It's filled with excitement, and I'm very optimistic here.
Now, you're from Calgary, and Calgary, when I was growing up, was such a reliably conservative place. It felt like the high ground, and even if there were a flood, it would never flood Calgary. But boy, some of the polling data in recent weeks scared the heck out of me, and I was thinking, have I changed? Has Calgary changed? Has the NDP changed? Or maybe the pollsters were having some fun, or maybe people were unsettled. Maybe people were not coming to their decision until quite late in the day. In fact, maybe the debate crystallized it. Is Calgary losing its conservativeness, or what else was afoot there? And I'm not saying that Calgary is going to fall to the NDP this time, but even if it doesn't, it sure felt close there for a bit. What's going on in Calgary?
Look, Ezra, I survived the 2015 wave. I think you mentioned that as far as Calgary West is concerned. I was one of the first people to talk about unification, and myself and another MLA for the Wild Rose were the first people to kind of talk about that. No, I don't believe that Calgary has changed. I would say that the NDP, as I've experienced for the last 9 years, they ran a campaign on fear and smear. And I would say that to a certain extent that resonated amongst a lot of people in Calgary. I would also further argue that, to your point that you made, after that debate, we really started to see a trend of support for not just Danielle, but of course the United Conservative Party. And I think that was exemplified when we held the rally. And at that rally, when we saw organically 2,000 or so people show up, people that were showing up that, because Calgary West is very close to Sutina, that we're saying, wow, I heard about this. I want to be a part of this excitement. So, no, I don't believe that, the citizens of Calgary are traditionally NDP. I would just say that, again, the NDP ran a fear and smear campaign.
All right, I'm going to hand things over to my colleague, Sheila Gunn, Reid, our chief reporter. Over to you, Sheila.
I just wanted to give Mike an opportunity to tout some of the successes of Alberta's drug treatment focus. Really, Alberta has been leading the charge against what I think is the prevailing sentiment that giving addicts more poison is exactly what they need. And I think we're seeing some of the early data roll in when we compare what's happening in BC to what's currently transpiring here in Alberta. Can you give us an update on that?
This is near and dear to my heart. I was the former Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. I was one of the architects behind the recovery-oriented system of care that we talk about, and that the Premier talks about. And yes, when I was the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, we were actually, during a certain time period there, able to reduce opioid fatalities by around 50% in this province. Conversely, those policies that I do not agree with, and quite frankly that I would say Albertans, I would say, do not agree with. We saw in British Columbia at the same time period their overdose fatalities increasing by 30%. So look, recovery-oriented system of care. I mean, it's essentially a 2-hour PowerPoint presentation. I'm not going to bore you with it, but I will just say this. It is about giving hope to people, and certainly not heroin to people, because that is precisely what the NDP and those policies that have kind of destroyed up and down the West Coast, from Los Angeles to Portland to Seattle, all the way to Eastside Vancouver. Those are unsuccessful policies. This is not the opinion of the United Conservative Party. This is not the opinion of Mike Ellis. This is the evidence that is being shown that those policies just do not work.
Well, Mike, it sounds like there's a cheer going up in the background. I take it that that particular riding has reported. According to the Elections Alberta website itself, the Conservative Party, the United Conservative Party of Canada, of Alberta, is leading in 42 districts, whereas the NDP is leading in 22 districts. And what's interesting is that the gross number of votes, and again, this is very early days, only about 10,000 votes counted in the whole province. But what's interesting, if this trend holds, is that the UCP vote is more efficient, as they say. That is, the NDP might be racking up large margins of victory in a particular, let's say, Edmonton district, but you can only win it once, whether you win it with 40% or 80%. So I'm looking at the Elections Canada feed, and I know there's a CBC feed and other feeds out there. So with 4,000 votes, the UCP is leading in 42 seats. With almost 5,000 votes, the NDP is just leading in 22. I don't know if that's going to hold up like that, but maybe that's the reason for the cheering in the background there, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would say this. I would say that between the NDP and I would say some of our critics that I think we're trying to make this race really close, and of course incite fear and smear. And I think that actually had the opposite effect, and I think it inspired a lot of Conservatives to say, nope, we already seen this show in 2015, and we are not going to go down this road again. And that's why I do believe that's why we had so many people come out for early voting, and I think that's why we've had such a great response at the doors recently.
Mike, I know you're in hot demand out there, so we'll let you go right away, but I want to invite my colleague Adam Soos to put a question to you before we let you go. Adam, go ahead.
Sure.
Hey, sorry, a little trouble. People are cheering, getting loud here, certainly. Attending so many of these election events, sometimes you get there, and it's good news. It's a tax break here. It's a business initiative there. But that addictions announcement, that was something else altogether. Yeah. And I asked about the likely response from folks saying that this will be an attack on people's rights. You gave a truly impassioned speech that, for me, was very much like sort of a turning point in the election. Can you talk about the NDP would very much like to have themselves branded as the sort of hopeful, lovey-dovey party, but tell us about your sort of emotional response and how the UCP is really wanting to help you.
Well, Adam, you hit the nail on the head. When we had that young girl who was 16 years old who talked about the intervention that she had by her family, by the courts, what's the alternative, right? The alternative by the NDP and those who are essentially on the left would be to give that 12-year-old girl drugs in a safe place to use those drugs. And I can tell you that I don't know of anybody with that I'm aware of that would agree that that is a good idea. And I will not condemn young people to a life of palliative care. I will not condemn people to the cycle of abuse where they are just being given drugs and then given a safe place to use them. And that is not Albertan. That is actually not Canadian, quite frankly. And so I have been very impassioned about this. I have been one of the leaders in the country on this. And quite frankly, we have had such a positive impact on Canada. We have become, I would argue, one of the role models for North America, and that's why this model is known as the Alberta model.
Wonderful. Well, Mike does have to go. He's got his next interview lined up, I believe, but thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, man.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks, you guys.
Well, that's great. Thanks so much. That's Mike Ellis, the MLA for Calgary West and the Cabinet Minister in charge of Public safety. It's 10:45 Eastern Time, 8:45 in Alberta. I am looking at the Elections Alberta page, and I say again, the numbers are very early. The total number of votes counted is not much more than 10,000, according to their website. But so far, of those 10,000, the break district by district, which how it is a kind of electoral college when you think of it that way. The UCP, according to Elections Canada, is leading in 42 ridings. Now, the CBC state broadcaster is using a different methodology. They say that the UCP is leading in 47. I don't know how they can say that, given that the Elections Alberta website, I would imagine, is the original fountain of this information. But that said, the CBC is suggesting that if trends continue, it will be a UCP majority, which is, listen, I think it's going to be a majority government for one or the other. There's not going to be a minority government here. The fringe or small parties are just too little. What else do we have on deck, Sheila and Adam? You're actually down there at the main location. Can you give us an update, Adam? What's the mood in the room? Is it filling up? Do you want to give us an update just from the room there, from the party? Polls are closed 46 minutes ago, but I suppose the counting, it doesn't matter that they closed. We really don't have any counts yet. Is the place filling up? Is the spirit positive? Are people generally convinced that they're going to win? What's it like to be there at the UCP Victory Night party? And I'm assuming it'll be a victory.
The mood is continuing to rise. It's going from, even right after the doors open, there wasn't a big rush of people coming in, maybe people getting off work, whatever it may be. But there's sort of a bar open. There's some folks with cowboy hats. People are starting to crack some beers. And there's definitely some festivities, loud cheering every time these results come in. So definitely most of the media parties seem to have their larger crowds here this evening. And there does seem to be definitely a spirit of sort of jubilation in the air. Now, again, it's so early. These polls they give us a bit of an indicator. But I think if you look at the combination of the polls, you look at the combination of these early reports coming in, you put all that together, it's starting to create an atmosphere. Listen, I don't think in 2015 anyone thought that the NDP was really going to win, even days before. People were, can you imagine if that were to happen? So I think there's a bit of hesitancy to celebrate, but the mood is starting to change. I think people are getting at least a little bit of a sense of confidence that things are going to go their way. It remains to be seen as it unfolds, but certainly what we have so far, well, we're seeing some wins for the UCP, maybe not in the numbers overall, but in where they're scoring those wins.
I see some super chats come in. Let me just read a few of them. Just another deplorable 216 chips in $5 and says, is it rumor or does the municipal minister have the power to remove corrupt Gondek? The answer is, in our constitutional system, cities are the legal creation of provinces. So actually, the provincial government does have the power to remove, dissolve, replace any mayor, any school board, anything of a provincial nature. It would be, I'm sure, taken as such an offense to democracy that unless they were a deep scandal that just absolutely needed provincial intervention, I think it would be taken as an outrage against democracy for a premier to remove a mayor without deep cause. So that's a technical legal answer to your question. Did we read Mike Freedom Honey yet, who chipped in $40? Great show, guys.
We did not.
UCP Victory Beers on us, your friends Mike and Pedro. Well, thank you, Mike and Pedro. I appreciate that. And the $40 will go a long way. That's a very nice super chat. The Kyle Lavin, $5. Do you fear any type of voter fraud in this election or in Alberta for any past or future elections? Well, there's always a small number. The question is it enough to make a difference? And when Adam said that there was an electronic vote counting machine, that made me just slightly perturbed because, as Sheila said, the old way is the good way, the analog way, the pen and pencil way. But I'm in certainly no position to make any accusation. But we should always be a little bit afraid about voter fraud because it is such a valuable part of our democracy. If you don't believe me, ask the Chinese embassy for how important they thought the 2015 and 2019 Canadian and 2021 Canadian elections are. They see that that is where the rubber hits the road. And if they're going to invest in a particular place or a moment, that's the one to do it. I mean, there are more Chinese diplomats in Canada than countries many times our size. It's shocking. Why? Because they think they have the levers to our democracy. Sheila, looks like you want to weigh in on something.
No, I was just going to say something along the very same vein. You know, if you don't think that election integrity is important, ask Alice Wong, ask Kenny Chiu. These are two ethnically Chinese Canadian conservative MPs who lost their seats thanks to Chinese organizing in their riding. So, I mean, it is so important that we protect the integrity of our democracies. However, Justin Trudeau probably doesn't feel the same way. We also have another chat. I think you breezed over, Ezra.
Oh.
It's from Fraser McBurney, also very reliable watcher of Rebel News live streams and very frequent donor to support the work that we do here at Rebel News. He protests for freedom every single week in Hamilton. He's a Fight the Fines recidivist. He's also a Fight the Fines winner. We were able to help him get some of his tickets tossed, I think all of his tickets tossed, and he is a real lover of caps locks. He's just very enthusiastic. And he gives us $25 and says, "Congratulations on another fantastic broadcast on elections. By the way, what a great studio you have now. Let's hope for the right choice Alberta makes." Yeah, me too. I'm feeling better than I was a couple of days ago when I had to call my friends inside the UCP and ask them to talk me out of a tree. I do feel a lot better, especially as the polling sort of clarified and tightened up toward the end of last week.
I see Reid Giroux has shipped in 5 smackers. "We must defeat communism in this world, particularly in Canada and especially in Alberta. Make Alberta great again." Well, that's the thing. I'm worried that Alberta will be deracinated, that its special character, that it will be like salt that has lost its saltiness if the NDP takes over. However, as the night wears on, I am more and more optimistic. Going briefly to the Alberta elections homepage itself, 17,000 valid ballots cast, and the United Conservative Party now has not only more seats, but more raw votes, turning to the CBC digest of the same thing. They prognosticate that the UCP has 49 seats that they're leading in. Of course, this is out of 87, so 49 would be an outright majority, but it suggests it's not quite a slam dunk. Now, one of my favorite guys is on deck, and Efron, you tell me if he's ready to go. I'm talking about, we're about 2 minutes away from Lauren Gunter, so you want to make sure to stay for that. We have 7,000 people watching on rumble.com. We have almost 4,000 watching on YouTube. It's a pleasure to have you with us, and thank you. We're trying out our new studio for the first time. We're going to tweak a few things. We literally have not used it until this moment, and I'd like to thank all our crowdfunders who chipped in to make it possible at buildthedream.ca. I'm going to take a short break here because I want to play an ad for you about something. We talked about it at length with Sydney Fazard about an hour ago, about the role that the truckers in the freedom movement had federally. The truckers did not depose Justin Trudeau. He would never go willingly. But it made him blink, it made him panic, it made him give an unforced error of putting the country in martial law. But the truckers did get rid of 2 phony conservatives. Erin O'Toole, the phony conservative leader of the federal party. And that gave us Pierre Poilievre, which I think is an upgrade. And Jason Kenney, as I said before, he blinked on the vaccine mandate because of the truckers. And I think they were an important part, along with the Christian pastors, of having him lose the vote of confidence with them in the party. And so it is a great honor and pleasure, and I'm very proud of it. The Rebel News is the publisher of the autobiography of Tamara Leach, who was the heart of the trucker convoy. And so let me take a short break before we welcome Lauren Gunter to the show and play for you an ad for the best-selling book on Amazon.ca. It's called Hold the Line by Tamara Leach. Take a look at this. The media said that Canadian truckers were Russian agents controlled by Vladimir Putin. Justin Trudeau called them extremists.
The small fringe minority.
We are here out of love for our families, our communities.
And the government put the country under martial law to stop them. But what's the real story?
If you can't see the future in clear outline right now, you're not paying attention. But the truckers in Canada can.
And I want you to know that I am not afraid.
For the first time, the woman at the heart of the trucker convoy speaks out.
Hold the line.
Tamara Leach, passionate organizer, loving mother and grandmother, proud Métis and proud Albertan, and defiant political prisoner jailed for daring to criticize the government. Tamara Leach. Her new book, Hold the Line, My Story from the Heart of the Freedom Convoy, is the inside scoop of what really happened. You've heard from the media and the convoy's critics. Now hear the truth from the woman who inspired the world and made Justin Trudeau blink. Visit theconvoybook.com to order your copy now. A pleasure to get to know her. I got to say, she is just as nice in person as she comes across on TV. And I don't want to get sidetracked to talk about the convoy again because I spent some time on it already. But you put me in jail in solitary confinement for 50 days. I'm not coming out all sweet and full of love like Tamara Leach is. I'm coming out cranky and angry and maybe a little bit burn the world down. Like that's a form of torture, by the way. It's solitary confinement is widely known as a form of torture, and they put this lovable grandma and community member, and she's in a rock band, and she's got a family, and she's such a nice lady, and they didn't break her. In fact, in a way, maybe they even made her stronger, like an egg. The more it was boiled, the stronger it became. And it's been a pleasure to get to know her. I'm so proud of that book. And Sheila, you've known her even before I met her. She's just great. And it's a pleasure to publish her book.
Yeah, she has come out of jail so nice and so, it changed her, but it didn't make her meaner. For example, when she joined the convoy, she was a Western separatist, and her experience on the convoy and seeing people along the way, and then her treatment at the hands of Justin Trudeau made her love Canada more, and she wants to fight for a place for Alberta within the country. It made her, I don't know, more ecumenical than she was when she left Alberta on that convoy.
Yeah, it's great. I just want to make sure I covered some of these super chats. I'm looking at the Rumble chats, and Sheila, stop me if you said these. Rolf Cars J chips in $50 and says, "Thanks for all you do. Hope the UCP wins. I'm slightly worried about Danielle Smith's stance on reaching the net zero emissions. Me too." Could you perhaps elaborate on what her position on that is? Well, I think, sometimes she gets hooked on buzzwords or sort of newfangled things. And I think some people say, the way to answer concerns about global warming is to say, technology will let us fix it. And therefore, we can say we're in favor of net zero. No, I do not believe that. Net zero means net zero jobs, net zero people. You cannot increase the population of Canada by 1 million people a year. You can't increase our GDP and expect emissions to go down. And by the way, emissions are not bad. All life is made of carbon. I think you're buying into so many premises of the left to even say net zero is an admirable goal. Net zero, we want growth, we want life, we want to be happier, cleaner, more prosperous. We do not want net zero. Steven 797 chips in $50. Congratulations on the new studio. It's truly amazing what Rebel News has done in a market-based and led economy. Love your coverage tonight. Keep up the great work. Thanks very much. And thanks to Efron and Olivia who've worked so hard on the studio.
Yeah.
Dagmara, $10. Make Alberta, Florida North. We deserve at least one sane province. I don't want to tell tales out of school, but there was a while there where Jason Kenney, I think, compared himself to Florida's Ron DeSantis. And maybe for a little while it was almost true, but then, oh my God, he became like Canada's Anthony Fauci. And We have to get back to freedom. And by the way, the fact that we call it a Floridian thing is because Ron DeSantis is doing a great job there. But freedom, what is the motto of the province of Alberta? It's taken from our national anthem, strong and free. And that's just not a partisan thing, too. Laurier talked about freedom being our nationality. Freedom it's not an American concept only, it's a Canadian concept, too. Joe Bot 89, $7. God bless Rebel News. God bless Alberta. Thank you, and I agree with you. Sam Raffos, $5. Voted UCP first thing this morning, feeling hopeful. Thanks for your coverage. Congrats on the new studio. Thanks for all that. Lou Elaine, $5. Great to see all of you. Well, I appreciate that, and there's a lot of people watching now. It's very exciting to see the numbers on all our different media. I think I covered the super chats on Rumble. If I missed one, Sheila, I'm sure you'll fill in.
We missed one on Rumble. It's Snail Mail Patriot, and I'm so sorry that we very nearly missed this one. It's $50.
Oh.
And says, congrats on the new studio, Alberta Votes.
Right on. Okie doke. Now, I'm looking at a bunch of things at the same time. I'm keeping an eye peeled on the results because we don't want to miss it if there are surprising or interesting news. I'm going right now to the Elections Alberta page where they claim 22,140 votes have been cast. And again, it's still just too early. There are about 2.8 million registered voters. I expect the actual voter turnout will be approximately 2 million of those. So we are really with 1% of the votes. So I don't want to emphasize the numbers because they absolutely will change. I understand, and I myself wish I could be the first to report things, but I just don't think you can do that when only 1% of the numbers are counted. I will say that the CBC projects 49 seats for, I don't know if projects is the right word, 49 for the UCP and 33, they say, the NDP is leading. Again, that would be an outright majority for the UCP. Well, I see that my friend Lauren Gunter, senior columnist of the Edmonton Sun, is with us now, and so I am very happy to go straight to him. Lauren, it's great to see you, my friend. You have been punditing and following this Danielle Smith government. You've known her even before she was in politics, and you covered Rachel Notley in her term and then her being deposed by Jason Kenney. How would you sum up the course of the last month? What is your one-liner about the campaign? Was it nasty? Was it brutish? Was it short?
It was unsatisfactory. I really wish the UCP had gone harder after Notley. I saw all sorts of stories today saying, oh, it was a month of nasty campaigning. I don't think the UCP brought up Notley's record from 2015 to 2019 nearly often enough. I don't think they brought up the jobs. I didn't see them once bring up the fact that that Notley had cost 14,000 jobs. There were 14,000 fewer people working full-time in Alberta in 2019 than there had been in 2015, despite the fact that the provincial population went up. I didn't hear that from them. I heard them boast about how many they'd created, and that's fine. You have to do that. But I think you also should have been reminding people what a drain on the economy, what damage to the economy the NDP did when they were in power, and their closeness with Trudeau and their relationship with environmentalists. I mean, it basically took all of the people who had run Alberta Energy, the department, and got rid of the top people and brought in a bunch of environmentalists to do their job. And they ran the economy into the ground. Yes, there was a bad run of world oil prices in 2015, 2016, but the rest of the world's oil producing regions rebounded from that starting in 2017. Alberta never did because we never wanted to. We wanted to follow Justin Trudeau's view. When the NDP were in power in Alberta, we followed Justin Trudeau's view that oil is bad and you must stop it. It's not enough to try and reduce emissions. It's not enough to try and reduce the intensity of the emissions that you're producing when you're mining oil sands or you're exploring for oil. That's not enough. You simply have to stop it. They're cultists. And I think that's the unsatisfactory part of the UCP campaign, is that they didn't go after that often enough.
Isn't that interesting? Sheila, let me hand things over to you.
Yeah, I agree with Lauren. There's just so much ammo to use against Notley. And instead of campaigning on Notley's record, I think the UCP should have really campaigned on Notley's record. And they really didn't. I almost forgot some of the things that you mentioned, and I wrote 2 books about it. Like, for example, appointing people from the Pembina Institute to run AIMCO, like the Alberta Investment Corporation. They appointed environmentalists to do that. There were all these things that I agree with you. The UCP should have been hammering the NDP on. Why do you think they didn't? Because, I think maybe the turning point in the campaign might have been the debate performance, where Notley seemed slightly unhinged, despite what you might read in the mainstream media by some of your peers. Notley did seem unhinged, and Smith seemed calm and controlled. So were they trying to maybe avoid that sort of argumentative perception that polling shows did turn off women?
Yes, I think they were. But the other reason why I think they should have gone harder on the economic side of things was you can trace the downturn in the NDP's momentum to May 16th, which is the day they announced their tax platform. And they thought they were going to get a lot of support for raising business taxes by 37.5% in a single year, because they thought, like the NDP themselves, most Albertans resent profit. They resent successful businesses. They think they're just greedy corporate barons. And they thought they were going to get away with that. And it took the wind right out of the NDP sails in Calgary. So I say, when you got them down on the mat like that, keep pushing it and keep mentioning the number of jobs that were lost. I mean, Calgary was devastated by NDP policies between 2015 and 2019, especially those last 2 years when it could have been recovering like the rest of the oil producing areas in the world. And it wasn't recovering because of NDP and Ottawa policies. Go after them. I didn't see a single UCP ad where they had pictures of Notley and Trudeau cozying up to one another. And there are tons of them, because he came out all the time and she would host him, or she would fly to Ottawa and he would host her, and they'd have these sunny disposition photos of, oh, look how we're getting together on social license. And isn't it wonderful when progressives get together, they can make things happen. And we can just transition away from coal, and now we can just transition away from oil. And I didn't see any of that, and that disappointed me.
Isn't that, you're so right. And by the way, when you talk about bread and butter stuff like that, you remind people about serious, substantive things rather than the more abstract debates about, well, she expressed herself too roughly about this civil liberties issue. Like, that's almost a debate, how many angels dance on the head of a pin. It was all abstract, which I think served the NDP, because, of course, they don't want to talk about the devastation. I want to bring in our friend Adam Soos, who's wearing a T-shirt that says, "Do not Ottawa my Alberta." And so you know where he's coming from. Adam, let me invite you to engage our guest, Lauren Gunter from the Edmonton Sun.
Hey, great to see you. The question I had for you, sometimes having conversations with folks out there who maybe aren't politically engaged, you're not going to win over the NDP loyal or the UCP loyal, but do you think that some people sort of bought the caricature that was laid out by the NDP and many media outlets of Danielle Smith, perhaps those more politically involved, didn't buy it, but do you think that it did stick with some people?
It absolutely did. And I don't think it was a caricature. I think she mishandled an awful lot of those situations. And it was made worse by the fact that for the first 3 months after she became UCP leader and premier, October of 2022 to January of 2023, she kept relitigating the COVID pandemic, which most people were quite happy had gone by the way. They didn't want to have to worry about whether mask mandates were the right thing or lockdowns were the right thing. They simply wanted it to be over. They didn't want to have a fight about whether or not vaccine passports would be necessary next time around. They simply wanted it to be left alone. And that, her inability to do that for the first 2 or 3 months put people off.
It's interesting because, of course, Rebel News, we were very active on the civil liberties front, and we pressed not only Jason Kenney, but Danielle Smith. We put up a big billboard on Highway 2 demanding what we called a lockdown amnesty. Technically, it would be called a state prosecution. I think it's interesting that you say that people were tired of it being relitigated. I think there's some truth to it, but I think a lot of pro-lockdown people wanted to relitigate it. They wanted to punish Arthur Pawlowski. They wanted to punish the truckers. They felt like Chris Scott, the businessman of the Whistle Stop Cafe. Like I think some people loved those old battle lines. I mean, the media, the CBC was obsessed with Danielle Smith and these elusive emails that no one has ever seen, where she apparently told the prosecutors to call off the dogs. I don't know. I think, what's your view on the role the CBC has played in this campaign? I talked about it a little bit earlier when a former judge, Marguerite Trusler, said there's absolutely no evidence that Danielle Smith or her staff sent such emails. And the CBC insists that she did. Did the CBC do anything they normally don't do? Were they particularly aggressive in this campaign?
No, but remember, they admitted later on that they had not seen the emails before they had gone to press or on to publish all of that. They had to admit later on when the phone call between Arthur Pawlowski and Danielle Smith came out that they had actually verified there was a tape. And that was a direct result of the fact that they never saw the emails. Somebody phoned them, I would guess from within the bureaucracy, who said, I know this happened and you can go with that. And they did before they verified it, before they checked it. And so there is an example of what you've just been talking about, where it was a caricature. It wasn't Smith's fault, but I think she gave spin to those by not stopping soon enough with the relitigation of all of this. It was middle America, middle Alberta was tired of it. It had been almost 3 years. They didn't want to hear anything more about it, and she couldn't leave it alone. And so I think that was a problem. And then the CBC came on, because the CBC takes a very active, ideological, partisan stake in Alberta politics. They are very definitely pro-NDP. I'll give you another example. You remember after Jason Kenney won the UCP leadership, they went on for months and months and months about him running a stalking horse campaign where he was funding another candidate to do his dirty work in lambasting Brian Jean. And they had at one point 6 reporters on it. 6 reporters. There isn't another outlet in Alberta, print, otherwise independent streaming, it doesn't matter. There isn't another outlet in the province that can put 6 people on a story like that. And they never did come up with evidence.
Yeah, I call them Trudeau's CBC state broadcaster for a reason.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, Lauren, let me ask you one last question, because I know you want to write your column and do other things, so we're really grateful that we've stolen you on election night. Thanks very much for joining. It's nice to see you. I have a slightly different opinion of things, especially on the civil liberties stuff, because I'm more activist on that. And Rebel News, that was a role we played. I feel like Danielle Smith, because she was the ultimate outsider, she was a critic of Jason Kenney, then she took over the party leadership against all the insiders, and then she had to run not just the party, but the caucus and the cabinet, and frankly, a lot of her ideas, Tyler Shandro, her justice minister, well, that was the guy who was the health minister putting in place all these things. So here's my question to you. Assuming that Danielle Smith wins tonight, and it's not a sure thing, but it looks like it's going to happen, do her troubles continue? Or does she actually control this party that she's slouched across the finish line? Or is she at risk now of some sort of a coup? Like I look at the United Kingdom, and they're throwing out their prime ministers every 6 months there. Is Danielle Smith at the risk of being the Liz Truss? That's the very brief prime minister before she was thrown out. Is she at risk of being defenestrated because she still doesn't have the love of her own MLAs?
I don't think so. I really don't. I don't think that there is enough of that old PC guard still in the party to go after her. And besides, you have to remember with the PCs, with them, winning changed everything. So if you are going, they were kind of like, they're not nearly as bad as the Trudeau Liberals, but they had that lust for power that the Trudeau Liberals have, and as long as you could win them an election, they would stick with you. There's one caveat in that, and that is that that Jason Kenney got a real big majority last time, and then got punted out, which is baffling. I mean, it's not baffling if you understand the issues that are involved, but it is baffling in the sense that you win a big majority, you don't normally get kicked out. So is she in danger of being kicked out? Yeah, in a way Kenny was, but if she doesn't mishandle issues, I think she'll be fine.
Super quick question before we let you go.
Yep.
Do you think that if Jason Kenney had stayed on as party leader, do you think he could have won tonight?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. There you have it. Lauren Gunter, senior columnist, Edmonton Sun. What a pleasure to hang out with you on this exciting election night. Take care, my friend, and keep it up.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
All right, there you have it. Hey, I saw some huge super chats come in when we were talking to Lauren there. I mean, just absolutely amazing. 100 smackers from Foxpaw 1100 who says, don't give up the ship. I'm not sure what ship you mean, but I won't. If you Foxpaw 1100, that's very generous of you. Thank you so much. You know, I really appreciate that. As we said earlier, we are 100% reliant on our viewers. So I'm just joking around, but it's very nice for you. And let me move on to the next one. $50 from JoJo2585. $50. We love the channel. Thank you all for all you do. Alexa and Sheila rock. Playing for UPC so I can move to Alberta and join my husband. Well, I hope, I mean, the whole country needs Alberta to be free. It's a beacon. And the wealth it creates radiates through the country. G.A. Wells 77 chips in $12. Where can I get that T-shirt? That is awesome. Make Alberta free again. Well, our store. Rebelnewsstore.com. Am I right, Sheila?
Yep, rebelnewsstore.com. We've got a whole bunch of pro-Western merchandise there. Pro-beef, pro-guns, pro-Alberta. Don't Ottawa my Alberta. That's my very favorite because it has that sort of old 50s style Travel Alberta ad. And that's what it says. It's great.
You know, I just saw another $100 super chat come in. I'm calling them super chats.
Oh, wow.
They're on Rumble. From Only Turkey fans, and I'm a big fan of turkey. $100. Alberta, you're our only hope. Love the province and Rebel News. Thanks for all you folks do to provide the other side of the story, to keep people feeling sane in a crazy world. You know, I think that was an important role we played during the pandemic, during the lockdown. We were proof that people were not alone when all the regime media were, and every political party and every institution, every establishment, every professor, every judge, every politician, every pundit, every late night talk show comedian was saying the same thing. You could start to think, well, maybe they're sane and I'm the crazy one. But I think one of the roles Rebel News played was to remind people that you're not alone. And that's the role the truckers played too. The truckers snapped us out of a false consciousness that, you know, Trudeau kept saying 95% of people. No, a lot of people were against it. Maybe later, 10 bucks. Question in my riding, I voted early, we voted electronically. How come we are not seeing those results? They are in a database, so the results are known. It's a good question. I don't know the technicalities. We heard two different stories. We heard about Sheila's pen and paper. We heard about the electronic scanner in Adam's case. If I were Danielle Smith, I would have a back-to-basics plan for Elections Alberta. It is an independent agency, and you don't want partisans meddling with it, but you can improve its trustworthiness by going analog. I simply believe that's a fact. And I'll read this last super chat for now, but I'm blown away by the generosity. CNN sucks. I share you there. Thanks for carrying this broadcast. You are the only real free press left in Alberta. Sheila, love your insights. Ezra, keep them honest. God bless Alberta. Well, you're very kind. Thank you
Do you
for that.
know what, guys? I very nearly forgot, but I have to jump off this because I'm supposed to appear on the Sean Newman podcast for 10 minutes. So I'm going to go over there right now, but I want everybody to stay with Ezra. I'm just going to disappear. I'm going to go over to the Sean Newman podcast. I'm going to steal all of his viewers and then just bring them back with me, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Right on. Well, Sheila, we know you'll be back soon. And just a hello to everybody. For those who missed me say so earlier, I want to let you know that we are in our new studio, which we recently crowdfunded at buildthedream.ca. Now, I think we have a very special guest waiting for us in Calgary. And it is a cabinet minister, and it's a delight to talk to cabinet ministers. You would think that we do that from time to time, but when the cabinet ministers are in the Trudeau government, they don't talk to people that sometimes criticize them. And so I give an absolute shout out to Rebecca Schultz, because although we sometimes criticize the Conservative government, she has the courage and the smarts to come and do an interview. And I appreciate that. That's how it's supposed to work. Rebecca Schultz joins us now. Thanks very much. How are you feeling about tonight?
Yeah, we're doing great here tonight. Momentum is building. I think people are pretty excited to see the results roll in.
Now, it's just early days. I mean, looking at the numbers, it's only a few percent that are in. Do you have any other sources? For example, the parties have scrutineers overseeing the different, districts and the counting areas. Are you getting other intel directly from UCP activists around the province telling you what turnout's like or what the voting looks like?
I don't. I mean, I know in our local campaign in Calgary, Shaw, we were busy all day getting our supporters out to vote. In fact, I was door knocking, I think until about 7:10, almost 7:15, before quickly getting ready and coming down here. So we were honestly out there till the very end and making sure that our supporters got out. And we did see a lot of our supporters get out in the advance polls as well, which I think was a great thing. But here's a big one.
I think it's taken for granted that Edmonton is going to go NDP orange, and that's a shame. Not just ideologically, but that city ought to have some representation in cabinet, and maybe it'll get it in some other way. But what really scared me, and I'd like your thoughts on this, is for a while there, the polls suggested that the NDP was tied or even leading in Calgary. And as a originally Calgarian myself, I find that shocking. Do you think that those were rogue polls? Do you think that the electorate was just so volatile at the time? Or do you think there was a while there where the city of oil and gas and entrepreneurialism was actually toying with going socialist?
I'll say this. I mean, the last 4 years have definitely been challenging. We faced a lot of pressures outside of our own control, and we had, of course, an oil price crash and economic downturn, but we are leading the nation in growth. We're seeing jobs, opportunity for Albertans. We're seeing more people choose to call Alberta home. I think all of those things are why we're leading the nation, and I think why Albertans have momentum, not only going into this election, but I think some hope and optimism for the future. And I think that really is what we started to see in the last couple of weeks of the election, and I think what you're starting to see here tonight.
We're talking with Rebecca Schultz. She's the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Let me ask you a question about the mayors of Alberta. I know you have to work with mayors of every stripe, and you need a good working relationship. But what do you make of the fact that, again, in a province that is pro-oil and gas, you have mayors declaring climate emergencies? In a province that's pretty free speechy and live and let live, you see wokeism. And how do you explain, and is there some way to deal with the fact that our cities, not just in Alberta but across the country, are sort of like a training ground for left-wing politicians? And a baby politician, grows up and learns the ropes, and then before you know it, a city councillor is running for MLA or MP. Like, they really are a training ground for politicians, and the left seems to dominate. Why is that? And maybe you have an insight as Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I think that's a hard one for me to comment on. I wasn't as closely involved in municipal elections down in South Calgary, where I was, again, running to be the MLA. We did have a conservative-leaning city councillor elected, and I think just seeing how he put in the work, quite frankly, and knocked on doors every single day, I think Albertans really want elected officials who are in this to serve their province and their neighbours. And I think that whether you call it the ground game or just putting in the work to connect to the people that you want to represent, I think that's what matters. And that's certainly what we've been doing in this election. And I honestly think Albertans wanted to see a positive plan for the future of our province. Where are we headed? We saw the NDP run an exceptionally negative campaign based on fear and misinformation. And I think, at the beginning, some Albertans might have had questions. And by the end, they saw that was, quite frankly, just more fear, misinformation, and a lot of skepticism, I think, whether that sometimes is in media or what the NDP was putting forward in ads. And so that's where then we started to say, you know what? I like where you're headed. I like where you're headed when it comes to the economy. I like where you're headed when it comes to affordability and fighting the carbon tax and committing to lower our taxes, addressing community safety. I have half of my constituency along the C-train line. These are things that matter to everyday Albertans. We put forward a platform that really resonated with everyday Albertans, and so I hope that's reflected in the results tonight. I'm optimistic it will be.
I appreciate you taking the time to spend with us. Let me throw to my colleague, Adam Soos. Go ahead, Adam.
One question I had for you, and this is a conversation Sheila and I have had. Do you think it's time for politics to get a little bit boring again? The NDP likes to scandalize. They want to be involved in every aspect of your life. If we had a little bit of subsidiarity, the government focusing on, like, let's say education, healthcare, making sure the roads are working, but not inserting themselves into every aspect of our life the way things used to be for just about forever in Canada.
You know, I think Albertans do value limited government. Albertans also, I think, are just by nature very fiscally conservative. They know what it was like to have no debt. And so these are things that matter to everyday Albertans. We did see an opposition. I would say that, you know, even through some of the challenges we faced, sometimes politicizing those very real situations. And I think that Albertans want to just see some optimism because they're starting to feel it once again, you know, and I think that that's exciting, but I think that they want to see a government that is optimistic, that believes in Albertans, that believes in limited government, and wants to just continue to move things forward, make sure that people have the opportunities to provide for themselves and their families, and absolutely deliver on the core services that government should and that people rely on.
Well, there you have it. Rebecca Schultz, Cabinet Minister and MLA. Thanks for your time. Appreciate you coming to join us. And good luck tonight. Very, very interesting. You know, we have another super chat from Kata, who says, I'm a subscriber to Rebel News and a donor to the great Rebel News studio. Congrats. My only request is to please, Ezra, get rid of that orange sheet on your desk. Any color, but not orange. Now, I understand why you're saying that, because, of course, orange is the color of the new NDP. But that is a red stripe. The fact that it looks orange says we probably need to tweak the colors a little bit, tweak the lights. I mentioned before that this is literally the first occasion we've ever used the studio. We didn't even use it earlier today. I taped my show in the boardroom. So I want to thank our team, and I think we do have, like, even you see the Rebel News word mark on the front of the desk. I think even the colors there are looking a little drab. So we have to light the studio, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spotlights on me. So we're figuring it out, and I appreciate your feedback, but I want you to know that is a red stripe. I think we are caught up with the super chats, and I see, Adam, that I don't think it was much in doubt, but Danielle Smith's own riding has gone UCP. Now, that's Brooks Medicine Hat, which pretty conservative place, natural gas kind of place. That's sort of where Monty Solberg, the federal MP, was from. So it's a great part of the province in terms of politics. I don't think there was much of a surprise there, but she did run there in a special by-election and was reelected tonight. Are there any other ridings that you've got your eye on? And again, it's too early to say these things definitively. There's about 65,000 votes that are cast, and we're expecting about 2 million votes tonight. Is there any riding that you're looking at, Adam? Is there some place you're keeping your eye on to see what's going to go on?
About a dozen or so that are definitely interesting. Obviously, one that will be a little bit contentious, leaning towards the UCP certainly, but it's Calgary Acadia with Tyler Shandro. Now, early polls had this close. They even had Shandro losing. Now, it's tough to say if the gun rights and firearms rights community, they've rallied behind Tyler Shandro massively, and sort of since he's come out as a strong advocate for that, I've seen a number of firearms clubs in the area standing up, putting out big signs in support of him. While he may have been heavily criticized for his actions in the past, well, he seems to be doing a better job on this new portfolio. So he seems to be rallying some support there as well. Polls had him looking at about 65% likelihood to win, despite at one point being behind. So that's one that is certainly interesting. There's a number of other places that they do have incumbents. They do have people seeking re-election that are still looking to be favorites. But one that struck me as rather interesting is Calgary Edgemont. Prasad Panda, someone who we've had the opportunity to speak with, has been very receptive and open. Well, he was trailing a little bit in the polls, despite a long legacy, being generally clear, not too many contentious issues within his past. He was on infrastructure as well, so sort of a staple of conservative politics within this province for some time. So I'm going to be watching that closely. I haven't had an opportunity to look back. We've just been cycling through guests as to how those polls are actually posting right now, but that's going to be an interesting one. And then otherwise, another one that I'm keeping a close eye on is Miranda Rosen's Banff Kananaskis constituency. It's one of the ones outside of Calgary that could potentially and very likely may go towards the NDP. So it's one of the very few rural ridings that may very well go towards them. She's been eager to speak with us. She's been very good, and she's been tackling some issues head on. So those are some ones I'm keeping a close eye on. If the UCP can even grab 2 or 3 of those, they will win this election.
Yeah. Well, it's very interesting. I get a kick out of the CBC talking about ideology. They have this thing they call Vote Compass, where they try and measure what you they ask you a lot of questions in a survey, and they say you're a liberal, you're a New Democrat, it's a very strange thing, and those same folks are trying to rank the ridings in the districts in Alberta based on conservative or liberal tendencies. I suppose that's easier to do, just look at how the results were, but there are some districts in Alberta that are extremely left-wing. And I think it's because they're government sector unions, and there's a political monoculture, there's a media monoculture, there's the university culture, U of A in Edmonton. And I just think at a certain point, when you have the public sector growing every single year, and you have sort of a war against the leading private sector industry, oil and gas, you're going to get more and more concentrated leftism in Edmonton, and I think it's sort of a sad thing. But that's just my own view. Let's go now to the official election results from the provincial general election page on Elections Canada. 65,000 valid votes cast out of 2.87 million registered voters. So it is still too early to say, but every prognostication, every projection suggests that it will be a UCP victory. I propose we take a very short break because we have some ads, and I will come back to your super chats for sure. But we have some ads, including an ad for some ads. What does that mean? Well, let's play the ad for ads, and then let's play an ad. Are you guys ready in the control room? Here we go.
I am doing something today that I have never tried before. Listen up. I'm looking for collaborators in a new and exciting initiative. As you most likely know, YouTube a long time ago demonetized Rebel News, and we are 100% viewer funded. Now, while our supporters are fantastic at helping us cover legal campaigns and special reporting missions, unfortunately, the reality is our day-to-day operational expenses often exceed our income stream. Which is crazy if you think about it, because my videos across all platforms attract hundreds of thousands of views and sometimes even millions. So I want to share that reach with the right partners. If you have a product or business and want to enter a win-win relationship with me, please go to rebelnews.com/ads and fill in the form to let me know. I won't be accepting anyone. I need to believe in your business or product so I can sell it proudly for you. And for successful applicants, I will guarantee a minimum view count, meaning even if your ad is published on the less popular reports, we'll keep promoting your business or product until it gets the agreed minimum eyeballs. So again, if you have a cool company or product that either wants to take advantage of my reach or want to support my work through advertising in a way that you can write it off as a tax deduction, or both, head over to rebelnews.com/ads and hopefully we can join forces soon.
Tamara Leach
has been released from jail.
Western separatist Tamara Leach.
Leach will remain in custody.
We have breaking news out of Ottawa to tell you about. A judge has made a decision on whether to grant bail for Tamara Leach, one of the leaders of that recent demonstration in Ottawa.
You may have seen me on the news, but there's more to my story. In my new book, Hold the Line, I share the story of the Freedom Convoy from the heart of the Freedom Convoy. It's a story of hope, courage, and coming together as a community in the Canadian way. You can buy my new book at theconvoybook.com, and in that book, you're going to hear stories from the heart of the convoy, as well as my arrest and my time in jail, like you've never heard them before. Until very recently, I've been quite silent because of my bail conditions, but now I'm ready to tell my story, my side of the story. I know the mainstream media isn't going to be fair to me, as they've already called me and my friends from the convoy terrorists.
There is increasing concern about violent online rhetoric supporting the convoy, and that those with extreme views are planning on attending.
The mayor, who made, in my estimation, just a horrendous decision to negotiate with terrorists.
So I'm launching a book tour across Canada. We'll be doing interviews, signing books, and saying thank you to all Canadians for your support. I've partnered with Rebel News to crowdfund for the cost of my book, as well as our advertising campaign. With your help, we'll be purchasing ads and billboards to spread the word about my book. We'll also be upgrading my home studio, which will enable me to do interviews all around the world. If you're a shop owner or a business owner and you'd like to have a book signing, please fill out the form on our website, which you can find here. And if you'd like to make a donation for the tour, we'll greatly appreciate it. The first 500 people to send in a donation of $200 or more will receive a free signed copy of my book, Hold the Line, My Story from the Heart of the Freedom Convoy. The last time I drove across Canada, something very special happened. Let's make that happen again. Go to theconvoybook.com. Thank you.
Living with spike protein in a post-pandemic world is something we all have to grapple with, whether you've had the virus, you've been vaccinated yourself, or if you're around those who were. The wellness company's Spike Support Formula is a daily supplement that can help you feel your best, and then stay that way. Go to twccanada.health to get back to that pre-pandemic feeling with Spike Support. Use coupon code REBEL to save 10% off these doctor-formulated products, which are rooted in science, and for a limited time, your first month's membership is only 99 cents. That's twccanada.health, coupon code REBEL at checkout. It's time to put your wellness back in the driver's seat.
Have you checked out the fresh new swag we have at rebelnewsstore.com? Like this nifty resistance trucker sweater? We have warm, cozy sweaters, t-shirts, mugs, hats, phone cases, you name it. Everything to fit your freedom-loving needs, or maybe even trigger a liberal family member or friend. And for a limited time, you can use code TAMARA10 at checkout to save 10% off of your total order. So head on over to rebelnewsstore.com, check out all of our new designs, make some purchases, and use code TAMARA, that's TAMARA 10 at checkout for 10% off your order. Head on over, check it out.
Hey everybody, what a pleasure to be back, and thanks for watching those ads. I like the fact that we have ads. Now some of the ads are for our own stuff, but still. Sheila, are you back from your podcasting adventure?
It was an adventure. Yes, I'm back.
Well, I love the fact that you're in demand, not just here at Rebel News, but other people want your point of view. Listen, I'm enjoying tonight. It is interesting to me that it is 9:38, which is, about almost 2 hours after polls close, if my memory is correct. And I don't think we've had as many results as I thought we would. Sheila, am I just impatient, or are things going slowly?
I think things are going slowly. I don't think this is in our heads. I think things are going slowly. I'm watching some ridings that I think are sort of battleground ridings. So Calgary-Bow is the one that our friend Peter McCaffrey pointed out. He basically said, how goes Calgary-Bow? Sort of how goes the election? the NDP need to win Calgary-Bow to have a path to victory. And right now it looks like just with 4 of 16 locations reporting, the UCP are up by about 150 votes. Also, Sherwood Park, one of 2 ridings in Sherwood Park, it looks like the UCP it's close. It's closer than I thought it would be. I think it's within 9 votes, the UCP and the NDP there. And it looks like the Alberta Party are the spoilers there, as I accused them of being. They don't do anything except ruin things. So thanks for that, Sue Timonson. So those are the 2 ones that I'm watching.
Yeah. I'm on the Elections Alberta page right now, and they say only 136,000 votes have been counted so far. And, that's out of, there's going to be 2 million votes by the time we're done. Exactly. I'm looking at some districts because they're interesting to me. I mean, Calgary-Buffalo, the NDP have a fairly strong lead there. Calgary-Curry, it's, just 50 votes between them. Again, far too early to say anything. Calgary-Foothills, it's a battle. The thing is, though, if each of those little battles is won by 5 or 10%, you can win by 5 votes or 500. And I think that the way things are trending in Calgary, I think that the UCP is going to squeak by. But wow, Edmonton is a blowout. I'm just looking at some of those Edmonton
gross.
ridings. It's it's 2-1 in some of those ridings. It sort of hurts.
Being so close.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, with so close, that sentiment of this being like you have to have the NDP winning so many coin tosses when it's this close. And even if it's a 50-50 split, for them to be getting heads every single time, the odds of that happening are decreasing as it gets closer and closer, even if these stay incredibly close. Because we have to see the NDP gaining significant ground in these dozen or so battlegrounds that have yet to be determined. But if we're seeing it's the UCP pulling ahead in some, the ones that the NDP should be pulling ahead in, they're closer than we think in some instances. Well, that leans itself towards a UCP government. Now, we don't know what it's going to look like. Is it going to be 50-37? Is it going to be much closer than that? Are some of the people who are no longer part of the UCP going to be carrying the balance? Who knows? But very much you're not seeing those trends of the NDP starting to emerge and gain power in some of the areas where they would have to. Now, like we've said, very early days, the polls are just reporting. So we can't say this could flip completely in 20 minutes, could be having a different conversation. But for the time being, I think if you're a UCP supporter, you're not sweating too much quite yet.
Yeah, I think you're right. I wish we could have someone in the NDP election night get together, but alas, that's triggering to them. So I wonder if there are any Western Standard, True North, Counter Signal reporters. So I wonder if they allow anyone in there other than their NDP allies. I see some super chats. I'm not sure if I read this. Mike Freedom Honey says, on behalf of Yukon Strong, if we chase the woke out of Alberta, we'll chase them out of Ottawa too. Cheers from the north. Thanks for that friendly super chat. I'm skimming through. Sheila, do you think I missed any of the super chats? I guess you were away for a bit, but I think we covered
I have no idea, boss.
I think I'm just
I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, I'm delighted to say we have over 7,000 people watching on Rumble and thousands more watching on YouTube. Now, it is 9:45 there, but we still have guests who are scheduled at this late hour. And let me check with our control room team about the status of one of our guests who was booked late. I'm talking about Keith Wilson, who was a lawyer for a lot of the truckers. What's our sense of timing with Keith? Because I know we had originally talked about bringing him in at 10 p.m. Mountain Time, midnight here in Toronto. How's that looking? What? All right, I just hear from Olivia that we will stay on track for that. So, Adam, let's go to you. You are there in the ground. Are people in wait and see? I guess they've sort of, if I can detect from thousands of kilometers away, it looks like there's a cautious optimism. They think they're going to win, but is it a 5-seat margin or a 20-seat margin? That's how it looks from here. What's it like being in that room?
Yeah, it's building up. It's an interesting room because there's sort of the On this side, the blue is where the observation place will be, the stage, and people are kind of sitting around there watching the screens. All the information is available there. On the other side, there's a bar, there's tables, there's people mingling. But there's definitely not a sort of sense, it's not an austere environment. People aren't extremely worried. I think there's a sense of optimism. Now, that could just be because it's been a long campaign run for lots of the people are here, and the moment is sort of imminent. But you're seeing the results coming in. One of the first sort of areas that was called, and it was on a couple votes, went for the UCP. You saw those numbers going up. I think one of the points of contention or points of sort of concern, and we talked about this earlier, was the fact that the NDP, well, they had the gain in the popular vote. That has since, and I'm going to refresh again to make sure it doesn't change again, but that popular vote, that's gone away as well. Now, the NDP does not have the popular vote, and they don't certainly have the seats at this point. So I think those two combined factors, plus the polls, plus a lot of pollsters calling it, is continuing to build this momentum. I know they do have the cannons with confetti loaded up and ready to go should this election be called in the next hour or so. But definitely a sense of optimism. I'm seeing smiles. I'm not seeing frowns. I think it would be great to look inside the NDP room, see what the faces and reactions are like there. Difficult to judge without a juxtaposition, but as you can hear, applause, cheering, and good moods. Sheila, you look happy.
Well, I'm just thinking about the smug tears of the NDPers, and it just brings me joy. But I was looking at some of the early polling, early returns for Edmonton Southwest. That's Casey Madhu's riding. And he's been in an uphill battle. He was sort of the darling of the Jason Kenney cabinet. Solicitor General under the lockdown times, though, and I think that really turned public sentiment against him. And it's very early, only 2 of 15 polls are returning, but he is behind the NDP candidate Nathan Yep, I think is his name. He's a school board trustee, so you know where he falls down on the spectrum of crazy. But that's who Casey Madhu is likely to lose to.
You know, I see a tweet by my old friend Stockwell Day, and I wonder if you guys can pull it up. I put it in the Slack channel there. I'd love to read it. First of all, I love Stock anyway. Second of all, I love the fact that he's fighting. And he also knows what it's like to be up against an extremely partisan media. And this made me chuckle. It's a tweet, and it simply says, it's a picture of Danielle Smith. Congratulations, Premier Danielle Smith. I am happy to declare you the winner of the election tonight with majority standing. The only reason the CBC Global News CTV won't declare you the winner is that they had so much invested in your defeat. In fairness to the regime media that Stockwell Day calls out, it is still early times. I'm looking at the raw feed from Elections Alberta. It's now at 179,000. And there's going to be about 2 million votes altogether, so it's not even 10% of the votes counted. So I'm in a very rare moment, I'm going to be more sympathetic to the regime media than someone else. But I think Stock is right in general. The media party were much more vicious and devastating and relentless and powerful than the NDP party. And I don't think that they will be placated. I don't think there will be 5 minutes of honeymoon, you know, that phrase, the honeymoon phase, when a new leader is elected. They have a time when the media gives them the benefit of the doubt and the public gives them the benefit of the doubt. I think the CBC will wake up tomorrow morning to new orders from their president, who, by the way, lives in Brooklyn, which is a little bit weird for the CBC to have an American president.
CanCon.
Listen, I love America, but it would be equally weird if it was a Canadian running, the U.S. military. What are you doing? It's a national. Why does an American run the CBC? It's weird. So they will have their marching orders given to them by the president and the CBC tomorrow to attack Danielle Smith.
Sorry, Ezra, I just want to interrupt here because I think one of the funnest stand back and watch your enemies fight it out moment of the last couple of days has not really been reported by the mainstream media because it's one of their buddies and their buddies' companies sort of having a bit of a meltdown. So Main Street Research, their CEO Kitomagi, I think is how you say his name. It's one of the strangest things unfolding on the internet over the past, 72 hours. So Main Street has UCP up finally. And their CEO, Kito, refuses to accept this reality and keeps calling it for the NDP. He keeps saying, I've seen enough. I declare that it's going to be an NDP victory. And he keeps tweeting about this. Main Street has come out and said, oh, we actually think it's going to be a UCP victory. The data shows right here. And then somebody said, well, your CEO said that he declared for NDP. And they're saying, we've never said such a thing as a company. They're like, here's your CEO's tweet. It's quite fascinating, the meltdown that's happening at that company over the last 72 hours. And I'm just going to stand back and watch it happen. I don't need to intervene here.
Yeah, that's sort of funny. I mean, I think the polls were volatile. I mean, there were some polls there that the undecideds were enormous. And I think there were some people, and Sheila, I think you nailed it. I think a lot of people actually did watch the debates. And I think it did firm up support for Danielle and did not do that for Rachel Notley.
I think also the threat of a potential NDP government actually being a reality for Alberta voters sent people to the loving arms of the UCP when they probably might have just stayed home. I think that shows in the early voting data.
All right. Well, I understand that our next guest is in position. I'm talking about Keith Wilson, the lawyer for the truckers, who was in Ottawa with the truckers, negotiating with the police on their behalf, defending them, and really helped give them a professional approach, because I think they would have been eaten alive had they not had some representation. I'm talking about Keith Wilson, and he joins us now via Skype. Keith, what do you think of the election tonight? Did you think, I mean, we don't know the result yet, but I think we can assume the UCP is going to win, unless you disagree with that. How was the campaign? What did you make of it?
Well, it really became, as others have commented already, who do you want to be your premier, Danielle Smith or Rachel Notley? I hope, though, that people realize that, some of these policies that she's advocating are just not bad. They're impossible. We're starting to see that these 2035 goals are just simply impossible. You cannot produce the number of transformers. You can't produce the number of minerals. You can't get through the regulatory processes. We've got to do a six-fold increase in the amount of delivered electricity, while at the same time limiting fossil fuels.
You're talking about zero emissions. You're talking about our net zero idea.
That's right. So I think that if Notley wins, our course to that nightmare is going to accelerate. But I also think it's going to cause an awakening, that people are just going to say no. Like, look at the price. It's funny. When you go to the grocery store now, people window shop. They don't go in with a cart. They go in with a basket because they know they can't afford a cart. And they window shop. They and same thing at Costco in the meat counter. They go up. It's like the same look you do if you're going by a Maserati dealership or something. You have a look because you can't afford it. And this is all a byproduct of Trudeau and his crazy idealistic policies. And I think that was a strong message from Danielle and her team, that if you want more of that crazy, if you want more unaffordability, if you want more of the dollars that are going to education to be wasted on paying for the electricity at the school rather than a teacher's aide, you keep going down this course. So I'm hopeful that enough reasonable-minded Albertans voted, and that we're going to have a victory. And I hope it's a healthy one. It doesn't have to be a landslide, so that Danielle can deal with some of the difficult policies going forward.
But Danielle Smith herself uses language like net zero. Am I wrong?
She did once. And what I've struggled with is, what does that mean? And unfortunately, I don't think you should use it, because what it means to the environmental community is that we completely phase out oil and gas, and we replace it with environmentally harmful and unrealistically attainable renewables. What I think Danielle was focusing on in the early days when she mentioned it, it was in the first leadership debate at Medicine Hat and the air hangar there that they had. And I think it's more the concept of, okay, we continue to produce our fossil fuels because of their value and their efficiency in terms of economic efficiency. But we find other ways to offset their impact by doing carbon capture recovery and things like that. So not an idea of eliminating fossil fuels. But for the green radicals, the cultists, they see net zero as getting rid of all fossil fuels, which will lead to an unbelievable amount of death, will cause people who are middle class to become poor, and will make the poor destitute. It's the most elitist, harmful, vicious type policy that any government's conceived of. And it's happening around the world, you know, that governments around the world. So we're all competing for these resources to make these batteries, to make the transformers and the transmission lines. As we know, the services connected to houses in the subdivisions in the cities can't handle converting so that they can have 2 electric vehicles, plus getting rid of the gas furnace to electric, plus getting rid of the gas house water tank to electricity. It is simply impossible to achieve this in the timeline. It will cause such economic devastation. So if Notley were to win tonight, I kind of gamed that out in my head. Let's do the other side of this. It's going to become so obvious to everyone, the price of food, the cost of living, and it's going to force us to really have a second look at this pie in the sky cult ideology, you know, the ecologically extremists that have infiltrated our governments, that we can't let them have that kind of terror over the future of our children.
Let me bring in my colleagues, Adam Soos and Sheila Gunn Reid. Go ahead, Sheila.
No, I was going to ask Keith about Danielle Smith's focus on public safety. The NDP have not spoken about this, and this is, I think, one of those things that resonates with people who live on Main Street in small towns. Affordability, jobs, and public safety. And the NDP didn't even address public safety whatsoever. I think it really hurt their campaign, particularly in the wake of the debate.
I totally agree. And, you know, I haven't had to go downtown Edmonton as much as I used to pre-COVID. But, oh, my goodness. Like, yeah. I was at an event, a legal event in downtown, and I left, and there was a woman walking by herself, and she started walking, because I kind of came out of this restaurant, and she started walking really close to me, and then stood kind of just behind me at the street corner. And when I started seeing all the crazy people around and drug addicts, yeah, I probably would have done the same if I was her too. You know, it's not safe. And they want us to ride transit more, right? Like, no, I'm not sending my kids on transit for some person cracked out to come up behind them and jab them with a knife. So she really missed the boat there. I thought it was an excellent idea when Danielle said, let's reinforce the city police with the sheriffs. I mean, they've really upped the training of the sheriffs. Those of us who drive and eventually, you know, unfortunately get pulled over by them for speeding, I've seen the caliber of their training and the professionalism and their gear increase. And I thought, what a great idea. Yeah, completely tone deaf. And it contrasts significantly to the words of the Prime Minister that drive me crazy, where he says, I'm going to keep Canadians safe, right? By controlling every aspect of your life, like they tried to do during COVID. This is different. This is risks to our normal safety and those of our loved ones brought about by idealistic, stupid drug policies and everything else that this government has done, and causing a generation to lose hope, something the truckers gave to all of us. So I thought it was a good call on her part.
Adam Soos, do you have a question for Keith Wilson about the election or even about the truckers?
you touched on it there, and if what we've seen, the estimations from the NDP about attendance at their events, they seem to say 3 times what the reality is. So many of their campaign policies, the odd time they do get down to actual policy, as you mentioned, it's absurd pipe dreams. They're talking about building 40 schools in no time flat. They're talking about hiring thousands of teachers when they can't even fill current teacher jobs. Who out there is believing these completely impossible promises?
Well, I think, what drives someone not to vote the way I vote, which is for the UCP, and they're more afraid, I believe, that the disadvantaged are going to get left behind, that a conservative type person is too interested in corporations and profit seeking and doesn't care about the little guy. And I don't believe that to be true, but that's their mindset. They're petrified that they're going to lose access to free health care. And those things are so powerful for them that it drives them to despise those on the right and vote on the left. And of course, I'm clear in my mind with my life experiences and seeing different governments with different ideologies, which one helps people who are disadvantaged better. It's conservatives. Which one has policies that lead to better education outcomes? It's conservatives. So tonight will be interesting.
Hey, Keith, why do you think the results are coming out so slowly? Here we are 2 hours after polls close, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe my math is wrong on that. But we have such a small number. Is it because of that one district that Rocky Mountain House Sundry, that they said things would be delayed, and so that's caused some chain of events? Why? Let me give you the latest stat here. 290,000 votes cast. That's 10% of the votes. Alberta's only in one time zone. It's not that massive a place. Am I just being impatient, or are they going slow?
Well, let me tell you this. I thought about voting in the advance poll because they're all over the place, and I happened to be down at a shopping center and I saw one of them and I saw, wow, that's busy. But they were moving through fast. So I thought that's interesting. And I said to my wife, let's go to the advance poll, just get this out of the way, because no matter what, I'm voting. And she said, no, because I don't trust them because they're electronic, but the ones on election day are actually going to be manually counted. And I thought, I wasn't aware of that. So I researched it and found that to be true from the Elections Alberta site. So today, my wife and I at 11:45 a.m. went to the gymnasium of a local high school, and there was 50 polls in there and over 100 polling staff, and there was 2 of us voting. I'd never seen anything like it. 2, my wife and I.
So
like normally there's 5 or 6 people lined up,
Mm-hmm.
or even out the door. I figured sometimes I've voted and I've had to wait 45 minutes to an hour, and we're lined up out the door onto the sidewalk, which I was perfectly prepared to do and mentally expecting.
Mm-hmm.
We walked in, there was no one else there. We voted, we left, and a few more people were coming in. So I don't know what to make of that. I've asked a number of people. They said that turnout was very light at their polling stations as well. So here we have the data should be available. So I'm expecting, and I would have thought we would have had it by now, at least the advance polls released, because we know if my number's right, wasn't it 750,000 people voted in the advance polls?
Yes, 750,000. Yeah, and we don't even have those numbers in yet.
Yeah. So, yeah, it just makes one nervous. I was just on another stream and they asked me, do I have a concern about the electronic voting being hacked? And I said 2 things. I'll abbreviate it. One is, we're in such a weird time now with Chat GPT and everything else where people can, Ezra, someone could put your voice into Chat GPT, or better yet, put your voice into Chat GPT and phone your wife and say, oh, by the way, I need you to do an e-transfer to Keith Wilson for $12,000. And she says, okay. And I got to run, honey. I'm about to go on my show, right? And she's like, okay, that's weird. I guess I'll do it. That could happen. So in other words, we're in a different technological time. The second point is we all know that all computer systems can be hacked. So, we just have to be so cautious. And I hope that the results are so clear tonight that we can have confidence in them, because we need that. We've all, through COVID and the betrayal that we've experienced from our institutions, whether it's the medical doctors, the public health, the police, the courts, our politicians, and on it goes, the news, the legacy news media, we need to have confidence that at least we can still have elections.
Yeah. Well, I hope there's a rational explanation for the delay, and I hope it's just not my own impatience, because it serves no one if faith in the democratic institutions are weakened. We can see that in the United States, and I don't want those same kind of fears to be in Canada. And generally, they've been different problems. But I don't think there's been widespread skepticism about the integrity of voting. Keith Wilson, King's Counsel, great to see you. Thanks very much for coming on the show tonight. And thanks, as always, for fighting for freedom with the truckers, as you did since the beginning. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it is 12:04 a.m. in the East. But, of course, the East is not the story. The West is the story. Sheila, I wish I had some sort of resolution, and unlike my friend Stockwell Day, I'm not really going to condemn CTV Global and CTV for not calling the election, because we just don't have enough information. If the trend continues, yeah, the UCP and Danielle Smith are going to win, but with 10% of the votes in, it's just too many things could happen. Am I right?
Yeah, and it's so close in some of these ridings. Calgary-Bow is very close. Sherwood Park's very close. I mean, it's under 100 votes in some of these. And again, not enough to even be worried about, because we don't have enough stations reporting, polling locations reporting. It's just so slow. And I wish that there was some sort of explanation as to why the advance polls haven't even come in yet. I think they have, if you look at the top, if I'm reading this right, of the Elections Alberta page, they have election day votes counted and advance polling votes counted. And they have more election day votes counted than advance votes counted. So that's odd.
There's something I've detected on, I just want to note it for you. I find it mildly interesting. It's a little piece of trivia. I'm on the Elections Alberta unofficial results page, and they have, I don't know if you want to show that on the screen, Olivia or Efron, but they talk about number of votes cast that they've counted so far. And then they take you party by party. They get into the districts or the ridings later. But as you scroll through the parties, what jumps out at me is that not a single other party besides the UCP Conservatives and the NDP Socialists has even 1% of the vote.
Yep.
The Alberta Liberal Party, which is what you think it is, has 0.3%. The Alberta Party, which was once a thing, 0.83%. The Green Party, which was never a thing in Alberta, 0.82%. Arthur Pavlovsky's Solidarity Movement of Alberta, 0.28%. The Independence parties, I mentioned there's the Wildrose Independence Party of Alberta, the Independent Party, and the Independence Party of Alberta. None of them actually even combined are 1%. That's how polarizing this election was, that everyone voted strategically for either the UCP or the NDP. I don't think I've seen that in a multi-party race. Like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's about 12 or 15 parties. Only 2 of them are beating 1%. Maybe I'm looking for things to talk about, but it is quite amazing that the Liberal Party has 0.29%. The Green Party, 0.82%. The Old Reform Party of Alberta, 0.01%. Just everyone thought it's live or die. It's do or die. Danielle Smith or Rachel Notley. I think that's what that shows, is that people were scared one way or the other. What do you think, Adam?
And I think that is more sort of emblematic of Alberta politics. People often say the Texas of Canada. Well, that bipartisan politic has been alive and well. There always seems to be, whether it be social credit, whether it be the Conservatives for a long time, the Wild Rose, there always seems to be, there can be divisions. And often if we see splintering, it's two Conservative factions disagreeing with each other on some point of principle. They divide and they come together. It happens over and over. We've seen it in federal politics as well, but it particularly happens in provincial politics here in Alberta. But you're always going to have the people in Edmonton who work with whether it's within unions, whether it's within government jobs, you're going to have that voting bloc, and then you're going to have all the rest of Alberta, and then a good chunk of Calgary. Now, Calgary is shifting a little bit and muddying that conversation, but it's not muddying it into a third party or another alternative. It is very much that two-pronged. There's people who are on the left and there's people on the right. That's how society is divided. Now, is that the best way to move forward? Is that way the best way to be a productive society? Maybe not. Perhaps a third party being in there, an alternative voice, is a good thing. But I think when the alternative is Rachel Notley and the NDP, people are willing to put their differences aside, put an end to the infighting, and rally around a unified Conservative ideology.
Now, Sheila, what was the riding where you said there was a bit of a fissure? There was a splitism because of a Kenny dissident from the right. Was that Rimbey, Rocky Mountain House Sundre?
Yeah, Rimbey, Rocky Mountain House Sundre is where that took place. That was where the UCP candidate, potential UCP candidate, he staged a coup of the EDA and installed all of his own people. It's Jason Nixon's riding, of Jason Nixon of Sky Palace fame. And then Jason Kenney disallowed the candidacy of the potential nominee because he had been critical of the RCMP at Coots. So that happened the previous, I think, March, April. Then Danielle Smith took power in October. She didn't correct the situation. So it's Tim Hoven. He is a local politician there, popular Reeve, and he's running as an independent, and he's issued a statement saying, like, look, I was left no choice. I've got to run as an independent. If you do so choose to elect me, then I will, of course, vote with the UCP because that's who I wanted to be representing. So I don't know. We'll see how that goes. And that is also the riding that is running late because of some problems at the Sunchild polling station.
I should tell you that in that district, the independent candidate has 159 votes. The NDP is 372, and the UCP is 1249.
Yeah.
So it looks like...
And that, I think, that riding came in with 82% of the vote for the UCP last time. So it's a very strong Conservative riding. It's no chance of the NDP winning because of a vote split whatsoever. But I think people are just going to, probably, if I had to guess, people are just going to cast their ballot for the UCP because they just don't like the NDP.
Yeah. Well, the latest number it's climbing now, 431,000 votes. It looks like it's picking up. Maybe I was just getting a little impatient. We're so used to...
It's midnight there. It's midnight, boss.
Right. That's right. It's well past my bedtime, Sheila. I'm going to turn into a pumpkin. Adam, do we have a guest on deck? We have a guest, and we are setting up. And who is it? Well, our friend Tarek Alnaga is joining us, and what a good egg. We love to talk to him about Alberta. Sheila, let me hand it over to you to start things off with our friend Tarek.
Well, our friend Tarek, boy, we sure like Tarek. He is a former Maverick Party candidate, Maverick Party leadership candidate also. He's a very keen watcher of all things Alberta, one of the fiercest defenders of Alberta you'll ever find. He's kind of new to Alberta, but boy, we're sure lucky to have him. He loves us more than a lot of people who were born here. So, Tarek, thanks for coming on the show. Are things shaking out so far the way you thought they would be? I mean, the vote is coming in pretty slow, I think, but are you seeing any surprises tonight?
Not really. I think in my heart of hearts, I'm thinking somewhere in the early 50 seats to go for the UCP, whether that's 51, 52, 53. I would say it doesn't really matter at this stage. What I will say, what I'm really, really keen to think, and again, in my heart, I think that the UCP will win, but I do think that what will be very different by the end of the week is what cabinet looks like, and I'm very, very keen to see what the future cabinet of Alberta looks like, because I think that's going to change drastically.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some losses in cabinet. For example, I think Casey Madu is going to lose his riding. He probably deserves it. So what's your fantasy football cabinet look like after all of this?
Well, I think you're going to see the front bench see a lot more rural folks than others. So one that's very, very well liked within the rural community, Nate Horner from Drumheller-Stettler, current Minister of Ag. I think you're going to see him continue to be current Minister of Ag. I think from the urban candidates, you're going to likely see, again, Rebecca Schultz on the front bench. You might even see Chantal de Jong, Angela Pitt on the front bench. Now, what will be interesting is who gets finance, because that's a wide open seat right now, and that's usually seen as kind of a very influential seat in Alberta elections. I don't have a prediction. Maybe you guys do, but I don't have a prediction. I mean, this was, again, Travis Taves' seat, so we know he's not running. The candidate that replaces him, I don't know if he has the same prominence that Travis Taves has. So I'm very curious to see, and I mean, Casey Madu was deputy premier. Who's going to get deputy premier now? So yeah, you're going to see a wildly different cabinet by the end of the week, I think.
Hey, let me jump in for a second, Tarek, and I think you're right to start to look at what the cabinet's going to look like. But I want to read an amazing $100 message from Chris Rumble, and I think that might be the boss of Rumble, Chris Pavlovsky. The message is, love the coverage by Rebel. Let's tell everyone to cut the cable TV cord and tune into Rebel on Rumble. I'm watching it on Roku. Well, Chris, if that is you, thank you so much for your support. And we love Rumble. Right now we have over 8,000 people watching concurrently. And we love it because it's a great platform, but also because it's a free speech platform where we can say what we want to say. And we don't have to always be looking over our shoulders. You know, I had the pleasure of going on Tim Pool's program the other day, Timcast. And I admire him very much. He's a very wise man. But he lives in constant terror that if he says one word wrong, YouTube is going to delete his channel, and I don't want to live that way. And on Rumble, we have the ability to be free. So I just wanted to give you a shout out back, Chris, and thanks to you for your support. Tarek, thanks for letting me interrupt, but that is actually part of our story, to be independent citizen journalists, to get around the gatekeepers of the old media and the gatekeepers of censorship at YouTube. So that is part of what we do, and it's great to be part of a larger citizen journalist community. Now, Tarek, back to you. I want to know what you think of the regime media, the old media, and how they covered this. And I've been asking our other guests that because I think that the NDP party was not as effective in opposition as the media party, and that the real damage done to Danielle Smith and her party was not actually done by the NDP, but was done by their surrogates in the mainstream media. What do you think about that?
I completely agree. So Ezra, first back to your comments. Thank you for having me. It's always a treat working with you and the Rebel crew, and who I consider a strong brother and a good friend, Adam Soos here sitting right next to me. So and Kian behind the camera. So it's amazing. You're such an incredible crew, and I appreciate you all. So Adam giving me a pat there. So but no, you guys are awesome. But to answer your question, Ezra, about the mainstream media, they have been trying so hard to sink Danielle Smith. They've been trying their absolute best and have been shilling for Rachel Notley in every possible way. And I think if you've seen from what happened over the last 3 years, they're losing their customer base, and there's less and less people saying, you know what, you can say whatever the hell you want to say, we're not going to listen to you. So I think they've probably failed miserably at covering the election in a balanced mechanism. They've tried so incredibly hard to tank Danielle Smith's campaign, pulling out videos from 10 years ago and what have you. So I don't see it. You're absolutely right. If it hurt the NDP, that's on them. So be it. That's all right. But I truly think that Danielle Smith is going to win this on her own merit.
Last question is my friend Sheila Gunn Reid.
What ridings are you watching that we should be watching?
Absolutely. So I really think if you look at Edmonton, I think it's going to be a 20 out of 20 sweep. Orange, be interesting if there's an upset or two within Edmonton. What I would say is the biggest ridings is the closer you physically get to downtown Calgary, the more that we should be watching them. So, and the reason is, even if the UCP win, Sheila, I don't want a couple of activist NDP candidates to be in the Alberta legislature. So if you think of Calgary Elbow, Samir Candy, very anti-oil. Megwan El-Gunaid for Calgary Glenmore, super anti-oil as well. You have two AHS activists running against Copping and Shandro for Acadia and Varsity. So those are the seats that I want to see, because it's less about just the seat count. Again, whether she gets 52 or 53 seats, it doesn't matter. But it's who those candidates are and who those individual candidates, and I'd very much like to not see them in the legislature.
All right, there you have it. Tarek El-Naga, thanks very much for your perspective. Keep up the fight, and it's great to have you on the channel. Sheila, I just checked the Elections Alberta page, and they have counted, they say, 538,000 votes. So that every time I refresh it, it is ticking up a bit, which suggests to me that they're catching up. There's still only a quarter counted, and it's 10:19 Mountain Time. But is it enough for us to come to some conclusions? I mean, I think for some of the rural parts. Sorry, go ahead, Sheila.
No, I was just going to say, I'm glad Tarek told us which ridings to watch, because I had completely forgotten about Calgary Acadia. That's Tyler Shandro's riding.
Right.
The NDP are up in that riding right now. Not only 6 of 15 polls are reporting, and it's it's within 60 votes. But that's a surprise, I think.
Yeah. What's that riding again? Sorry.
Acadia. Yeah, Calgary Acadia.
Yeah, I saw that earlier, and I mean that right now. 1,985 votes for the NDP, 1,922 for the UCP. There are a handful of votes for smaller parties. The Greens have 52. Solidarity Movement, that's Arthur's party, has 21. The WLC, that's the Wild Rose Loyalty Coalition, 18, and 32 for an independent. So it is very close. In fact, it's the margin of those little parties, although they seem to split both ways. Only 6 of...
One more riding, though, I want to talk about before you move on, is Calgary Varsity. Calgary Varsity is Jason Copping's riding. Jason Copping benefited from the Soviet anthem that we blared through the riding there. It was very close. He was actually going to lose until Cian Bexty showed up with the Anne McGrath truck, where he displayed on a moving billboard truck that Anne McGrath had been a communist candidate. And the truck, very funny, played the Soviet national anthem, drove it through the riding. He won by, a handful of votes. While without the billboard truck this time around, it looks very possible. Oh, no, for sure he's losing. Jason Copping's losing. 6 of 18 stations are reporting, but the NDP are up by 700 votes.
Yeah, that's that absolutely is an NDP pickup in Calgary. Shouldn't be that way. Calgary Southeast, very strong. UCP. Calgary Shaw, I think we spoke with the Minister, Rebecca Schultz, from there. She's winning, but it's not a huge margin. Calgary Northeast, not that surprising. Looks like an NDP win. Calgary North, 13 vote difference. Like, it is close. Boy, I don't know. Calgary is not the same Calgary it was. I used to live in Calgary Glenmore. 722 for the United Conservatives, 564 for the NDP. Looks like the Conservatives are going to win, but that is too close for comfort. Calgary Foothills, 1% difference, or 2%, just a couple percent difference. You know what? It is too early to call anything. Let me just click refresh here. 594,000 votes counted. So they are counting them. The numbers are starting to come in right now. But we may see some movement. The official elections Canada, Alberta leading. It says the UCP is still leading in 52 versus 35 for the NDP. But those could change. Those absolutely could change.
Saw the NDP with a lead on the numbers, but not necessarily in the areas. Now we're seeing some of those leads in areas evaporate a little bit. But the overall census, the popular vote, 52.9%, presently trending for the UCP, 43%. That in lots of these areas where there was even a good chance for the UCP to win. The vote was much, much closer. So the polling was much closer. Even if they were saying 60% chance the UCP is going to win this, the votes were 47-51. We weren't looking at an overall variance of 53 to 43. So that's probably a little bit of solace for UCP supporters and for the team out there, pulling in more of that popular vote.
Well, what's the mood there in the room? Are people just hunkering down to wait a while, or are people becoming more pessimistic? I mean, obviously you're not chatting with people right now, but just if you can feel the vibe.
I think people were hoping, to your point, that there would be more results by now and the party would be beginning in earnest. That is clearly not the case. So people who are smiling are kind of half smirking, standing around waiting. This is probably the first time all night that I've gotten the sentiment that it's a waiting game. It's not an anticipation towards fun, an anticipation towards good news. I think this is one of the first times that people are very nervous. Maybe not even necessarily nervous, but not filled with jubilation. Sort of just waiting for something to change. It's so close. It's so close, despite that popular percentage of the vote now trending for the UCP. There's not been enough of these key battlegrounds determined one way or another for them to be extremely confident one way or another. So,
well, I just refreshed my screen. 608,000 votes cast. The numbers are getting out there, but again, as we told you with some key ridings, there's just too many votes uncounted to declare anything definitively in most of these districts. Well, I mean, one that did go strong very quickly, of course, was Danielle Smith's own riding in Brooks Medicine Hat, and that's done so overwhelmingly, a 2-to-1 margin. Danielle Smith getting 7,500 votes to the 3,700 for the NDP. That's a great riding. Camrose is even more lopsided, almost 8,000 votes for the UCP and 2,700 for the NDP. Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo is an interesting one. I mean, only just over 100 votes counted there, and the NDP are winning. But I say again, the numbers are so small, 64 votes for the NDP compared to 48 for the UCP. It would be bizarre, shocking, and a form of self-loathing if the NDP won the oil sands. What kind of self-respecting oil and gas worker, tradesman, hard-working person would vote for the NDP? That's very strange to me. Hey,
and it's funny, you can I was just going to say, you can sort of plot to see on a map where an oil and gas project is or where a coal mine is, and you can see the overwhelming victory for the UCP. For example, Drumheller Stettler, that's where the Hannah coal mine is. The NDP they haven't even landed it with 1,000 votes yet. So it's 7,500 votes to the UCP there. You look at Drayton Valley, Devon. That's another huge margin of victory. And it's only going to get greater for the UCP, and that's where, oil and gas. Drayton Valley was hammered by the NDP during the dark days of 2015 through to 2019. You can see it on a map, like you can see it in the results. If there's a coal mine there, you can see the results.
Hey, there's a crazy story out of Calgary.
Yes.
A few days ago, the mayor said, "I am banning fireworks on Canada Day because racism." What? Now, you know the fireworks, at least unless I've been taught the wrong thing since I was a child, fireworks are a Chinese invention, I think. And by the way, fireworks are not part of a race either way. Fireworks are a celebration of light and of life and of sound and of acceleration. I don't know anyone who isn't excited by fireworks. Some dogs get scared. But imagine banning fireworks in the name of being woke. Well, that's the mayor of Calgary. It shouldn't be too surprising. Her very first thing on her very first day as mayor was to declare a climate emergency. This in Calgary, the capital of the oil patch. Well, I know one man who would not stand by. He wants fireworks or bust. His name is Dan McLean. He's a city councillor. He fought back and let there be light. Dan McLean joins us now. Dan, did I properly summarize what's been going on in the fireworks crisis?
Yeah, I think you did. People spoke of Calgarians resoundingly that they weren't having any of this. They want fireworks. I wanted fireworks, so I not just myself, but I was proud to kind of lead the charge to make sure that the city of Calgary gets what they wanted, which was fireworks.
So tell me, what was the mayor thinking? Like, if she were here, now she wouldn't talk to us because she's all about censorship and whatnot, but if she were here, what was her argument? I don't get it. How is fireworks racist? Doesn't everybody of every race and religion, isn't it almost sort of a unifying thing? Like Canada Day, that's a unifying moment. We can all enjoy, rich or poor, young or old, whatever your skin color or religion, everyone likes fireworks. What the heck was she thinking?
Well, actually the decision was made by administration. So it wasn't made by the mayor or council. So that, of course, was troubling to begin with. So once we found out that they, I found out like everybody else. It was just on a press release from city administration, and the reasoning was for cultural and environmental concerns.
Oh my
God! Like you pointed, so like you pointed out, people from all backgrounds and races. I had many friends from First Nations, from the Chinese community that said they didn't consult us. So the city has egg on its face. Administration has answers to some of the questions that we're getting. How this decision was made, why this decision was made. But at the end, what we did, I was told that we could not reverse this decision in council. I brought it up. I questioned it at committee. And then when they told us that it could be reversed, but maybe we could look at doing it next year. We were going to wait, myself and several other councillors. We put together a notice of motion to more, at the end of the day, City Council, we are the bosses of administration, so we can direct them to do what we want them to do. So once we were told we couldn't have the decision could not be reversed, we put together the notice of motion, plus a lot of social media and a lot of feedback and some email campaigns. And the city and the administration, I think, listened and backed down. So now we're moving forward.
I'm embarrassed that the city administration, in a city where there are issues of crime and poverty and drug abuse and even the day-to-day matters of picking up garbage, that the city has administrators have time to go on woke crusades like this. I think that's a symptom of a larger problem. But Dan, I'm glad you led the charge to reverse it. Give me your thoughts on the provincial election tonight. Results are coming in a little slow for my taste, but there might be some technical reason for that. So far, 688,000 votes have been cast. So we're like a third of the way there. What's the trend telling you? Do you think it's going to be a UCP government? What are your bones saying?
I've always felt pretty confident that it would be a UCP majority government. Always confident, optimistic, but uneasy. What we're seeing now, the results coming in, it looks favorable for a UCP majority government. We're going to lose some seats, but at the end, they will retain government. And as a city councillor, I know that there isn't a party system, and I will always represent my ward or the city first. Whoever's in power But I can tell you one thing that personally, I believe, take my city councillor hat off, I think that a provincial government that is led by the UCP is better not only for the province, but for the city of Calgary, for sure.
Well, let me hand you over to my colleague in Calgary, Adam Soos. I'm not sure if he lives in your district, but I know he's got a question for you. Adam, go ahead.
You know, the question that I have is, why does it seem that the bigger cities, the progressive cities, whether it's this notion of banning fireworks and not bringing them back, that seemed to happen in unison. When it comes down to declaring climate emergencies, that all seemed to happen at once. Why is it that all these progressive mayors seem to be in cahoots, whether formally or informally, when these decisions come down? Are they meeting up to discuss these things? Is it just they're buying into the spirit of the age? What is going on that these patterns just seem to be repeating? Toronto, Calgary, Vancouver, wherever it may be.
I believe that the problem with the large cities and why they end up with progressive mayors and council is that they don't have a party system. So what we see is 7, 8, 9, 10 candidates running for a municipal seat. Nobody's declaring whether they're a conservative or whether they're an NDP, where their true allegiances or their policies land. And then there's a lot of vote splitting. So there's a lot of influence from third-party advertisers. What we saw in the last Calgary municipal election was Calgary's Future that was funded by the large unions to the tune of almost $2 million, running a slate, running advertising, and pushing one candidate forward. So you may have one good candidate or even a mayoral candidate that leads to the left, and then 4 or 5 or a majority of candidates leaning to the right that split the vote. So I'd like to see some reforms going forward. I think if we ever have a hope of seeing some of our larger cities that maybe listen more to the populace, which I think in Calgary and Alberta as a whole, that we lean to the right, center right. That's me. I'm a moderate conservative, fiscal conservative. But again, it's the system is flawed the way it stands right now, and this is why we see what we see.
So why do you think it is? We just saw with Kenny technically passing the vote, but not having confidence ultimately and stepping down. Conservatives seem to be less willing to set aside differences in order to win the bigger thing. We're seeing a bit of that with Danielle Smith and the Conservatives now. But why is it that there seems to continuously be divides among Conservatives where progressives or left-leaning candidates seem to be willing to rally behind each other?
Well, I'd like to think that Conservatives are more independent and actually, research and they have their opinions, whereas I would say on the left, say with the NDP, it's a top-down strategy. You have the federal, the NDP government, then that is the same party as the provincial government, the same municipal candidates, right down to the school board. So I think that they work as a monolith, as a voting bloc, and again, I think a lot of times they actually just vote with what they're told to do, rather than maybe doing the research and speaking or voting on what they believe themselves. And so that's where Conservatives and the divide happens with the left and the right.
Well, Dan, it's great to see you here. Sheila, any questions before Dan, the fireworks ban, before we let him go?
Yeah, by the way, I'm a big fan of Dan. He's one of 2.5 conservatives on Calgary City Council. And I really admire how hard you work to bring accountability and fiscal responsibility to what seems to be a bit of an out of control city council when it comes to those issues. I want to ask you, it seems as though Calgary is changing. And so I think that presents an uphill battle for people like yourself, Dan, to maintain some of that fiscal accountability on city council. I guess my question is, how do you change that? How do you communicate to people that it's important as municipal voters to be voting for Conservatives, people who will fix your potholes but not blow all your money? What do you got to do? Because I feel like as Conservatives, we pay closer attention to the big macro issues, what Justin Trudeau is doing with my money and what Rachel Notley wants to do with my money. But really those politics that are closer to home affect you first. So how do you fix that Conservative apathy?
That's exactly the right word, municipal apathy. So we see that a lot. Our turnout is low. People are not as concerned with more paying attention to your federal and provincial politics. So we've got to raise awareness. I think that's happening in Calgary right now, where we have some of the lowest approval ratings for the mayor and council ever. And again, I'm somewhat dismayed how they lump us all together as council. It's the lowest approval ratings ever. So there's some work to be done there, but I do believe in this case, people are starting to pay a lot more attention at the municipal level, and there has to be maybe more of an organized effort, maybe some changes in the Municipal Government Act. And we will see what happens with the provincial government. If it leads to the UCP, I know there's been some chatter about running maybe more of an organized party, maybe getting rid of third-party advertising, working a little bit harder, maybe affiliating with. So when you go knock on a door, then you might have to just say that, here's my beliefs. You just can't put out a blue sign and say you're conservative, because you see that, and when really they actually are not conservative. So that's
Right.
so that's a hurdle.
Well, Dan, it's great to catch up with you, and it's nice to see a conservative-leaning, freedom-oriented guy on city council. I think you're exactly right. That is the training ground for left-of-center politicians, because they can sneak in, because they don't have to wear their colors on their sleeve. In fact, they can wear blue colors. That's what Rachel Notley did at the debate, which I thought was confusing.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I was just talking about how Rachel Notley wore blue at the leaders' debate. Dan, it's great to have you. I know it's noisy there. Hopefully that's a sign that things are about to come to a head. I appreciate you joining with us, and good luck on City Council.
Thank you very much.
Right on. Well, I check the voting results, 777,000 votes cast, so we're starting to get there, but that still is only 1/3 of the number. Things are going slowly, and we still don't know enough about some of those key districts to make a call. Calgary, Beddington, 4,864 votes for the NDP, 4,569 for the UCP. I'd bet on the NDP there, but that's not for sure. Calgary, Edgemont, 10,092 votes for the UCP. Sounds impressive. The NDP is 96-95, not far behind.
Look at Calgary, Acadia. Look at Acadia. Chandro's riding.
Chandro is up by 11 votes. Yeah.
And half the locations reporting. So that could go either way.
Yeah, it's going to go on for a while. Well, I imagine that's what they're doing at that Calgary election night gathering. Now, I tell you, Adam, I've been looking at that sign behind you all night, and it says eat. Where exactly are you? You're at the Stampede venue? Is that where you are?
We're at the Big Four building. So actually the right side is blue for the UCP, and then the orange sign is for the NDP, and that's the food line, actually.
Well, I guess that's what you do if you're waiting for results to come in. You go and stress eat.
Eat your feelings.
That's right. If I was Tyler Shandro, I would be stress eating right now, because only 10 votes separates them from the NDP. We had a billboard campaign called Shame on Shandro. I won't get into that right now, but I won't be sad if he succumbs to the orange wave. And by the way, shame on him for losing Calgary, Acadia, a great district like that. If you're going to lose to the NDP, well, maybe you deserve to lose. I don't know. That's just a shocking thing. 803,000 votes cast, so they are coming in. I mean, I think they're coming in fairly quickly, but the night is still young. I think we should play some more ads, or have we gone through them all, everybody? Here, let me quickly read a super chat first. Jim Clayton chips in a tenner and says, Rebel News subscriber in Alberta, love the coverage. Well, thank you very much. 9,235 people are watching concurrently right now on rumble.com. 3,655 watching on YouTube. Altogether, that's quite a number. I think people are anxious for the results. I'm on the CBC page. They say the UCP is elected in 23, leading in 29. And the NDP is elected in 11, leading in 24. And I think that's a fairly accurate way of phrasing it. So their math, if you believe them, is 52 seats for the Conservatives, 35 for the NDP. It wouldn't surprise me if that holds. I mean, we just don't know what's been reported early and what hasn't been. We don't know how many votes were cast in unusual ways that may have been different phase in the campaign when the UCP was higher or lower. So we've got some more time to kill, that's for sure. Let's kill some of it by playing these great Rebel ads. Gotta pay the bills. Come right back.
If you want to look good and shine like me, you can do so at our store. Go to ribbonnewsstore.com. On this website, you have so much different style to wear, as this one, my favorite one, Justin Castro. With my code Alexa10, you will have 10% off on your next purchase. So don't hesitate, go now and look so good like me.
Canadians know the national anthem. They stand in silence to remember those who died for this country. But not every Canadian knows their rights and freedoms. The Freedom Passport will change that. It looks and feels like a Canadian passport, but contains the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms in a portable, easy-to-read format. The Freedom Passport. Order one for yourself and for all the freedom lovers that you love at freedompassport.ca.
It's the values. You look at Western values in Western society, and these are values we could all relate to, but they're old world values of grit and community and perseverance.
It's a place where you can make a living with your back and your hands and a little bit of hard work. And it's a place of opportunity. And I think as Albertans, we're fiercely protective of that.
The world's energy crisis has been grabbing newspaper headlines. In a nutshell, we're running short of petroleum resources and the prices are zooming upwards.
My colleagues in the government and I have come reluctantly to believe that the price of oil in Canada must go up.
This was Alberta. Origin of the Alberta separatist movement begins with the election of Pierre Trudeau as Prime Minister.
It was a deliberate and malicious targeting of the West, which suited Pierre Trudeau just fine, just like it suits Justin Trudeau just fine.
Sunny ways, my friends.
Blackface. There is an actual hostile government towards Alberta.
Why did your dad give everyone in Western Canada the middle finger?
Really, in politics, you do have to make big decisions, and whenever you make big decisions, there's going to be people who agree with it and people who don't disagree with it.
Plenty of people want to leave this country.
It's not the kind of idea you'd expect to hear from someone who wants to win power and hold power. It is a radical idea.
And you would normalize the discussion. And so maybe Alberta wouldn't have to go, because maybe the rest of the country and the rest of the world would say, whoa, don't go. Will you accept these changes instead? That's what happened for Quebec.
There's no maple leafs west of the Manitoba border. Why do we have a maple leaf by unilateral decision on Canadian flags?
Think of how the American colonists were in 1775. That's how a lot of Albertans are today.
I am speaking to you at a moment of grave crisis, when violent and fanatical men are attempting to destroy the unity and the freedom of Canada.
But after weeks of dangerous and unlawful activities, after weeks of people being harassed in their neighborhoods and small businesses forced to close,
As democracy flourishes in Canada,
we don't always agree, and that's okay.
because individual liberty is cherished in Canada.
Our government will always defend freedom of expression and freedom of peaceful assembly.
It has now been demonstrated to us by a few misguided persons
After evidence of increased ideologically motivated violent extremism activity across the country,
just how fragile a democratic society can be.
It became clear that local and provincial authorities needed more tools to restore order and keep people safe.
These are matters of the utmost gravity, and I want to tell you what the government is doing to deal with them.
The federal government has invoked the Emergencies Act.
The public's legitimate right to know why the government proclaimed an emergency.
and whether the actions it took were appropriate.
It is our view that there was no justification whatsoever to invoke the Emergencies Act.
It's so tough to watch. There's no reason for that. They were literally running the horses through the crowd.
The police came straight to me and he targeted me and he took his gun of tear gas and he actually shot me directly in my legs.
Was it worth invoking the Emergencies Act, ma'am, to trample on the rights and freedoms of Canadians?
Why do you think excessive honking means that the government should strip citizens away from their rights?
Our next and final witness is Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Order à l'ordre.
Yeah, that was a terrible time, wasn't it? The moment I hate the most is when they shot Alexa Lavoie. You know, thousands and thousands and thousands of truckers and their supporters in Ottawa. I was there, it was jam-packed. Thousands of police. Hundreds of thousands of people across the Canada all together. I would say it's not unlikely that 1 million people either participated or observed firsthand. I mean, even here in Toronto, people came and watched over the overpasses over the 401 as the truckers went by underneath. They just had to see it for themselves. There was such a buzz, and they wanted to see something real during the lockdowns, not something that was filtered through social media. People went, it was incredible. It was almost like an Olympic torch relay. People came out just to be part of the moment. And so you had 1 million people observe. You maybe had 100,000 participate. You had more than 10,000 in Ottawa. And it was completely peaceful. One person was shot. 1 million people observed, 100,000 participated, 10,000 at least in Ottawa. One was shot. What are the odds that the one person who was shot was a Rebel News journalist standing quietly and peacefully just holding her phone? What are the odds that of all the people, 1 million observers, 100,000 participants, that what are the odds? As you may know, we're suing the RCMP on behalf of Alexa Lavoie. And we've got some information they knew her name. Here's another thing we've learned from the disclosure, and there's certain things that I cannot disclose until they're disclosed to trial properly, because there's some deemed undertaking of confidentiality. But you know this without having to see the disclosure. Police in Ottawa were helping. Police always help. Someone falls, someone has a heart attack, someone has an injury. Police do first aid. They call the ambulance. What are the odds that the only person shot is from Trudeau's RCMP? Of all the different police forces, it was Trudeau's RCMP that shot a Rebel News reporter. And here's what I just can't get over. That day, the day they shot Alexa Lavoie, they gave first aid all over Ottawa. This guy has a heart attack. This guy has a seizure. This guy gets in. Why did they shoot Alexa, injure her, and not offer her first aid? They offered other people in the town first aid. Why did they not even ask her if she's okay? Why did they not take her to the hospital or even offer her? Why did they shoot her in cold blood and leave her and not even say, "Are you okay?" Do you think that's a coincidence? Is it also a coincidence that Trudeau's RCMP beat up our other reporter, David Menzies? Is that a coincidence too? How many coincidences do you need before you think, well, maybe, just maybe, the RCMP doesn't represent Canadians, maybe it represents Justin Trudeau? And forgive me for saying all that, but that's exactly what's on my mind whenever I hear the shouts of Alexa being shot. That was, I think, the worst moment in our 8.5-year history. Our worst moment. Back to the present. The Elections Alberta site says 955,000 votes have been tallied. That's not even half the number. The close ridings are still close. Conservatives are elected or leading in 52. NDP is leading in 35. But those, as the votes come in, those stats are less likely to change, but there's still a possibility. The CBC is aching for an NDP win, but I think it is slipping through their fingers. They tried everything they could, but it wasn't enough. The top story on the CBC is Alberta voters await election results as officials investigate reporting delays. It's always a terrible thing to go wrong on election night. And I don't have a lot of respect for Elections Alberta or Elections Canada. Adam, what are your thoughts on this delay? Is it much ado about nothing? These things happen, just roll with it. What do you think?
I mean, it's the government, so I don't expect it to work well. I did actually just get an email from somebody. They didn't disclose, but they are actually working on counting. I didn't ask for this information. I just happened to get an email from someone who's apparently involved in the counting. They suspect that they'll be counting for another hour. They didn't disclose where. I presume they're probably not allowed to share those details. But they said they suspect they'll be counting for at least another hour. That was probably 20 minutes ago. Now that was one piece of information from one area. But I mean, if it's happening in one spot, there's probably a pretty good chance there's a few areas where they're having some problems. I think I'm a little bit sort of perturbed though. Like if we had such high voter turnout in advance, we're barely getting past those numbers as far as results posting. So what is the problem here? Why don't we have significant results coming in? I know it's 11 o'clock here now. I know the UCP and Danielle Smith were thinking they'd be able to take to the stage probably by 10. That's what they were thinking. That's what they were planning. It's 11 o'clock now. We're not close to that yet. Now, probably in a relatively short amount of time, we may have some outlets beginning to call this. If we get to maybe 1.25, 1.5 million, or if we get significant leads in some of these key areas, we may get closer to that. But right now, we are no closer to that. And I don't think that's a good indicator, especially if they had this lead up, this head start, all these votes already ready to get counted through the digital process there.
We have a super chat, Rumble rant that came through. EMX chips in $10 and says, "Thank you, Rebel Team and Danielle Smith. You give us hope for the next federal election. After all, we did win the popular vote in the past two elections." Sheila, what do you think? Is there shenanigans afoot, or is this just government being government?
Yeah, I don't think it's shenanigans. If there's anything that can go wrong and a bureaucrat's involved, it will go wrong. It will be slower and it will cost more. And I think that's what we're seeing here. And yeah, moreover to Adam's point, they should have been more prepared when they saw just the enormous amount of numbers that were rolling in those advanced polls. They should have maybe had a little bit more ground game and realized that it would be a big turnout, more hands to count the votes. But here we are, 11 o'clock in Alberta. We still don't know who the next premier is, although I think it's pretty safe guess, but too soon to call some of these very close ridings. It's 1 a.m. For our team in Toronto, and including yourself, Ezra, everybody behind the camera there in Toronto. You're the real MVPs because you put in a full work day and it's 1 a.m. there. So Efron, Olivia, thank you so much.
Well, you know, I enjoy these late night live streams. Sheila, I don't know if you remember when we were covering the Conservative Party's leadership a few years ago. I think it was like till 3 a.m. Eastern, and I got positively giddy. We were making jokes about Peter MacKay. I don't even know why. I thought it was so funny. I was just calling him, I gave him just an atrocious nickname, and I found that endlessly funny. But hey, I have a confession to make. And by the way, I'm not tired. I had 2 Red Bulls today and about 5 coffees, so I'm actually fairly revved up. But I have a confession to make, and it's actually a true confession, and I'm slightly embarrassed, but I want to explain myself. I have a major elective surgery in the morning, and I'm not looking to tell you my personal business, but I actually have to go home now, and I know. And I know that's just, and don't worry, it's not nothing terminal, but it's a pretty major thing, and it starts in the morning, and I have to go. I thought we would be done by now. I'm going to be out of commission all day tomorrow, and I'll probably be be out of commission one more day. And don't worry, everything's going to be fine. It's just it's a very serious undertaking, and I just think it would be nuts for me to stay a little bit longer, even though I want to.
You gotta go, boss.
I don't want people to think I'm going home because I'm tired. I don't want people to think I'm going home because I'm not willing to stay up late with everybody else. I'm just telling, and I don't want to tell my stories, but I mean, it's fine. Everything's going to be fine, but I really do have this pretty serious thing, and I think because I still got to go home and drive home and then I got to anyways. But so I beg the forgiveness of everyone who's here, but I'm going to take my leave. I should say that the Elections Alberta website just flipped over past 1 million votes cast. So they're halfway there. So hopefully you guys will be done by 2 a.m. Eastern Time, midnight Mountain Time. I should go to bed
8
for the
a.m.
reason.
staff meetings come pretty early.
Yeah, and I know our team in the West Coast gets up even earlier. But I'd like to say I am going to take my leave. I want to say thanks to the 3,400 people watching us on YouTube, the close to 9,000 people watching us on Rumble. It was really cool to get a Rumble rant from the boss of Rumble, Chris Pavlovsky, who's been a great supporter of freedom of the speech. To our team behind the scenes here, Efron and Olivia, not only have been working tonight, but who've assembled the studio, and we'll be making some final touches to it in the days ahead. We learned a few things about the chair and the lights and things like that, but I think it was a great debut. No disasters is a way of measuring it. And of course, to our team out west, not just Sheila Gunn Reid and Adam Soos on air, but Kian Simone, Sid Fazard, Angelica Toy, and I'm not sure who else is on the ground out there. So I want to say thanks to everybody. Stay with it. Forgive me for leaving. I promise you it's the best excuse I could have. I have to go. But I see our friend Robbie Picard is on deck to talk. So what a perfect reason to stay and let Sheila and Adam talk to Robbie. Good night, everybody. Good luck, Alberta. Over to you, Sheila.
Great. Good luck, boss.
Thank you.
Be well. Wow. And Ezra's not joking. He does have surgery. You will see that it'll be David and me filling in for him, I think, on his show the next couple of days. So nothing major. He's not going to die, but he does have to go home because he has surgery tomorrow. Thank you, Elections Alberta bureaucrats, for being so slow. Now, we are very lucky to have my friend Robbie Picard from Oil Sands Strong. And I had no idea, Robbie, you've been talking to me for half the day via text message and other ways. I had no idea that you were going to be in Calgary. I would have lined this up with you earlier. Let's bring Robbie on, please, if you wouldn't mind.
They did just call a majority Conservative government.
Oh my gosh!
CTV is called a majority, which obviously it would be, but a declaration that the United Conservative Party has won this election. Danielle Smith will be the premier moving forward. So a massive round of applause erupting here. Some of the highest excitement we've seen for the evening. But yeah, we can react to that, and I'll allow you to get back to your questions for Robbie.
Yeah, I'm excited that we might be going to bed within the next hour and a half. That's kind of exciting for me. But Robbie, what's it like to be in that room right now?
It's pretty awesome. I mean, it's nice to see that she's gonna get a majority. She's gonna be the premier. I just really hope that the Conservatives don't cannibalize her and give her a couple years to really let the public get to know her. And that's my message to all the Conservatives tonight. You know, put your narcissism and your self-benefit aside and get behind her, because the real battle for Alberta and our energy industry is just starting, and we need a champion, and I believe that she's the one that will be the champion.
Really non-partisan. I think generally that's your work at Oil Sands Strong has been non-partisan. You're trying to sell Canadian oil and gas to the rest of the world, but you have stepped in and you've been somewhat of a champion and a connection maker for Premier Danielle Smith within the Indigenous community. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I hosted a bunch of events with her. I did a couple Indigenous roundtables, and I like her. I didn't like the way people were pegging her as this homophobic, racist person. As a gay guy, she's not that at all. I thought she was really misunderstood, and I didn't like the way she was being bullied. So I thought I was going to stand up for her. And every single person that I've introduced her to has severely liked her and supported her. And bluntly, I mean, I'm not as against Notley as everyone else. I mean, I got her to wear the I Love Oil Sands shirt. I tried to work with her when she was premier. But Alberta, this is bigger than one person. This is about our future, our energy industry. Countries like Saudi Arabia and Nigeria are going to be eating our lunch if we don't fight. When your federal government has stupid laws like just transition, which is essentially Greenpeace's and Naomi Klein's words, you need someone to say, no, that is not going to happen. And the rest of the leaders, I've never seen anybody like her. She listens. She learned from her mistakes. She's an Alberta success story. You know, like when I moved to Fort McMurray, I was broke. I didn't have a home. I lived in a tent, and I rebuilt myself. Well, you know, she was the potential premier. She lost everything, did the floor crossing, was humiliated, and now she's back taking that experience. And it's a true story of Alberta resilience. And this infighting is going to kill Alberta if we don't fight back. And I think she's the only one I've ever seen with that is, candidly, she's not that much about herself. I mean, I find her quite selfless. She's helped me a few times even before she was premier. So, no, I'm for the first time, I decided to get a little more partisan than I'm comfortable with.
What do you think the first thing she needs to do to move the needle on making sure that Alberta oil and gas gets to market, but also is less vilified, I think, than it is?
This entire province has this bad idea about promoting oil and gas. They hire some overpriced Toronto agency to put up billboards. You need to humanize this energy industry. When you shut down coal, like Notley did in Parkland County, it had devastating effects on residents. People need to understand, you shut down our industry, sooner than later, you are going to pay a price. You're going to lose jobs. The economy is going to be screwed. People are going to start having to suffer from that. She needs to humanize it. And second of all, she needs to get out to Alberta. The Conservatives need to get out of people's bedrooms. They need to focus on issues that matter. Income, mortgages, payments, that type of stuff. And they need to humanize themselves and freedom for anyone to live their life, as long as it's within a framework of law. You know, she's not a monster. I mean, I mean, as a gay guy, I mean, I can't count the amount of gay Conservatives even here. There's a lot. So humanize it. Be the party of the people that and let people live their lives. And I think the common value that all gay people have is about, I care about my bank account. I want to have a retirement. I want to have a boat. I want to have a life. I don't want to be some loser in Vancouver living in low-income housing because I will never get out of that. That is where we're headed if we destroy our energy industry. Good luck. Go to Vancouver unless you're worth billions. You live in a government house that or low income. That'll be our future if we don't stop it.
Sounds like your gay guy issues are the same as my women's issues. I'm gonna turn you over to Adam if he's sitting right beside you. Adam, do you have a question for Robbie?
I saw you do some videos talking about sort of humanizing Danielle Smith in the face of so much of what we've seen. Just what do you make of this reaction, these people coming together? Everything in the media, everything from even some of the old guard Kenny people was that Danielle Smith was divisive. Danielle Smith couldn't pull people together. Danielle Smith wasn't the big tent leader that this party needed. And yet here we have it, a victory, people rallying together from all backgrounds. What is it about Danielle Smith that made this work?
I think Danielle Smith is real. She's a real person. She's a good orator. She's been on, had a radio show, but she's a real person. And I think deep down inside, we all see a little bit of ourselves in her. She's flawed. Where Jason Kenney, who's a friend of mine, always put on this perfect image. All of them do.
CBC has also called a majority UCP, and people are moving and shaking. I appreciate that answer very much. We're just kind of bringing the news as it comes. So CBC also calling a majority. I think it's pretty safe to say, Sheila, if you want to do the honors, but it seems to be trending pretty concretely in one way here.
Do you know what? As the editor-in-chief of Rebel News and the chief reporter and the head of the Alberta Bureau of Rebel News, I think it is safe to say that I am calling a majority for Danielle Smith, who is our next premier, the incumbent premier of Alberta. God bless Danielle Smith in her next 4 years. I would say the same to any premier, but I feel like she's got all the forces of the media and the political establishment working against her, including some within her own party. And she needs strength to do what she needs to do next. But I think that she is someone with Alberta's best interest at heart.
Things are picking up here, so I'll say thanks so much to Robbie again for joining us. I know we want to get a couple cameras on this as well. If the UCP does have a live stream of this, we're certainly going to jump to that as well, so you capture all of that speech. So we've got that footage coming to you live. Robbie, thanks so much again. Really appreciate it. There you have it. Rebel News as well, joining in the parade of folks calling this election a UCP majority. How many seats exactly? Well, that has yet to be remained. If Ezra would have been on for 15 minutes, he would have been here for all of this. But this election is called. We'll see by how much. We'll see if some of those key sort of MLAs who are in key cabinet positions, a number of them will not be returning. New blood, new voices entering into this party in what is shaping up to be, with it being called this soon, probably a pretty strong majority for the UCP. We do want to make sure, if we do jump away quickly, it's because Danielle Smith will be taking the stage. But Sheila, after all the division, after all the tension, after all of this drama, do you think that perhaps that libertarian streak within Danielle Smith, that just, and we talked about this the other day on stream, your love language is leave me alone. Maybe Danielle Smith's let's just leave people alone mentality was the love language of more Albertans than we suspected.
You know what? This is probably Danielle Smith's love language, and I can't believe I'm saying that about our premier. But she has described herself as a pro-choice or socially progressive libertarian. But because she is a libertarian, she's been a strong advocate for religious freedom, leaving the churches alone, leaving the pastors alone, quit arresting them. For an advocate for people with whom she might disagree on certain social issues, she's an advocate for leaving those people alone too. And I think that's what makes a socially progressive libertarian far different from just your run-of-the-mill social progressive who has to make sure that you are in complete ideological conformity with them at all times. And I think it really benefited her. It's sort of, social conservatives who voted for Jason Kenney also voted for Danielle Smith. But it was funny because Jason Kenney was the one that wouldn't leave the social conservatives alone, whereas Danielle Smith will.
It's incredibly interesting. And I think that this sort of notion of subsidiarity, we talked about this before, government getting boring again, backing away from people, leaving people to their freedom. But another thing that Robbie hit the nail on the head on is that Danielle Smith is a human. She had a talk show where she discussed ideas. And sometimes when you're discussing ideas, you might espouse or play devil's advocate. And share perspective. But when they played those clips again, when they criticized her and condemned her, she just said, I made a mistake, or I shouldn't have worded it that way. I'm learning and I'm moving forward. I think compared to that sort of veneer of perfection, the stately Jason Kenney perspective, Danielle Smith is someone who perhaps will come down to the farm and help you out when you need it and leave you alone when you don't. Someone who will authentically apologize, authentically make efforts, and even some of the things that she was caught up in scandals on, they stem from a desire to help, a desire to do something right, an openness to, I asked her a couple tough questions. She said, we're going to look into that, whether it be amnesty, other things. She did her best to look into that. She got a whole bunch of flack for it. But the fact is, she's very human, willing to make mistakes, willing to change her perspective. Even as we talked about earlier with Keith Wilson, the way she talks about net zero has changed significantly. So she's someone who's evolving as she leads, and it's okay to change. It's okay to change your perspective. Justin Trudeau can't do it. Rachel Notley can't do it, but Danielle Smith, it seems, can.
Do you know what? She is a story of redemption. And I think that's the story of Alberta, right? Like, it's a place of second chances. If you come here and you work hard and put your head down, whatever mistakes you brought with you, they're just in the past. And I think that's sort of her trajectory. But it's also a story of how conservatives don't really believe in cancel culture. Because the same conservatives like me who are like, I can't stand her, she betrayed all of us, get out of my face, I never want to see you again. She convinced all those people that not only is she worth a second chance, that she's worth being the premier of this province. Like, that is a really incredible story. And I think it speaks a lot to how Albertans view human beings. We don't see them as somebody like, you make one mistake and we'll throw you away. And that sort of attitude is trickling down into how we treat addiction and a whole other host of things in this province. It's just, when you think about it, it's really quite shocking. But I think Danielle Smith was kind of aware that people like me didn't want to see her for quite some time. I think it was Rick Bell that told, and I don't think I'm telling stories out of turn here. Rick Bell told Ezra and I that it was like 3 years that Danielle Smith basically didn't show her face in public. She didn't, go on radio. She didn't host shows. She didn't try to put her foot back into the political landscape because she thought we didn't want to hear from her. And you know what? She was right. You look at when Justin Trudeau makes a mistake, it becomes something that we all have to share the blame for. We either experienced it differently or it's a learning issue for all of us. She didn't treat us that way. She realized it was a mistake that she made. She had to do this sort of walk alone in the desert, do her penance, and then come back and earn our trust. And here she is, elected premier. Just an incredible story.
Now, let's look at the other side of this as we're waiting for Danielle Smith to come. For Rachel Notley, do you think this signals the beginning of her transition into federal politics? And to further to that point, do you think that she won in Alberta, an NDP government under Rachel Notley, to give credit where credit is due, won in Alberta? That was deemed inconceivable. Not only, the question I'm asking you is, does she take the reins as the leader of the federal NDP, but do you think they form the opposition instead of the Trudeau Liberals?
That's a fascinating possibility that I hadn't even considered. Not that I would be for it. I'm just for Justin Trudeau losing. But yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a very concerted lobbying campaign for Rachel Notley to move, I guess, laterally to lead the federal NDP. That's my fantasy football. Because she checks a lot of identity boxes that the NDP that they care about, if you care about those sorts of things. She's a woman from the West, tracked Fortress Alberta once. So by NDP measures, she's pretty successful, strong ties to the unions, so strong that she is married to a union exec. So, I think it would be a real boon for the NDP, which would be the worst thing that ever happened to Justin Trudeau, because it would crack the progressive vote, which would make it the best thing that ever happened to Pierre Poilievre. Now, would it make them the official opposition? I hadn't even considered that, but I bet there's a strong possibility.
In the popular vote, it might put them close. Jagmeet's been a disaster, frankly. Maybe not in the long term, but all he does is tweet critically of Justin Trudeau and then never do anything on it. It's very much a stagnant crutch for the Trudeau Liberals, but not an action. He's not the one to take the party forward. He's not the one to make a change. We have seen Trudeau doing such a bad job, though, that he is losing numbers and shedding numbers to the NDP, to the point where the popular vote is close. Now, I don't have the numbers in front of me as to whether they could actually start taking over some of those critical Liberal hotbeds. Probably not, but it certainly would be interesting to see if Trudeau loses, if he steps down, if someone incredibly unpopular steps in, or if there's an absolute defeat, if we are looking at that sort of opposition. Certainly interesting. One of my biggest disappointments, now getting back to provincial politics, You know me, I'm a lovey-dovey guy. I like to get along with everybody. I honestly wanted to sit down and have conversations with the NDP, and I wanted, if they had the best ideas, I wanted them to win people over. I think they knew they didn't have the best ideas. Perhaps someone else being called here. I'm not sure. We'll check in a second. But how much do you think it contributed to their downfall? Their perpetual pursuit of scandals, their unwillingness to engage in people with different ideas, and their unwillingness to answer questions from journalists.
Well, I think the Albertans want a premier that wants to be premier of all Albertans and not just the ones that voted for you. And that's definitely not what Rachel Notley presented herself as. She never ever tried to make the case to conservative voters why they should vote for her, which is something she actually did do a little bit of in 2015. She made the case like, are you ready for change? I guess some people were. Are you tired of the very recent PCAA scandals? Some people were. Do you want a lady premier? You want to be progressive like that? Whatever. She was making those cases. They're not cases that I actually all that much cared about. I mean, the corruption for sure. But she was at least making the case as a reasonable alternative to whatever was in power. She didn't do that this time. All she did was dig up scandals and call people names, negatively malign them. And it showed actually in the women voters bleeding off from the NDP in the last week, because I don't mind a good negative campaign, quite frankly. Let's get a little dirty. But I know some of my soft-hearted cohorts of my sex, they don't like that. And I think it was a real turnoff for some people.
You know, it's interesting. As that first call came out from CTV, I watched some of the mainstream media. It was interesting to see definitely the jubilation, the happiness, the smiles seemed to dissipate a little bit. But one thing that I have noticed over the last couple weeks was media outlets, when I would ask them, and I'm this is kind of inside shop talk, but when I would ask them if they're going to the NDP thing or something along those lines, they would be like, yeah or no, but there'd be sort of a sense of exasperation. And I had some of the folks coming up to talk to me from mainstream outlets, sometimes even from outlets that perhaps haven't been the most gracious, saying, hey, Adam, how's it going, man? I can't believe that happened. You know what? First Nations communities will talk to us. Most of the parties will talk to us. People from all backgrounds, whether it be immigrant communities, church communities, freedom fighters. Yeah. We represent everybody. We give people who are marginalized an opportunity to share their story from their perspective. That's what the NDP professes to be about, but it isn't what they've delivered on at all. They completely abandoned that grassroots. We've seen this with the left in general. The things they once stood for, they've seemingly abandoned. So maybe this will be an opportunity for the NDP to sort of, I don't know if it will, maybe they're so...
Yeah, come on. Come on.
Yeah. Maybe they return to some semblance of normalcy and advocating for reasonableness. Probably not. They might just be more radicalized. But it will be interesting to see what happens under new leadership for the NDP. Not that Rachel Notley has officially decided, but after 2 kicks at the can losing this election, one would presume she won't be carrying on.
I betcha it'll be Shannon Phillips and Sarah Hoffman in some sort of death match where I hope everybody loses. For the leader of the NDP, probably Rod Loyola too. I see him as one of those long-term Joseph. I mean, what is it? But maybe. He's a lifer politician. We should get to some of these Rumble rants to kill some time while we wait for someone to take the stage there. Maybe we want to, no offense, Adam, but we'll just mute your mic because it's really loud in there while I go through these, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you, K2. Okay, so we've got a few Rumble rants here. I'm not sure. Buddy Guy gives us $2. Rolling blackouts, but hey, they say you will own nothing and be happy. I think referring to Keith Wilson's comments about net zero. Snail Mail Patriot. Buddy, you gave us a lot of money tonight. So thanks very much. But we'll do our best to be frugal and stretch your dollar as far as we can. Gives us $10. Ezra, watch the registered number of voters figure on the Elections Alberta website. How can registered number of voters keep rising? I think from, oh, sorry, I got to plug in my laptop here. Sorry. How can, oh, of course, it just turned off. Oh, no, we're back. How can the registered number of voters keep rising? I think from 2.2 million an hour ago to 3.1 million. Don't they have that in advance? You know, I hadn't seen it rising. I think it was at 2.8 million pretty much the whole time for me. Yeah, 2.84 million pretty much the whole time. I don't think it has changed. So I don't know where you're looking at that. We've got I'm Not Your Buddy Guy again, or I'm Not Your Guy, Buddy. It's from South Park, gives us $2. I have personally witnessed where you can make it always produce a 51-49 result. Electronic voting is not the way to go. Look, I'm analog. I've actually given up my smartwatch and invested in watches all from 1980. Literally, the Timex T80. I got a calculator watch from Casio in the mail today, so I'm dialing back. I get that I'm from the internet and technology makes my job possible, but I'm trying to go as analog as possible in the rest of my life. Justin Turdo gives us $1 and says, Sheila must own a bump stock because that gun is hot. Well, thank you. I'll take whatever compliments I can get. I'm approaching my mid-40s, so that's fine. We got another one on the cheap garage. Adam's talking, but he's muted. We'll come back to him. On the cheap garage gives us $10. Would it be too early to ask Schwab if he's disappointed in his member Notley? I think there's a lot of environmentalists. I'm very disappointed right now because they thought they were going to get a bunch of jobs in government like they did last time. Like all the kookaloo crazy people from the San Francisco funded environmentalist movement just made a lateral move right into government. The Greenpeacers, Pembina Institute weirdos, they were all just like getting on the government dime. Sephora Berman from Forest Ethics or Stand Earth or whatever the heck they call it now. She was head of the Oil Sands Advisory Group. Like the woman would chain herself to old growth forests and she getting arrested at anti-oil protests. They put her in charge of the fate and future of the oil sands. That's what Notley did. That's how bad it was during those 4 years. You know what? Lauren Gunter was right. Shame on the UCP for not bringing that one up. Let's keep going. I think we have a few more at the bottom here. Okay, EMX, $10. Thank you, Rebel Team. And Danielle Smith, you give us hope for the next federal election. After all, we did win the popular vote in the past 2 elections. We did indeed. But as an Albertan, I cannot control the votes of, again, I blame the women of Toronto for giving us Trudeau. But at least now we have a premier who's not just decided to fight back, but made it her legal requirement to fight back against the feds when the feds step all over our toes through the Sovereignty Act. So she's legally obligated herself to fight back on behalf of Albertans. So it's that little bit of protection that Alberta has against the whims of an infantile idiot named Justin Trudeau. Then we've got one from Enmark. This is Kane Enmark, I believe. $5. I'm in Calgary. I'm mad that the PC computer says so slow. The counting. I want paper votes here. I had a paper vote. I don't know what you guys had. I'm in the middle of nowhere. And it was just like, here's your HB pencil. And I checked it off and that was it. Mincholo, $5. Hi, bro. Well, hey, buddy. And then Kane Enmark. Oh, we did that one. $5. Paul Otto Newman, $5. Danielle Smith has completed the greatest political comeback in Canadian history. I think you might be right. I think you might absolutely be right. And I think, that's it. And then I'll bring Adam back on. We got one more. JD Bedbrook, $3. Don't really drink on Mondays, but I'm having a scotch to celebrate. Thank God common sense has won Alberta. I never thought it was as close as the media and the NDP would have us believe. But there is a bottle of Fireball sitting over there that's calling my name as soon as I'm done this stream. I could need something to help me go to bed. I want to bring Adam back on because this is a story he's been following. And that's the story of Jennifer Johnson. She's the UCP candidate, now MLA, in Lacombe-Pinoka. She absolutely smoked. Oh, is Notley conceding? Okay, let's unmute Adam so we can hear what he's saying because Notley's conceding.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear me now. Seems like Notley's taking the stage. Very likely to be conceding. So as soon as he starts, and go from there.
Oh, good.
Thank you so much, Jody, for that wonderful, wonderful introduction. And by the way, congratulations, Jody. Friends, obviously tonight I come before you with mixed emotions. On one hand, I feel tremendous gratitude and pride in the people of Alberta and those who stood up and put their support behind building a better future. As a movement, we have grown our support in every corner of this province. I'm very pleased that we will be welcoming at least 10 more MLAs to our caucus. Who will form part of the largest official opposition this province has ever seen in its history. And that as a party, we earned the largest percentage of the popular vote in our party's history. So we have achieved tremendous growth and opportunity for our future and for the values that we all share. However, tonight, I also know that we are all very deeply disappointed in the overall result. We had all hoped for a different one. Moments ago, I called Premier Danielle Smith to concede the race, and I congratulated her party on their victory. To all those of you, to those who offered their unwavering support, their dedication, and their belief in our vision for Alberta in this election, you are the reason that we fight for what we believe in. And to our candidates all across this province, congratulations on your campaigns, successful or not. You have all demonstrated tremendous leadership. I have spent the last few months being so inspired by your dedication, by your heartfelt commitment to standing up for Albertans without a voice, for your honest belief that we can and will come together to be better. I commend your integrity and your perseverance and your unparalleled work ethic. And I will never, ever, ever stop being deeply grateful for your decision to join our team. So thank you to all of you. And to those new MLAs, I say to you, welcome, congratulations. Get some rest tonight and then get ready to get right back down to work. To my amazing, amazing campaign team, I can't say enough. They are unparalleled in the work and the achievement that they have and that they have done, across the country. They are just unparalleled in their skill. I cannot thank that team enough, and I cannot thank as well our incredible volunteers enough. Your commitment, your hard work, your countless hours of effort have been the absolute backbone of our campaign. You've all shown incredible dedication and passion, and I am forever grateful for your support. And I need to say this as well. Where we fell short, the responsibility rests entirely with me. That's fine. That's the joys of being the leader. It's fine. It's
Is
just
she resigning?
It's part of responsibility and accountability. Those are things we care about here. But I do know that at the same time, we ran a strong, principled campaign, and it was based on our beliefs. And it was based on our desire to create a better future for all Albertans.
I think my phone's about to blow up.
And to my family, these guys, thank you to the four of you for standing by me in this often very crazy journey. Thank you to Ethan and to Sophie for accepting the difference that it has been meaning in their lives for all this time and ultimately turning it into their own pride and their own set of beautiful values that make me very proud. And thank you again. Seem like I'm doing this every 4 years. Thank you again to Lou, my lifelong sounding board. Oh, for heaven's sakes, give it a rest. Anywho, lifelong sounding board, sparring partner, and apparently personal cheerleader, but also occasionally for me, all wrapped up into one. And also, Lou, thank you very much for mopping the kitchen floor today. That was awesome. I love you all so much. Now, although we did not achieve the outcome that we wanted, we did take a major step towards it. The unprecedented growth of our party through this campaign is a warm light, one that gives me a lot of optimism for the work to come. My friends, let me be clear, now is not the time to let up. Now is the time to step up. Now is the time for us to do the work that has been asked of us. It is my honor to serve as your leader, and it is my privilege to continue to serve as leader of the official opposition. Our values will be represented in the legislature. We will have a say in the future of this great province. We will continue to speak up on behalf of Albertans who struggle to have their voice heard. We will fight for better health care, better education, better jobs. And my friends, we will be unequivocal in our demand for respect for the rule of law and an unqualified belief in the human rights and basic dignity of all Albertans. Sure. The challenges we face, the challenges facing Alberta, economic, environmental, social, they all require dedication and determination, and we will bring that to Alberta's legislature tirelessly. We will never stop working to rebuild our public health care, to support the well-being of our communities, to protect our mountains, our pensions, and our kids' education, all while ensuring we have an economy that works for absolutely all Albertans. So to all Albertans, we will be your voice when this government refuses to listen. And one small message to Danielle Smith and to the members of her new caucus, I say this. If we had won, because, you know, inside piece of information here, I actually had 2 speeches drafted for tonight. If we had won, our commitment was to do everything that we could to move past division and to govern for the vast majority of Albertans, to be practical and pragmatic and to listen to all voices.
Whatever.
So I am asking you to remember the majority of Albertans tonight and to commit to a government that prioritizes the need and aspirations of all Albertans. So in conclusion tonight, my friends, I just want to say I am so proud of the work that every single solitary member of our movement, of this NDP, has done over the last 4 weeks. Together, we fought passionately for a better future, and I am so very, very proud to be the leader of this party. Thank you all very much. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
You people, like, who buys this? It's like a cult.
She tricked me. She tricked me into listening to her because I thought she was going to resign. So I paid intense attention. I choked down a pickled egg. That was the first time I had a chance to eat. She comes on, ruins my pickled egg. I listened to the whole thing thinking she's going to resign, and then she doesn't resign, and then she feeds us a line of BS about how she's going to be the premier for all Albertans and move past divisions. She's the one being divisive and not speaking to all Albertans. What a load of baloney. And then to not even resign. You lost 2 back-to-back elections, sister. Move along. Let some new blood get in there. Let Shannon Phillips get in there, act crazy, and remind people why they don't like the NDP. But no, apparently not.
It's been like I'm very apprehensive to be like that politician is a liar overtly. You can criticize them, say they haven't kept their promise, but Rachel Notley is the most severe liar in the history of Alberta politics. Oh, for sure. Danielle's taken to the stage. This right away.
I'm Cynthia Moore, the president of the United Conservative Party. Welcome to the UCP election 2023 celebration on the grounds of the Calgary Stampede. What a night it's been.
I guess we're waiting for the feed to come. So we have to just sort of rag the puck a little bit while we wait for the feed to come live from the stage there.
So UCP President Cynthia Moore right now is taken to the stage, clearly set to introduce Danielle Smith. There should be a live feed coming. MSM is now also turning on their cameras. The UCP feed should be starting up early. So, yeah, looking for tears, maybe seeing a few here.
They have chosen hope and optimism over fear and negativity.
Speaking, I don't know if they can hear that at all in the background.
You know what is fascinating? Tyler Shandro is losing his riding by 11 votes with 3 polls still to come in. I think that's going to end up in a recount.
Doesn't just happen. It takes hard.
And that's an incredibly interesting one because he was losing and then the polls shifted to him winning significantly. So maybe that's what we'll see at the end.
I hope so. I can't believe I said that. But I hope so because he's been so good on gun rights that I forgive. No, I don't. I'm willing to overlook. I'm not in the forgiveness stage yet. I realize that makes me a bad Catholic, but I'm willing to overlook because he was working very hard for lawful Canadian gun owners, not just Albertans, but leading the way for the rest of the country. But yeah, it's very close. Oh, he just pulled ahead. He just pulled ahead by 60 votes with 2 polls left reporting.
And And those later polls are probably Conservatives actually getting off of work.
Maybe. Yeah. That'll happen. I'll be shocked.
Yeah.
This will blow my mind if he's. My mind will be blown.
And just this is pretty self-evident, but all of the leaders of all other parties defeated. So no other leaders, obviously, as we've kind of already covered, will be representing their parties in the Alberta legislature. Just waiting to hear back on our studio if the UCP stream has come up yet. Seems not.
Thank you, everyone involved, to make this hard-won victory possible. And thank you.
So we will. We're gonna jump to that as soon as it's available. After Danielle gives her final sort of remarks, we'll come back just for a few minutes to share our closing thoughts. We'll wrap up. Lots of you have been watching for hours and hours. We've been here as well. So we'll wrap up pretty quick after that. We do want to make sure that you get this, though.
Chats,
Yeah, let's do some chats now then.
I'm not sure. Okay, I've got one from Sharpay. Gives us $20. The Sharp brothers are so happy for Alberta. Is that you, Don? Is it you, Don Sharp? Hopefully it is. If it's not you, Don Sharp, well then thank you very much. But if it is you, Don, good to hear from you. Let's keep going. Oh, I guess that's the last one. I see that there's congratulations from Scott Moe on Twitter. Scott Moe, the Premier of Saskatchewan, who is a strong ally of Danielle Smith in the pushback against all the terrible things that Ottawa wants to do to Canadians. Gun grab, carbon tax, net zero. He's really been a strong ally for Alberta, and he's got his own version of the Sovereignty Act. In fact, he had it before Danielle Smith passed hers. And actually, he's been sort of leading the way on sovereignty issues when it comes to fighting with the feds. They've had an associate minister of, I call it the associate minister of fighting with Justin Trudeau, but it was this associate minister, I believe, of provincial autonomy, looking for ways to sort of prickle against the feds in all sort of legal ways and constitutional ways. So, and that person has been in that role for, I guess, almost 2 years now, 18 months. So Scott Moe, early adopter of good ideas, one of the first premiers to say, like, as the convoy, I guess, rolled through Lloydminster, which is the town that it sits on the border between Alberta and Saskatchewan. When the Freedom Convoy went that way, Scott Moe said, yeah, about those restrictions, don't convoy me. They fell. So he's been one of the more freedom-minded premiers in Canada, and happy to see his congratulations for Premier Smith. Oh, Christina Gray, I almost forgot she existed, but I guess she's been reelected. Oh, my guess was UCP 53, NDP 34. So I'm not too far out, and that still could shift. So.
And has actually pulled ahead. He was likely to lose. He's up by 250 with one poll left. So that's a big rally.
Who, Prasad?
For Prasad, yeah. Yeah, he's up by 250 with 17 out of 18 polling.
Oh my goodness gracious. I can't believe this Santos is going to pull it a win.
The cannons will go off soon.
I'd like to introduce our leader, Danielle Smith.
My MLA, Jackie Homeniuk Armstrong Homeniuk. Thanks, lady.
Yep, I'd be all smiles too.
And she's entering the room.
Could have been a lot worse tonight.
Absolutely, all smiles. She is not driving in a big blue truck. We joke, we reference that, but of course that is how Jason Kenney entered the room.
Speaking of Jason Kenney turns 55 years old tomorrow.
Oh.
I don't know where he is.
Is that a birthday present?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a gift or not, but.
All right. I think we had mainstream media feed there, and their stupid little chit chat was a bit useless and a bit much.
The headquarters. Let's listen in to what Danielle Smith has to say.
Oh boy! Thank you. Oh, thank you, my dear friends. Thank you so much. Well, to paraphrase our dear friend Ralph Klein, welcome to another miracle on the prairies. My friends, this was the very definition of a hard-fought election. We faced the most expensive, fierce, and coordinated opposition and third-party political campaigns in provincial history. Now, many folks wrote us off, even just as recently as last month. But you know what happened? Despite it all, today, Albertans chose to move our province forward by re-electing a strong, stable, united, conservative majority government. Now, this victory would not have been possible without the incredible work of so many. And thank you to our amazing campaign team, to our party and campaign volunteers, and to every single one of you that donated your time and your resources to this campaign. You all made the difference, and thank you. Thank you. A special thanks to all of our UCP candidates and their spouses, families, and campaign teams for your tremendous work and sacrifice. Regardless of whether you won or lost individually tonight, you made a difference for Alberta, and you will always be part of our UCP team, so thank you. I'd also like to thank the great people of Brooks Medicine Hat once again. Yes? You've entrusted me with the responsibility of representing and advocating for your interests, and I am honored and humbled. I'm indebted to you and to all the volunteers, and I will continue fighting for you as your MLA. Thank you, Brooks Medicine Hat. And of course, thank you to my dear husband, David. Thank you so much, honey, for supporting me, for sacrificing so much of our time together so I can serve our province in this special way. Thank you so much for all that you do. Well, my friends, the election is now over. It is time to put partisanship, division, and personal and political attacks in the rearview mirror. It's time to move forward together as all Albertans, no matter who we voted for. And on that note, Rachel Notley called me earlier to concede the election with honor and with dignity. We all know about our differences of opinion, but I believe that Rachel Notley is a loyal Albertan who loves this province as much as I or anyone else. Yeah. And she is deserving of respect and kindness and gratitude for the thousands of hours she has sacrificed to serve our democracy, and I hope you'll join me in genuinely thanking her for her public service. And just as I would like to thank the hundreds of thousands of Albertans who voted for the UCP today, I want to speak for a moment to every Albertan who did not. I want you to know that my oath is to serve all Albertans, no matter how you voted. And though I didn't do enough in your judgment to win your support in this election, I will work every day to listen, to improve, and to demonstrate to you that I can be trusted to improve on the issues that you care so deeply about. Now, I won't be perfect, of course. We all know that. But when I make a mistake, I will listen, correct course, and learn from it so that I can improve and become a better leader. And so I invite all Albertans, regardless of who you supported in this election, to reach out to me with your ideas and your concerns and your questions. That feedback that you give me, positive and negative, helps make our UCP caucus and I to make better decisions. And that is what a healthy democracy is all about. Now, before I go further, I think it's important tonight to recognize the courageous sacrifice and efforts of our firefighters and other first responders who are fighting and winning the battle against forest fires across our province. I'd ask all of us to stand here and applaud our heroes of Alberta. Yeah. That is what Alberta is all about. We look after each other. We take care of each other, and we must remember that there is much more that unites us than divides us. And we will need to be unified in the days and years ahead because there's so much work to do together. For example, we need to make sure that you and your family keep more of your money for the things that you need, especially during this time of high inflation. We have to make sure that our communities and streets are safe again for our families and our businesses. And we have to keep powering and diversifying our amazing economy. And I want to tell every business owner and investor listening tonight, whether doing business inside or outside of Alberta, we are throwing our doors wide open for businesses, large and small. To make this province a home for your business and its employees. Enjoy the benefits of the Alberta tax advantage and bring your jobs and investments here because you are both welcomed and valued. And to demonstrate that, the first bill of our government in the legislative session in the fall will be to guarantee that unless Albertans say otherwise by referendum, the only direction business and personal taxes are headed in this province is down. Because we know that when businesses thrive, people thrive. And when we grow our economy, we attract the best and brightest from all over the world, and we want that. We have built the most powerful economy and diverse population in the country on the principles of free enterprise, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. Let's not ever forget that, and let's not ever change that. We also need to ensure that our healthcare and education systems are the best in the world. Not simply adequate, not middle of the pack, the very best in the world. And that means we need to study the best systems and practices around the world and improve upon the strong foundation that we've built here. But it also means empowering our doctors and nurses, teachers, and other frontline professionals, along with feedback from patients and parents, to innovate and improve in these areas every single day. So I'm asking healthcare and education professionals tonight. I'm also asking parents and patients to work with me and the UCP caucus to build a healthcare system and an education system that are models for the entire world. I know we can do this together, and I am here to listen and to work alongside of you. And finally, my fellow Albertans, we need to come together no matter how we have voted to stand shoulder to shoulder against soon-to-be announced Ottawa policies that would significantly harm our provincial economy. Now, we have been made aware that in the coming weeks, Justin Trudeau is planning on bringing forward new restrictions on electricity generation from natural gas that will not only massively increase your power bills, but will also endanger the integrity and reliability of our entire power grid, which we rely on during our cold and dark Alberta winters. In addition, the Prime Minister is already ready to introduce a de facto production cap on our oil and gas sector that, if implemented, will result in tens of thousands of jobs lost, tens of billions in lost investment, damage our province's fiscal position, and bring economic hardship to Albertans. Now, I've made myself clear on this matter to the Prime Minister in person and in public, but I feel we need to do it again. and his caucus are watching tonight. But let me be clear, this is not a road we can afford to go down. If he persists, he will be hurting Canadians from coast to coast, and he will strain the patience and goodwill of Albertans in an unprecedented fashion. And as Premier, I cannot, under any circumstances, allow these contemplated federal policies to be inflicted upon Albertans. I simply can't, and I won't. So I invite the Prime Minister to instead halt the introduction of these harmful policies and come to the table in good faith to work collaboratively with Alberta on an energy and emission strategy that will both grow the Alberta and Canadian economies while using the export of Alberta LNG and emerging technologies to achieve meaningful reductions in emissions. Because when Canadians work together, there is no challenge that we can't overcome. I believe that, but it takes two parties acting in good faith to build that meaningful partnership. Now, Alberta is willing to be that partner. And we need our federal government to show it is willing to partner in good faith as well. And now is the time to do so. We are waiting. So in closing, my friends, tonight is a time for celebration. We celebrate, isn't it? Yeah. We celebrate the candidates that won their election races and the efforts of those who did not. We celebrate the commitment to democracy of all volunteers and supporters, regardless of party affiliation. And we celebrate those who have sacrificed to secure and protect our right to vote and be a free and prosperous people. And we celebrate this beautiful province and all who live here. This uniquely special place where the best and brightest come from every corner of the world to join us in building one of the greatest places on earth to live and work and raise our families, and where the only things that are larger than our mountains is the compassion and irrepressible spirit of our people. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Alberta, and may our province remain forever strong and free.
And she's getting to work right away. It's very hopeful.
Yep.
Small business owner, big business, new business coming into Alberta. People just trying to pay your bills, get by. Even people just sick of the perpetual rhetoric against our industries. For any of those people, and as the polls and as the election results suggest, a majority of people sick of that, happy to have some hope on the horizon. It's so emblematic, the sentiment, the negativity throughout the NDP campaign manifest even in the speech tonight, the attacks, the negativity. This so positive, talking about jobs, calling for applause for Notley, but ultimately talking about standing up on behalf of Alberta on the federal stage, standing up for Alberta business on the international stage. Yeah, it's a late night. People are clearing out quickly, but certainly a festive and hopeful mood here.
Yeah, I think it was great. First thing she did was choose to punch Justin Trudeau right in the nose. So, which was great. You know, it was pretty clear that the crowd really liked it. It is exactly why people elected Danielle Smith. It just echoes the Sovereignty Act, that she's legally obligated herself to fight with the feds. She's willing to work with the feds insofar as they are willing to work with us. And working with us does not mean phasing out our industries. It means actually coming to the table to work with us to market our resources. And that's it.
You know, it's so interesting. At a number of these events, when those NDP protesters came into the UCP event and got Danielle going, that's the best I saw her. That's when she was the boldest. When it was at that addictions event and she had an impassioned speech and it was Danielle really being Danielle, that's another one of the moments where I was like, wow, this person could really be a leader. When they were being very safe, trying not to get into trouble, playing it very conservatively, interestingly enough, it wasn't as compelling. I think over the coming weeks, the coming months, we're going to see an emboldened Danielle Smith who has a clear mandate to move forward, really add advocating and standing up for this province on a way that they weren't before, because they were worried about this election. They weren't sure about Danielle's leadership. I think that's going to fall by the wayside. I think we're going to have, and I know that they pitch this as an absolute nightmare, but for many people, we're going to have Florida of Canada. We're going to have Alberta standing up as that place that's open for business, that's open to everyone to come here to work, to earn a living. We want to draw people in who want to embrace the Alberta lifestyle. Tarek did it. So many of our guests, so many people look to Alberta. Even Sid, some of our camera people, they've come over here pursuing this lifestyle that Danielle Smith, unlike Rachel Notley, will now defend.
You know what? During the Rachel Notley years, we had out-migration from this province, which is absolutely unheard of. I grew up in a time when everybody from Saskatchewan was moving to Alberta because they had an NDP government that was killing jobs, and we had Ralph Klein. And so when Rachel Notley took power, everybody was going out. 200,000 jobs, about 189,000 jobs were lost in the oil and gas sector. And it didn't even rebound. Like it hadn't rebounded even by 2019, 2020. And those people were just leaving. And unfortunately, that's a brain drain and a labor drain that takes years to recover from. And we're just seeing it now. Alberta is truly calling. We've got people moving back, and it's great. But as your shirt says, don't Ottawa my Alberta. We should wrap up this stream, clear up these last few chats, because for our team behind the scenes in Toronto, it is 2 a.m. Now, we've all had the same exact long weekend, but it is literally the middle of the night for them. They start later in the day. They work later. But yeah, for me, it's like 7:30 in the morning. Ian too. So Ian, K2, our beloved chief documentary filmmaker, he's been the guy running the technical on location there today. Also an unsung hero, Efron, Olivia, you two, our entire Calgary team is running around in that venue tonight, facing guests, working on stories, doing social media. It's really been a team effort. The boss is hopefully at home getting some sleep because he's got a very big day tomorrow. But let's clean up these last few chats. If there are any more, please let us know, Olivia, Efron, and then we'll get you home within a reasonable amount of time. Alrighty. We've got one from the Ka or Theka, I don't know. Gives us $10. Congratulations, Danielle Smith. Yeah, wonderful news. Best thing for Alberta, but also the best thing for the state of this country. Lynn Maddie 90 gives us $1. Sheila, your coverage of this election makes my day. Well, I did have pickled egg on my face there for a little bit. If you're paying attention to the live stream, Olivia was kind enough to say, like, Sheila, I'm not coming back to you because you have something on your face. But I appreciate it. I guess we're not as stuffy as the other people on the risers down there, are we, Adam? I think we're a little bit more fun. Thank you for being a strong female that others of us look up to. Oh, I don't know if you need to look up to me, but I just don't like the idea that there's just one way for women to think. And like I said to Robbie's issues as a gay guy are the same issues as for me as a woman. Jobs, taxation, affordability, public safety. I don't need to be stuffed into a very specific demographic, as Justin Trudeau and the progressives like to do to us. I think we all care about the same things at the end of the day. $5. Schmeichel? I don't know. $5. Thanks for the broadcast. I'm happy for Alberta while dissatisfied we're under the NDP in BC. Well, might I suggest you move our way? Move our way. It's a little bit more affordable. Taxes are lower, and we care about freedom here. And we have at least 4 more years of freedom here, and I think we are going to have a bit of the DeSantis effect where I guess it was closer than it should have been this time around, but I think 4 years of Danielle Smith making this place freer and more affordable is going to lead to a resurgence of the UCP in Calgary. That's my prediction. Adam, you have one last thought to share, and I'm only giving you one because Efron needs to go home.
I just wanted to say in closing, we're optimistic tonight, but to Danielle Smith, to everyone else who was elected tonight for the UCP, you have been good about giving us access, answering questions. We expect that to continue, and we're not going to ask airy-fairy questions. It's not going to be fluffy. We're going to hold you accountable just like we did Jason Kenney. So tomorrow, you're going to work. I just want to keep you all apprised that so will we.
Yeah, that's a great point to make. While we are grateful, glad that Danielle Smith won, and she is the first politician that Ezra has ever endorsed here at Rebel News, and he didn't tell me that he was going to do it. He just did it. But it's our job here at Rebel News, and I'm happy that you brought this up, but it is our job at Rebel News to make sure that the promises Danielle Smith has made to Albertans and to Justin Trudeau are something that she follows through on. And we will do our best to hold her to account. We were also optimistic when Jason Kenney united the parties and then became premier here. But we did our very best to hold him to account. And I think we played no small part in creating the series of conditions or giving voice to the people who wanted a leadership review, which led to Danielle Smith becoming leader of the party and now elected to be the premier of this province, given a very clear mandate. So I guess, like Adam is right, the moral of the story is do not lie to Albertans. Do not break your promises to Albertans, because we will billboard truck you too, Danielle Smith, and all of your MLAs. There's a billboard truck in your future and a billboard alongside Highway 2 in your future if you lie to my fellow Albertans. Alrighty, I should wrap up the show. I should wrap up the stream. Adam, thank you so much for your hard work. Please extend my gratitude to the team there in Calgary, K2 behind the scenes. You've just been working for days on this. Everybody else running around, Angelica, Sid, Alex, Dollywall, the team on the ground. Thank you so much for your hard work. Efron and Olivia, you put the studio together over the weekend. And then you guys have been just giving her all day. The instrumental in running the company every single day from morning till night, and then I guess back into the wee hours of the morning again today. Thank you so much for your hard work. Thank you to the rest of the team working behind the scenes. Yankee Pollock in particular, you're out there giving her on social media right now, monitoring everything and flagging things to us. So appreciate that so much. The web team behind the scenes. I'm just listing the credits, aren't I? Thanks to everybody who tuned in tonight. The special thanks to our friends at Rumble, by the way, for kicking in some bucks our way and acknowledging the success of our stream tonight. Appreciate that. Thank you to everybody who kicked in some money to keep the lights on here at Rebel News. We're a shoestring budget. We appreciate every dollar that you send our way. We do our best to stretch it as far as we possibly can. And we know that there are lots of things that you could do with your money, and Justin Trudeau has left less of it than ever in your pocket. So we appreciate you choosing to give it to us. I think that's it. I hope I haven't forgotten anybody. It's a new and exciting time in Alberta tomorrow morning. And let's see where this goes. I'm optimistic, but always ready to be disappointed by politicians. On that dark note, thanks everybody. Let's Rebel team, let's go get some sleep, and we'll see you on the morning call in the morning. Thank you so much, everybody, and God bless Alberta.